James Vagabond, barely alive from the dead, just getting over the COVID 2026 that just came around. And good old counterpoints. Good luck, partner. If you had what I had, good luck to you, man. Link in the description. How has that happened already? Oh, it's because I've got it. How did this happen? Because there's 17 different settings in Discord. Alright, we got you, brother.
Apparently nobody was able to hear all the things that I said, and the bummer of that is everything that I said was
Brilliant.
it was also brilliant,
That
and
there's no way we could possibly recapture the brilliance once again, but we could go for it. Welcome to the marketplace of ideas.
that's more or less what we said. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
We were going to have counterpoints on this evening, but instead he's come down with a terrible bug. I've just gotten over it, and so instead we're just gonna react to a wonderful conversation between Destiny and who's the other gentleman?
Konstantin.
Konstantin from Trigonometry. What a productive sounding show title right there. That really it gives off the vibes that people are just going to, really be honest and not look for any, you know, salacious points of contention to build careers off of instead of informing people and enlightening people, you know. That's
Yeah,
what it seems like a really above the board project right there.
I'm expecting some nice, good faith discussion.
Yeah. Yeah, nobody's just looking for a cheap own here today. And that's why we're going to respect that content. We're going to have a look and see how productive they are.
Yeah.
Next week, though, we will be having Ryan Mullally on. Really excited for that. We're going to be talking about shared American values between the left and right through the lens of the First Amendment. And we were preparing for something else tonight, so it's not as fresh in my head. Well, what else are we going to be talking about? Through the
Well,
lens of the Colbert Report and the recent First Amendment issues that have come up through that.
Yeah, and we'd planned on perhaps also talking a little natural law with Ryan.
Oh, of
Yeah.
course, yes. His
Yeah.
general project of natural law should be interesting. We're definitely going to clash on that. I am very much. I've been very harsh against the concept of natural law personally in my own
Have you?
feelings. Yeah, it's just not. It doesn't click to me that we can just look at a bunch of disconnected things and make laws that inform the foundations of philosophy so easily. I don't know if that works out, but I'm definitely not clear-headed enough for that conversation right now. I am
Fair enough. I won't
deep
pick your
in
brain then.
yeah, my brain is in recovery mode from this flu, and it has been a problem. So,
All right. Well, uh, let's try and nurse it back to health with some
I'm sure this
good
will help.
old fashioned.
I'm sure this will help.
Uh, yeah. Neither of us have watched this yet, so we will be. These are genuine reactions, no pre-watching here. And if you want to jump in the chat and react with us, we will, of course, have our call-ins open. So jump into the waiting list, and the waiting room rather, and we will drag you over. Apparently, I'm now echoing on stream.
Yep, I took care of that.
Okay, very good. And yes, we've confirmed that it is fixed. Wonderful. We are sorting through all of the issues as they come up because we're a professional show.
New issue. Discord doesn't want to share. There it is. No. Now we have the infinite regression. God bless America. This is a sick stream. Not a good. I mean, a great stream. It's gonna be a great stream. Fuck, kill me.
It's gonna be a chill stream. It's gonna be a fun stream to hang out with.
This guy's
Hopefully,
fun. This guy's great. Good old Pangburn. He's doing. Well, I was gonna say God's work, but he's proof that there is no God, and someone's got to do the work.
Sure.
That's what this gentleman is. Proof that there is no God. A glowing review for Pangburn. Ladies and gentlemen, I am completely out of it. God bless us. Good luck on this ride. Hopefully there will be no serious tech failures. Although every time I try and look at the screen, it pauses the video image, and I think that is happening. Okay, so we're gonna
wait. Is this a computer thing, or is this just like a mental time dilation that's happening to you and you alone because of your debilitating illness that's occurring?
I hope it's not that, because this all seems to make sense to me from a tech perspective. Kyle,
all right, well,
you're gonna have to stream it for us. You're gonna have to stream it for us because I still haven't figured out. I still haven't figured out how to make it.
Remind you that every new active subscriber.
Yeah, the video pauses on my screen.
We can produce these
video pauses on your screen. All right, well,
so please take a second to subscribe.
Luckily for us, I've got it pulled up right here. The only real problem we're going to have to deal with is volume balance, because apparently that's been an issue in the past. But I will stream my screen here. Let me just get that started. Very good. Without further ado, here is Pangburn's Destiny versus Konstantin debate.
Make sure you're subscribed to Pangburn.
Just to remind you that every new active subscriber directly contributes to how quickly.
I think we can 1.5 this or something. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Might as well.
Yeah.
These kinds of conversations for you. So please take a second to subscribe, smash that like button on the video, and make sure you leave us a comment in the comment section.
I love you. Smash the like button.
Enjoy Konstantin Kissin versus Destiny.
How's the volume before we proceed?
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Okay. Beautiful.
More importantly, have you smashed the like button?
Smash it.
Did you?
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh, I suppose I should.
Oh my god. You watched this video and you didn't...
Well, I haven't watched this video.
Okay.
That's the
thing.
Well,
he just told you to, so you're not really behind yet. Okay.
All right. Well, as long as we're telling people to smash like buttons and all that, if you haven't done so, go to our YouTube, do the smash, subscribe, Discord, all the things. If you're watching, you've probably done all those things already, but just in case. Anyway, here we go.
Are you the same as you were 10 or 15 years ago? What do you mean by that? The same.
Wait. Slow down. Slow down. I'm already lost. Who is that? He speaks very quickly.
That is Stephen Bennell.
Yeah.
And that on the left there. And on the right, we've got Konstantin Kissin. My understanding is the gentleman on the left is going to be arguing for the left, and the gentleman on the right is going to be arguing for the right.
I'm thinking that we should... Well, excuse me, the center.
Is that what he is? He's a centrist.
Let's not 1.5 it. Yeah, what's the difference, though? Let's not 1.5 it. Oh my god, that was a hurricane of words.
Well, yeah, that Steven fella, he seems to have a quick talking speed. Let's bump it down to 125. Check that, and we'll try that.
Go for it.
All right.
Are you pretending to be a moron, or are you actually being one? Your guys' definitions for everything change at all points in time. That's always the issue. That's always the frustrating thing when it comes to fighting.
Who's us guys?
Conservatives. I'm not a conservative.
I know you
so-
say you're not, but
Like-
are you sure you're not running for a political party right now? Because that was the most politician answer I've ever heard in my life of a conservative view on foreign policy. Over the past 5 years, so you do this thing where you're like, well, I have to choose between two things.
I'm not going to talk if you keep interrupting me. I'm not interested in
I'm not
this.
interrupting
Whatever
you.
this is. You are.
I'm literally not. I'm asking you a question. You just refuse to answer. This is the game. How did I do it again? I'm asking you a clear question. You can't give me an
He's
answer.
got his microphone down. He's like,
I'm
"You're
not gonna
interrupting me." He's got his microphone in his lap. Look, he's interrupting me.
Well, I mean, if anything,
Jesus.
I think that this preview really affirms our prediction that this was going to be a productive discussion.
Yeah,
I
they're
mean,
really
we've got-
getting into the meat of who's made of rubber and who's made of glue.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell that they've really stuck to the substance of the topic. We're getting nice previews of deep dives into actual policy, and you can tell that there's a mutual respect between the debaters, which I really appreciate.
Yeah, you can taste
To
the
you
respect.
unless you listen to what I'm saying as well as me listening to what you're saying.
I am listening.
Okay, good.
Welcome to Pangburn. Are we ready to go? What I hope to see on the Pangburn stage here tonight is what I always want to see, and that's good faith, helpful discourse. The
And that's what we're going to see. So
Can't
we've
imagine
got that to look
anything
forward
else.
to.
Yeah.
Pangburn maxim, the communication maxim, is that good faith and helpfulness are the minimum requirements for a fruitful dialectic. That's what we want to see. And ultimately, I hope this conversation tonight, when it's shared with the world, will maximize well-being for humanity in one way or another. So, in saying that, please welcome to the stage Konstantin Kissen and Destiny.
They are going to need all of the power of the Holy Spirit to get through this one. If this needed to happen in a church.
Yeah, I mean, it seems only Konstantine's dressed appropriately for the setting. Steven showed up in an unbuttoned button-up shirt. Not very becoming for stepping into a church, but who am I to judge such things?
I am equally dressed for that church. Sick at home.
4 waters on the table. Steven brings his own Red Bull. Legendary.
Legendary.
Can national identity survive open immigration?
Beverage mogging.
I guess I'll,
the
I'll take the,
of
I'll kind of take the
opposition.
reins on this. I feel like when I hear people talk about things related to open borders, mass migration, or national identity, there's kind of two questions that always pop up in my mind, and I never hear people actually kind of tack down what they mean when they say these things. So the first thing is, for national identity, I don't know as much about the various identities that exist in the UK, but I know for the United States, to try to find an overlap between identity from a gay guy in San Francisco versus like a farmer in Iowa or something, there's not many commonalities there to speak of when you talk about national identity, especially when I'm thinking of it in the context of what type of immigrant would threaten that whatever unified identity, whatever those two things are. So I'm kind of curious, I guess, when I think about national identity, when I think about being threatened by people, my first question is, what is the national identity that we're trying to protect for the United States or for the United Kingdom? And then when we talk about like migration or mass migration, what do we mean exactly when we say that?
Well, okay. So there's two questions there. What is national identity and what is immigration? Why don't we start in reverse and talk about immigration? Take Britain as an example, right? So I've lived in this country. I came to Britain from, it was just about Russia. Prior to that, it was the Soviet Union in 1996. So let's go back to 1991, because that's the data when we have the census. 1991. What has happened in the last 35 years? So in the last 35 years ago, this country had a population of 58 million people. Today, the population is 70 million. Almost all of that is due to mass immigration. So the population of Britain, the immigrant population of Britain, that's first generation, people who've arrived, went from 4 million to 12 million in the space of 35 years, right? It trebled in 35 years. Now, you might say, well, you know, is that a lot? Is that a little? Who knows? That is more people, in the last 35 years, more people came to Britain than came to Britain in the previous 2 millennia. So more people in 35 years than had come in 2,000 years. Now, that seems like quite a lot, right? Now, we'll talk about some more facts about this,
Well, I
and
mean,
we can
like,
talk about national
Only
identity.
if you don't understand the scale of population increase. Like, yeah, you could.
Yeah, my understanding is that the world in general just kind of made more people. It's not just isolated to.
Have you heard of this? There's lots of people now. Have you heard of this?
Yeah.
No, I mean, not to completely discount how much that is, but I think it would probably serve to put that into context where, like, that's increasing the population of the recent immigrant population as a whole, but only from like 10 to 15% or something like that. Like,
It's a little bit of a cherry pick.
not a 15% overall, but like they make up 10, going from like making up 10% to making up 15%, which is like that's super significant, sure. And it's
Yeah.
something, it's definitely a conversation that they should be allowed to have as a nation and a culture. It's just I doubt, sorry to just pause chimp him too much already, but like trying to say this is more than the last 2,000 years combined is like that's very dramatic, but it's like you've also had like 100,000 times the amount of natural born citizens, like English to whatever degree he wants them to be, like every year. Like more people have been born in England in the last year than in the entire 2,000 years before 1885. It's like it doesn't actually mean as much as he thinks it means. Just you could put a lot more people in a place right now.
Well, maybe he's building up to something worth saying. Let's see what he's got for us.
It's all just so
See,
dramatic.
I'm going to take a little time, if you don't mind, just to lay
Yeah, I
this
guess
out.
just kind of poke around as you answer.
Yeah,
'Cause
but hold on. Let me just let's talk about what we mean by immigration, right? Because
Okay. Well, then also the mass, because I hear a lot of these words will be like, it was a lot of people.
Well, hold
I was
on.
like, what does that mean? Yeah.
I'm explaining. it.
See
So more
exactly
people
what I
in
just
35 years-
fuck. He did exactly what I did. Yep. He's trying to pick at it already. Be like, yeah, sure, that sounds like a lot, but if you just think about how the world is now, it's
Well, before we do that, we need to talk about the definition of the word immigration. So let's see what Konstantin thinks what he means by immigration here.
years than 2,000 years. That sounds like quite a lot of people. Is
Not
that fair?
necessarily.
Is
no.
that fair?
No, not really. Right. In the
No,
context,
really.
like if I were to ask for like the total growth of wealth compared to like the last like 50 years, might also dwarf the last 2,000 years, or the total amount of carbon pollution, or the total amount of TV episodes or plays written or songs written. Like I don't know if I would just arbitrarily say I'm going to look at immigration, I'm going to measure it past some 1,000-year thing or whatever.
You don't think that more people coming into a country in 35 years than had come in the previous 2,000 years is quite a lot?
I just think that statement is like vacuous and meaningless. When we say quite a lot, what like should it have been less?
more babies
Like,
have
what kind of
died in
immigrants shouldn't
England
have
in the
come?
past 35 years than in the past 2,000. It's like, sure,
Yeah.
yeah, there's a lot more babies to be doing the dying. It's not, we don't have a baby dying epidemic. There's
Yeah, so we just have more babies.
yeah, some of them are dead.
I mean, yeah, and as evidenced by James laughing, that's funny. So
Yep, well,
if you,
know what?
you think that's an offensive joke, write into James, and James will be doing a mea culpa for all of his.
Pingro saying, "Can you boost the volume?" Kyle, the way I think we figured out you can fix this is by boosting your Chrome volume.
My Chrome volume. Well, let's give it a go. We're gonna pause the show for the meantime, and I'm gonna bust open that volume mixer. Here we go. And I'm gonna narrate what I do as I do it, so that we don't have any dead
That way, it's
air.
content. That way, it's
content. We're altering. See, we're altering the source material.
We're not gonna get DMCA'd over a freeze frame of Pangburn's channel, Kyle. I don't think.
I don't know. He might get litigious out of nowhere. All right, I've boosted it to 60%, and now it's at 56. It decided that it wants to be at 56 for some reason.
What did it start at, Kyle?
It started at 20.
20? Okay, so that's gonna be tripled.
So maybe I should bump it down to 45 just
No,
to
you're
be
good.
safe.
You're good. It's not gonna blow anybody's.
All right, well,
Give me a play.
all right, everybody be careful.
No.
What does that mean?
You're making it into a moral conversation. I'm talking about purely numbers. You might think it's a great thing, right? Like,
Well, to be clear, I'm not talking. Just to be clear, I'm not talking moral.
Keep
You say it a
interrupting.
lot. Yeah.
You keep interrupting. So,
Okay.
if we're talking about quite a lot, you keep trying to make it a moral thing.
I'm not making a moral thing.
If we're gonna have a conversation, you're gonna have to let me finish a sentence at least.
We'll just don't misquote my position.
Okay,
yeah.
so just calm down for a bit.
I'm super calm.
I know you've got your Red Bull. Just have
I
some
have my
water,
Red Bull.
chill
I'm
out.
still super calm.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a very
Now-
simple question.
All right, we've already established that this conversation is going to be staying on the rails. No personal insults, no deviating from the topic.
Yeah, of course not.
It's good. It's good to see them both adhering to that good faith Pangburn philosophy.
If more people, if you're making a moral issue, it becomes very clouded and complicated. Let's just talk about what we're talking about in terms of pure numbers, right? If more people have come into a country in 35 years than have come in 2,000 years, that is objectively a lot. Now, you might think...
That's objectively a lot.
Yes, if you... Oh, God. How do you objectively measure quite a bit? Really,
Yep.
that's really quite a bit, isn't it?
That's a few. And there's no way
More than a
around that.
little.
That is, yeah.
Objectively,
little bit.
scientifically, more than a little. Quite a
Is
bit.
objectively going to be the new literally, where objectively just means subjectively because people just confuse the meaning so much?
Oh,
we
yeah.
just decide collectively as a society, like, yeah, they mean the same now.
Yeah. Well,
Fuck it.
We've pretty much already identified that all honorifics are just bullshit. Like, you're just saying, whenever you say quite a bit or a lot or any of that stuff, like, linguistically, you're just, like, putting sauce on it. It's like,
Yeah.
I mean this for realsies. Like, saying words like objectively and scientifically, to some degree, are just saying, no, but for real. Like...
Sure. But... I mean, in this context, it's just
unless you actually back it up with scientific rationale and objective reasoning. Turns out the words are just sauce.
I mean, I guess if you were comparing it to other countries' immigration rates, then it might be justified. But he's literally just saying compared to the past.
Yeah.
Whereas like everything is more compared to the past when it comes to things relating to the amount of people that exist.
Yeah, they should be measuring it relative to its own, like, as a percentage of population, and then relative to recent years, and like then you could have a responsible conversation. But the reason you can't have a responsible conversation is because this dipshit wants to be like, in 2,000 years, more people have died of cancer, or whatever, the opposite.
That's not fair. You're just doing a British voice for him. That's not how he talks. He talks more like this.
That was a wizard voice. That was a wizard voice.
Well,
that was not a British voice.
He's not a wizard type British. He's more of a Pip Cheerio type British.
We haven't even started in on the fact that he's English, okay? We won't I don't even know if we need to open up that can of worms. We might not even get into making fun of how British he is because of how stupid he is. I think that's the situation we're going to be in this evening, where he's just so performative. Like, you can't have... his fucking podcast is called Trigonometry. What the fuck did you think was going to happen? Is he here to have, like, a responsible conversation about immigration? Or is he here just to stir the pot and get eyes on him?
I mean, it's never too late to change.
And it was never too early in this conversation to fucking ruin the conversation. Fuck me.
Well, shall we keep going?
This is the kind of you don't get famous having real conversations. That's the problem. Piers Morgan has never had a real conversation. He's just trying to piss off like feminists and liberals. That's all he's doing, is giving a gratification moment to everyone that like feels like about like being told off that they were kind of a dick once. That's their entire business model and personality, is just like giving people this satisfying moment of like, yeah, owned, libtard. It's their entire existence and business model.
Well, listen, we all need to eat.
I have years of trigonometry triggeredness pent up into my blood, and we're gonna let it out. We're gonna fucking let it out today.
Well, that's good. I mean, bloodletting is a traditional cure for illness, so maybe this will be well-timed for you.
Yeah. RFK is going to bring back bloodletting, just like he brought back the fucking measles.
That's right, yeah. Oh, God. I'll save my RFK impression for later.
I'm getting some whole milk.
Getting some whole milk.
I'm getting
That's
some
right.
whole milk.
You got to clog up those sinuses, make them work harder. They're like muscles. Got to train them. That's what RFK says.
We're getting through this, buddies.
Make sure you wear a nice pair of jeans while you do it.
It's a good thing. Like, I like ice cream, and if I eat a tub of ice cream, I'm not going to say that's not a lot of ice cream. I still like it, but it's a lot of ice
More
cream. Right?
Ben and Jerry's has been eaten in this century than in every other century combined.
Is this where the debate's gone? He's now justifying his use of the term "a lot" by how much ice cream he's eating. Good Lord! All right, fuck. Let's just keep going.
We've jumped the shark 25 seconds in. We've jumped the shark 25 seconds in.
Good faith debate, everybody. We love to see it.
35 years, then it come in 2,000 years, is objectively a lot of people, okay?
Just to be clear, when you say a lot, that's a normative value. That's with respect to some kind of norm or when you
No.
say a lot.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
compared to before.
Yeah,
Compared
that's
to the entire
objectively,
span
yeah,
of the
that is
history of this
objectively
country.
true. It's just kind of a meaningless
Well, thank you.
statement. Like
So you've
everything is
accepted-
a lot
you've
more
accepted
than the
that what
past
I'm saying
2
is
millennia.
objectively
Yeah.
true. I'm grateful.
Correct, yes. That's
So,
a meaningless statement, but yes.
Now that we've got there, what does it mean? Well, first of all, think about it like this. And again, it's not about whether you like it or not, whether you think it's a good thing or not, or a bad thing. The three biggest cities in this country, in the last 30 years, have ceased to be majority inhabited by the people who are native to this land.
Ooh, that's a scary thing. That's a scary thing.
That's just a fact. And I'm one of the people who's come here in that time. So I'm not saying it's only a terrible thing, but it's an objective fact. The three biggest cities in the country are now majority minority. London, and this has happened very quickly. London was 80% white British in 1991. It is probably around 30% white British today. So if you have seen that level of change in the city in which you live, think about this as well. 3/4 of the people who live in this country today are over the age of 35. So all of this has happened within the lifetime of one generation, effectively. That is a level of change that is A, completely unprecedented, B, extremely transformative, whether you like it or not, good or bad, whatever you may think. You might think, oh, you know, the amount of different kinds of food has got better. It's true, objectively. But it's also true, objectively, the entire swathes of this city are no longer inhabited by the people who used to live here. Again, this is an objective fact. You can like it, you can dislike it, but that is something that has happened. This is true of London, it's true of Manchester, it's true of Birmingham, and it's true of several other smaller cities in this country. By 2060, according to current projections, white British people will become a minority in this country. 2060 is the next 35 years, right? And that's the entire kind of demographic transformation. These are facts. Forget about people's opinions, my opinion, your opinion. In terms of illegal immigration, there are now almost 1 million, we don't know exactly because it's hard to measure, but we have almost 1 million illegal immigrants in Britain today, which for a population of 70 million is quite a lot. And we currently spend £14 million a day spent. I'm not talking about the cost to the taxpayer of having 1 million illegal immigrants here. I'm talking about how much we spend to accommodate them and all other things. Now, 14 million, is that a lot per day? It's quite a lot. But also, this is happening at an unprecedented rate. More people come to Britain illegally today than came legally when I came here in 1996. I'll say that again. More people come here illegally every year than came here in 1996 when I came here. That's the level of change when it comes to illegal immigration, and the cost of it, £14 million a day, is increased by a factor of 10 in the last 10 years alone. So it's 1,000% more than what it was. Those are the facts about immigration. So when we talk about immigration and whether it's compatible with national identity, it depends on what we mean. If we're talking about 20, 30, 40,000 people a year, highly selective from compatible cultures as it used to be, perfectly compatible, and in fact, I think probably quite desirable.
Wait, is that how people used to feel about immigration? Because I mean, listen, I can't speak to England's attitude towards incoming migrants, but I'm pretty sure that in America there was a time when the Irish and the Italians were just considered not white and therefore lower tier citizens, and there was just as many complaints about them coming in and ruining the country as there are to. I mean,
Yep.
I guess there's more people now, so yeah, I guess there's more complaints now than there used to be. So Konstantin might have me there when it comes to there being objectively more complaints about immigration today than there would have been back then. But I'm going to call bullshit on that idea that it used to be that it was just all compatible cultures and everybody got along just fine.
Everybody
I doubt
loved
that
it.
was true in England. It sure as fuck wasn't true here.
Yeah, obviously just a historical drivel, start to finish. It's and he's never gonna have to back this up because he can just, the vibes are against immigration right now, brother. Don't you get the vibes? Or we don't want them here vibes? It's more now than it used to be when I wasn't here and knew nothing and didn't exist.
People
when
that
I
used
knew
to live
then-
here.
Yeah, we all that when I wasn't here knew that immigration was chill, dog. But now that I am here, now I know it's not as chill.
And you know that because the people who used to be here aren't here anymore.
Yep,
There's new people now.
And they'll tell you, yeah, it was chill when I was you, and you are me, and we are all together. Wonderful.
let's proceed.
If we're talking about what we've seen over the last 30 years, I don't think it's compatible with any sort of national identity at all. Now, I've been talking for a long time, so we can get to national identity after you've addressed that.
Sure. So I guess the thing that is a little bit strange to me about the immigration question is that sometimes I'll hear a bunch of descriptions laid out, and I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to do with them. There's oftentimes a lack of a prescriptive statement. It seems like there's a little bit of fear of committing to any particular idea about what an ideal immigrant would look like. And then it feels like we're sometimes also lumping a ton of immigrants together. So for instance, when we say there have been so many more immigrants that have come here in the past 30, 35 years, but then we also mention like illegal immigrants or asylum seekers, these are all different groups of people. So I don't know
I
what...
separated them out. I talked about legal immigration and illegal immigration, right?
I understand, but so the prompt has to do with basically can a country's culture, whatever, survive mass migration? Illegal immigrants are not mass migrating here. The mass migration...
They are. So I just told you, more illegal immigrants come here every year now than legal immigrants came here 30 years ago.
I understand that, but if you
so
look
they
at
are mass migrating.
So then are the legal ones mass migrating, or what? Is it just...
The legal immigrants are also mass migrating. It's possible for them both to be
like
mass
10 to
migrating.
1, right? So
Yes.
so comparing the two, it seems like we're talking about different kinds of... We're probably talking about different kinds of immigrants. When we talk about legal versus illegal...
We're talking about both, yeah.
Well, no.
I'm talking about both.
You don't see any difference between a legal immigrant versus an illegal immigrant?
Well, of course I do.
Okay.
But they are both mass migrating here. They're both coming here in unprecedented numbers.
Everything definitionally is unprecedented as you move forward in years. We have an unprecedented amount of technology, an unprecedented amount of energy generation, an unprecedented amount of...
I think you might be confused about the meaning of the word unprecedented.
Unprecedented is, and it hasn't happened at that level before. Yeah.
Right. So if we have immigration of 20,000 people a year, that wouldn't be unprecedented because we had that before.
Yeah, but the population is growing of the country, the population of the rest of the planet is growing, the economy is growing. There's a whole bunch of other factors at play. It's not like all else equal. There's just 10 million people that have shown up. Like there's other factors at play at all points in time as well.
Unprecedented amount of shoelaces in the world right now.
We're still trying to nail this down.
Yep.
Just the nature of the fact that yes, the numbers are bigger because all the numbers are bigger. Like except unless we're counting like blue-footed boobies or anything like that. Those unfortunately those numbers are going down. But everything related to like the amount of people that exist, it's all bigger. It's all getting bigger. It's all unprecedented because we haven't had a massive population decrease in a long time. Proportionate to the number of births that we're having. That's just... Didn't you watch the fucking People Bomb? I remember when I was in like junior year
2005 or something. Yeah.
Yeah, like sophomore, junior in high school. We watched that movie, which I don't know if it was entirely accurate, but it made a big deal about how there's more people than ever before, and it's going to keep on going, and that's going to create some problems. This might be one of those problems. It would be better to look at it holistically than isolating a single statistic and pretending that it's unrelated to any other factors. Maybe Steven's going to nail this down. We can finally put it to bed. Let's see.
No, it's not going to happen. And once again, we're not going to have any of the real conversations about how do we deal with a world where there's just millions and billions of people in every single corner of the world, and how do we plug in our economies so that everybody gets a fair shot? And, how do we have international relations that allow economic prosperity between those nations? And we just never get to have those conversations because we have to pretend that it's way easier to just like signal to white nationalists and like we're with you, the populism of it all just gets in the way of having any real conversation.
Well, you might be a little biased because I think you said that you've heard conversations with this Konstantin fellow before. I haven't. I'm gonna hold out. I'm gonna see. Maybe he'll turn this around and recognize Steven's point, and we can finally get on to the meat of the topic. Let's see if he does.
It's a bit reductive to say, like, well, we have an unprecedented wave of whatever. There's unprecedented things happening definitionally every year forward into the future we go.
No, that's not true.
What's the thing that's been frozen in time?
I just explained it to you.
Yes, you laid out a bunch of numbers, and I just explained why they're contextless and meaningless. But now I'm asking, what is the thing that's unprecedented?
Look,
or I'm sorry, what would be a thing that is not changing in the past 30 years? Like, if you had to look at something.
One of the most amazing things of arguing with anybody from your position is the extent to which they refuse to understand what words mean. I just explained to you repeatedly what unprecedented means. It means that it hasn't happened before. There
All right, you might be right.
have been times in the history of this country when its immigration was in the tens of thousands, and for us to go back to that would not be going forward to something unprecedented. It would be returning to something that we used to do.
Sure.
Right?
My question
so what has happened in the last 30 years is unprecedented.
Is there anything in U.S. culture, in British culture, that has remained the same for the past 30, 40, 50, 60 years, for the past 100 years, that doesn't have an unprecedented thing happening constantly?
Absolutely. I mean, that is what a culture is. It is what is preserved over time.
Did you know that it's in culture's nature to stay the same and to keep it self-contained and
Wow.
to never progress or assimilate new ideas? Did you know that that's the nature of culture?
Yeah, that's why nothing's ever happened.
That's why we play the same music that we have done for the past 400 years. It's all been based on even temperament, or true temperament rather. We haven't bothered
There are
inventing
no
new
divisions
instruments.
between culture. It's all just the
Yep.
same. We're the same as ancient Egypt or Mesopotamia. Same thing. Nothing ever changes.
And if you try to change culture, or if you try to assimilate new ideas, bad things happen.
Every
The whole
time.
thing falls apart. So he's got a good point.
New culture makes weak men, makes strong men, makes me hard. Please press play.
Yeah, I think
Please
that's
press
what
play.
it is. Are you? I'm not going to ask your current state of well, let's not even use the words.
How?
A culture is what people do without having been told to do so by a law.
Can you? Yeah, but what is an example of a culture that is unchanging?
How much have you traveled around the world?
Probably more than you.
Probably not, actually.
Okay. So then you should be able to very easily answer.
I'm
Well, here's an
about
example
to.
of a culture that exists.
Well, every time
that-
I try and answer your question, you keep talking over
Well, it's
me.
because when you answer, you ramble and say irrelevant things. So my question
How
is,
can I
like,
ramble in half a sentence?
you've been saying plenty of sentences. Do you think the speaking time up to this point is even, or do you think you've spoken more than me?
I have spoken more than you, but I
Exactly.
haven't
So then
interrupted
you've had an
you.
opportunity to speak. You're just not answering my question. So my question is very simple. What's a culture that you feel has been unchanged for the past 50 years? Or what is an example of cultural preservation? I feel like cultures are evolving all the time. It's definitionally a part of culture.
Of course, cultures are evolving all the time. But if you were to be plonked in 1970s Afghanistan and 1990s Afghanistan and 2010s Afghanistan and 1950s Britain, 1970s Britain and 2010s Britain, there would be common themes that run through both of those places so that you would instantly recognize, I am in Afghanistan, I am in Britain. Would you accept that?
I agree that different cultures are different. Yes.
Right, well
Yeah.
done. Good. So we've got there then.
Well, you just established that there are. This is
What
like,
have we gotten? Where have we gotten? I don't know who I am in this conversation. We've really gotten somewhere with that one.
All right, so we've
Things are
established that
similar-ish over time, mostly kind of a lot of the time between, but also different between two places that are the same place is kind of the same in two different places in time, and different places are, you can tell that they're not the same as the place they're not. So we've gotten there.
fantastic. I don't know exactly what we've nailed it down, but it sure is nailed down. Let's continue.
This is pain.
saying
Different
that
cultures are different, which means that
that
they
wasn't
have
the
something
question.
about them
Yes, and
that makes them different.
If
right?
you have a brother, both of you will be different for your entire lives. But
But
that
there
doesn't
would be
mean,
a family culture that you have that's different to other families.
But you wouldn't be the same as you were when you were 10 years old.
No,
you
you
grow
wouldn't.
and change,
Of
right?
course.
So when you talk about
But you're still the
preserving
same
culture,
person, right?
What?
You're still the same person.
Yeah, but you're dramatically changed.
But you're still the same.
No. Are you the same as you were 10 or 15 years ago? What do you mean by that? The same. You're not unchanged.
He is the
right?
same as he was when he was 12 years old, is what we're getting from this. Well, aren't I the same person? Aren't I, Ship of Theseus, aren't I really the same as when I was 12? I believe it. You know what? I'm inclined to believe it. That
He might be holding on to conclusions he made about the world when he hit double digits. That
Yeah.
might be the case. That might be
Yeah.
why this disconnect is happening. Yeah.
Are you pretending to be a moron or are you actually being one?
So your claim was that we need to preserve culture because cultures aren't supposed to change. And then
No,
you're-
that's not my claim.
Okay, then help me understand. So
Oh, I will, if
because
you
because
stop
if you don't
interrupting me.
remember, this whole topic started with I'm curious, what is a thing that is precedented? What's a thing that happens continuously through all of history that isn't changing? And then you pointed to the fact that Afghanistan and the United Kingdom are different cultures. Like that's something that I would reject.
No, I didn't. I was just explaining to you what cultures are, which are the cultural differences between groups of people that remain fairly constant over time, despite changing somewhat, as all cultures do.
Your definition of culture is the difference between your culture and another
No,
culture?
but I gave you my definition.
You just said it was the
I came
differences
here-
between cultures that change over.
it's just incoherent nonsense out of him. And because he can just pretend Destiny's being a debate bro by even just asking him the sort of things that his audience just nods along because they get the vibes, even though he's really said nothing. He's, he doesn't have to say anything because they're with him on the vibes. Like, yeah, get there, brother, get there.
Yeah, this seems to be another one of those cases where there are different ways of engaging with this debate, and one of the participants seems to be mostly playing up to their I mean, I guess you could argue that Steven's doing the same thing, but he's at least actually trying to engage with the topic, whereas so far Konstantin has just been trying to go on rants that get us further and further away from the actual discussion.
I mean, to be fair, I think Destiny could be going about this in a less pedantic way, like, or a way that feels less pedantic, like adding more to the conversation rather than just being deconstructive of what he's saying. Um, or just maybe he's not putting enough of his own limb out there for people to want to stand on it with him who aren't already on his side. So like
Hmm.
if you're here to see him get deconstructed, then you feel like Destiny's doing fine. But if you're anybody that's not on Destiny's branch already, you're not going to step out onto that limb the way it's being put out there. What do you
Right.
think?
So I think I agree. It's a problem of when one person's whole strategy to the debate seems to be, I'm going to, establish my own personal definitions and say things that demand deconstruction so that we don't actually engage with the topic. Um, there's only so much the opponent can do. I mean, I guess you could say um, Steven could be making more of an effort to bring it all the way back on track. It's almost like he's giving him a little bit of benefit of the doubt that he's trying to establish some sort of support for his argument. Like, what is supposedly of uh, the cultural shifts in modern UK culture are so drastic, and these shifts are unfeasible for UK society to withstand, and therefore, because a lot of these shifts are coming from immigration, it's a problem that needs to be sorted. Is that the crux of Konstantin's claim, do you think?
Yeah, of course. It's not. It's like there's a lot. Think about it from the person who is worried about immigration in Europe. Destiny probably does come off as a little bit pedantic because he's struggling so hard on it. Not. I don't think that's very hard to see, and I think Destiny probably could be doing more. Like it puts the burden on him unfairly. Like to criticize Destiny for this, it's like he's not putting out enough fires while this guy just dances with gasoline. Um, and so it feels wrong to criticize Destiny here a little bit to some degree. He's the one trying to do better, but because he's not doing better enough to make up for this shitastrophe over here, it you know it that is where ultimately my criticism will lie because the kid that learned that dancing with gasoline in a forest fire it makes him money. I'm not gonna blame that kid. Well, I mean, it is his fault. Fuck it. But what I'm saying, he's not gonna listen. The dancing kid is not. This guy just dances with gasoline and sets fires all day for money, and that makes him money. And so I'm not gonna expect him to be like, oh, I should stop dancing with gasoline, the thing that gets me attention. Uh, Destiny's the only person here with any agency in my brain.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, as we go on, we might explore ways to approach the debate more effectively, but let's continue for now.
Time to define one culture against another one.
Okay, let's reset.
Okay.
And you talk for a bit, and then I talk for a bit, and then you talk for a bit.
Well, no, because I
and talk
noticed
for
that this is how it
I'm
feels like
gonna
a
let
lot
them
of
get
these
into it and
types
turn
of
off my
people,
camera
the
for just a
centrists, the
sec.
reformers, the
What was that?
I said I'm gonna let them get into it and turn off my camera for just a sec.
All right.
MAGA, whatever, is you paint with such broad brushstrokes that by the end of a sentence, I feel like you haven't really said much at all. And I'm just kind of curious
Exactly.
why, when you guys speak about things like the preservation of culture, I don't really hear you allude to anything concrete. Or when you talk about wanting to preserve something, you talk about how something has changed. I don't necessarily hear like what are the things that are changing that you don't like.
It's
You'll point to
less
things
English.
like crimes, but I mean like crimes are illegal. Obviously, they shouldn't be happening. I just don't really hear anything concrete ever, and it's very unsatisfying to listen to a bunch of people kind of ramble on and on and on without ever having a clear point about what they're talking about. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out for British or American culture, what are these things that you feel are common, maybe you go back 30, 40, 50 years, that were common across the whole country that you feel are changing in a way that they never changed in the past?
Okay, done?
Are you going to answer that question? He's not going to answer the question. Go ahead.
And that's where Destiny knew it was over.
Yep. Yeah. Well. Yeah. We'll see if
Like,
we'll
yeah,
see
he tried to good faith recenter that so hard to just be like, hey, feels like you guys don't really go on it. Well, I guess it's antagonistic, but he's trying to what he gave him the question at the end that you just and instead of engaging with it at all, he just performative just goes, "Oh, you're acting like a bitch." Are you done?
Yeah,
Are you done? Yeah, I asked
yeah.
you a
This
question. Are you gonna answer the fucking question? Are you
I
done?
wonder if this
Yes.
exasperation coming from Steven is him like realizing he no longer wants to take this discussion seriously, and this
Yeah.
whole thing just falls
Oh,
apart.
maybe it gets
We'll
good
see.
now. Maybe we get
We'll see.
Nebraska Steve coming out
Uh,
swinging.
If only. All right.
I've attempted to answer your question many times, and I'll do so again. However,
Chapingro pause.
first of all,
Chapingro in
my-
the chat says, "So you guys are hashtag Team Destiny." In all things, no. In this,
For this debate, yeah, I think so far, like, I mean, again, no pre-watching, and everything that we've said has more or less been echoed
immediately
by Destiny's position. So I mean, clearly, like, yeah, on this we're very much backing Mr. Bennell, but yeah, I mean, I'm curious, is Chapingro more on Konstantin's side here?
It has been almost a pre-watch where like every time we say something, the exact same thing happens in the conversation. We pause and we call out how it's just a definitions game about a lot, and then they go on the definitions game for another layer.
I mean, yeah, so far, well, I made the prediction that Konstantin was going to have a change of heart mid-debate and stick to the topic matter, but it seems as though your predictions were correct. It seems as though your familiarity with him has given you a little more foresight than me.
I haven't even watched much of their stuff, dude. I've never watched a full podcast with those idiots. I can't.
Well, let's see how much longer you last with this one.
You going to be okay to speak now for a bit? Is that going to happen?
Sure. Can you repeat my question first so I know what you're...
Your question is about what is culture. You brought up crime.
That wasn't my question.
That wasn't
My
his
question is-
question. He couldn't even hold the question in his brain for 8 seconds.
It was another opportunity to derail. It's another opportunity to get things off track, which is in Konstantin's favor, it seems.
Literally can't listen to a question and then repeat it back after 3 seconds. Yeah, these people their brains are broken. This is going to be like Pam Bondi levels of embarrassing.
Over the past 30 or 40 years, what are things that have changed
Yeah.
in American or British culture that you feel over the past 200 years before that were unchanging?
Okay. One of the things that has changed in Britain over the last 30 years is we now have extensive number of Islamist terrorist attacks, mass stabbings, mass rape of British girls by Islamist and Muslim grooming gangs. This is not something that happened in this culture before.
Okay, so sexual
So
assault and
that-
rape did happen before.
Did you hear the words I said, or did
So
you
you said
take
grooming gangs. I know there's the example from the 80s and 90s with the Rotherham.
They're not from the
grooming
80s and 90s. They're happening right now.
What
But
is
the
another
fact that
grooming
they're
gang
from
example?
different people means they're more evilister. Like
Now, I mean, I am a little curious to know that this might actually be like finally hitting on a salient point from Konstantin, as far as like, yeah, there has been a particular flavor of these kinds of bad things happening in the country that weren't happening before.
yeah, that's one that's been put in the news a lot, and to me it really seems like a very partisan line issue where if you've heard about the issue at all, it's because you're a partisan in one direction or the other, and it seems more of a culture wars line debate than like there's not like hundreds or thousands of incidents of this occurring every year in a nation of 70 million people. This is not a significant. Not that it's not shouldn't be addressed. Obviously, these people
Sure.
should fucking rot in jail. But like, yeah, you've got an underbelly of like poverty-stricken people fleeing war-torn countries. There's going to be some fucked up shit that they bring with them, and it's your culture's ability and duty to convert those people into members of a functioning society, and that's like
or get them out, or get rid
or
of
get
them.
them out.
I
Or
mean,
get them out. Once
yeah.
they do fucked up shit, go ahead, get them out. Get them out. But like that doesn't just preclude you from having to treat people like human beings.
Right. Well, let's see if we finally get to some substance.
Because I know there are rapes and stuff that happen, but I don't think there are.
Yeah, well, let me explain it to you. So grooming gangs, this is a euphemism that we use to pretend that they're not what they are mass rape gangs where young British girls, usually underage, but also often sometimes young women, would be plied with drugs, plied with alcohol, would be taken from the care homes where they were, predominantly by Pakistani, sometimes other Indian subcontinent Muslims. They would be targeted primarily because they were white and British, so these were racially aggravated hate crimes. And they would be mass raped over periods of years sometimes. That did not used to happen in Britain.
So
that is a cultural change. Can I finish what I'm saying,
Okay,
please?
you're not going to answer my question. Okay.
I am answering a question.
Well, my question was, what are examples? I don't think this has happened outside of the Rotherham grooming gang, that whole scandal. There have been rapes, there have been gang rapes, but the idea of like a coordinated grooming gang type mass Pakistani targeting British girls rapes, that type of thing is not a thing that I'm aware has been seen in Britain outside of the large Rotherham scandal.
So, well, I don't know. I think the fact that somewhere between 500,000 and 1 million British girls might have been raped by these gangs is quite a big deal, and it represents a change in the culture of this country that I think is quite
I never said it wasn't a big deal. I think rape is bad. I just think it's bad when white people do it too. I think it's bad when everybody does it. My understanding is right now for the crime stance in the United Kingdom, it tends to be more white people are even overrepresented in terms of sexual assault and rape. But I'm aware that there are immigrants that rape people as well. I think all rape is bad, but the idea that there is a mass Islamist, jihadist, rape gang-centered thing in the United Kingdom that's functioning,
So
I think
how many girls would have to be raped for you to admit that it's a mass thing?
the question isn't if it's a mass
Well,
thing. The question is if it's organized. You have a huge problem with definitions. I'm sorry, let me try to keep this back. You're not understanding. You're not following the conversation.
Stephen,
rape is bad, but organized grooming gang
You've asked
rape
me a
is
lot of questions, and every time I answer them, you ignore my answer.
All, but
now answer my question.
Yeah.
Answer my question. If 500,000 girls have been mass...
Destiny's triggered, and he needs to either lean into how triggered he is or take 6 steps back. And I think he'd be do better with 6 steps back with this guy, because he's not unhinged, so it's not going to play into Destiny's favor to be unhinged. And I don't think he's going to. Do you have your chat open for the YouTube?
I'm full screen, so I can't see anything else.
Oh, okay. Well, we got Chipingero saying, I wouldn't say I'm, quote, on his side, but he's making points and everyone acts like they have no clue what he's pointing to, possibly because he is using hyperbole. Yeah, the hyperbole really doesn't help, and he's using a ton of that to make his points, which is why he has to, pretend that the last 2,000 years of anything compares to now. Like, we've been over and over again, everything's unprecedented for the modern age because of the sheer scale and numbers.
Yeah, there was something salient buried underneath all that, but it took us about 20 minutes to get to it.
15
and
minutes,
that all could have been sidestepped without the hyperbole.
Yeah, and now we're getting into it again where he's saying like there's this mass scale of grooming gangs, and it's literally like apparently one major gang it happened with, and like that'll probably happen 2 or 3 times a year in a society of 70 million, probably most of it not coming from random immigrants whose priority generally is to keep their heads down. Generally, your immigrant classes are going to, especially the illegal ones, are going to keep their heads down. In like some rare situations, like where people are coming from especially like violent, difficult places, there's going to be more of that, but I think that's something that our cultures should just use our place of privilege to make a better world for people. Like, I don't know. I don't... People exaggerate how difficult these harms are, and they don't realize the benefits of helping other societies. Like, if we give this pressure valve release for cultures that are experiencing difficulties, we convert those people into cultural ties back to that place. Like our Cuban and Cuban American community is like a tie back to the Cuban culture in a way that gives us an understanding and connection to that society that can be a lever that we can change it in the future. We'll have, it benefits us to have these ties to these other cultures in positive ways, and people that get converted into our societies. Chapinger also saying he did answer the question. You can ignore the nuance, but it's true. I agree he answered the question. Absolutely. It's not... Destiny was just being debate bro because he got triggered. That's exactly why I said it. Yeah, he's obviously too frustrated to have the conversation already because this guy's just dripping with hyperbole and exaggeration and an inability and an unwillingness to have a positive conversation, and that just he gets to play into that more the more Destiny is triggered, and so we're Destiny is losing the optics conversation in my opinion, and it's a really hard one to have. Not, I think like I would go pedal to the metal and make sure it was unhinged, just to make a mockery of this man. I would have fun with it, but that's probably just because I'm in that mood. I
Well,
have that privilege. Destiny on stage needs to take 6 steps back, take a deep breath, get untriggered, but he's not going to. Chapingro saying, we don't have that duty. That's the beauty of liberalism, right? We don't have duties to our culture. That's the one that made me want to get involved with the Chapingro chat here is I think people people that are criticizing modern liberalism, the modern anti-liberalism, uh, they believe this concept that because liberalism tries to maximize freedom for as many people as possible, that it doesn't allow you to instill any sort of culture of your own. And I disagree with that. I think you can. There is a culture, but you before you're allowed to enact any negative restrictions against people, you have to make a good case of why you're doing that. You're allowed to make positive investments in your community. We make positive investments in our communities all the time. Libraries, art support, like these are all things that like the left-wing liberals are totally on board with. So I don't understand this criticism of liberalism that it's an anti-culture. Um,
well, I'm
I think that's just cringe and completely missing the reality. I think that's a pseudo intellectual talking point that people like the guy that wrote Why Liberalism Failed
mm.
are just fart sniffing about. You can make a liberal culture. That's insane to say anything otherwise. You can have a liberal Christian culture. You can have a liberal secular atheist culture. We've been on both sides of that coin within liberalism. You can have liberal cultures. It's just you can't restrict people's ability to create their own culture unless you have a good reason.
This is an analogous situation to certain types of insular cultures within the arts. Like for example, with jazz, there are a lot of people who think that jazz should be like the term jazz applies to swung music that is based on the sounds that we got from like the 1920s 30s to the 1950s 60s. It's that big band or horn combo type groups. That's what jazz is. And free jazz, funk jazz, soul jazz, any of that stuff, not actually jazz, shouldn't be regarded as the same. So within every culture, there's people who want to make it more insular and more narrow, and there's people who want to assimilate from outside sources more. And that just seems to be a push and pull between two sides of the same culture, as far as I can tell. Do you disagree with that?
No.
Word?
Um,
I wonder if Chapingro agrees.
Speaking of which, Chapingro, if you want to jump in on this, feel free, my friend. We're just chilling today, my brother. If you want to get involved in the conversation, if you want to have this discussion on stream, and then we can jump in and out between that and back to the conversation.
Well, meanwhile, back to the conversation.
Raped in this way, specifically being targeted because they were not of a particular religion or ethnicity. How many of them would have to be treated in this way for you to admit that it's a mass thing? What's the number that makes a answer my question?
2.
I don't know.
The answer is
14. What's the exact number? Like, I don't know. What would be my number? Jesus. How many grooming gangs? Probably like
in order
3.
to be justified as a mass
gangs of like 8 people get involved. How much is a gang? Is this a gang of 100 people? Because then I'd think of it as a mass gang. And they're all doing this? Then yeah, it's mass. But like We're not even establishing those terms in this conversation.
Yeah. Well,
We probably won't even get there.
no, we'll spend another 15 minutes hemming and hawing about what mass means, and
This is a good freeze frame of them talking past each other.
Steven with his belabored, scrunched face going, "What the fuck do you mean?" And Konstantin looking down his nose. No. Answer my question. How many gangs equals mass gangs?
Yes. What exact number?
Oh.
How you would identify
Give
a
us a
mass
number.
thing.
Give us
the
a
question
number.
was
Give us
organized.
a
Ask
number.
him
You
for
said
his number.
500,001. So you're
Okay.
right. You're right beneath the threshold. Maybe tomorrow
Well,
you'll have it.
it's actually
So the question is
it's
there
actually
organized?
between half a million
Okay,
and
so,
a million.
okay, I'll ramble for a
you
second, and then
agree
you can
that
ramble
it's
afterwards.
mass. So you
We're not
agree
gonna
that it's
back and forth.
mass.
My issue is because you guys, you do this thing over and over again, but you won't accurately identify a problem. You'll invent these things, because rape isn't bad enough. Now it has to be like a mass grooming gang rape thing. And then what happens is you conservatives, you play this game where you falsely identify a problem, you lie to the audience about it, and then you manage to gain power. You go through with some wacky scheme. Go figure, the wacky scheme doesn't fix anything, and then somehow you come back with the same recycled narratives over and over again, asking for another shot at it. It's happening right now with Farage and reform. It happened with Brexit. Brexit didn't reduce immigration. It didn't help you with your economy. It didn't do anything really good for the United Kingdom at all. And then it's happening now with reform coming in and making all of these promises to the British people that you're going to be able to cut all of the revenues coming in. You're going to be able to increase all of your funding. You're going to have a no-wait NHS. And it's all built on the same lies over and over again that didn't help you affect any positive outcomes in the past, and it's not going to help you affect any positive outcomes in the future. You can sit here and you can be upset about it, but I watched you and Matt Goodwin debate on stage where you guys both made the bold prediction that once the Tories were out, your immigration numbers would be over 1 million per year. They plummeted to 300,000. I haven't heard you say anything about that. Your predictions were completely wrong, just as they were with Brexit as well.
Okay.
All
Do
right.
you feel
yeah,
like
there we
Steven
go.
just got it
he
back
just
on
turned
track
the
there?
tides right there, big time. Absolutely. Chapingro is in the waiting room. I can pull
Well, yeah. If you could, I mean, I could, but then we'd be compromising the intent. Oh, there he is. Wonderful.
him in. Hey, what's up, Chapingro? Chaping bro.
Hello. Good evening, gentlemen. How are you doing?
Doing well.
Oh, you know.
Welcome in. Starting
Glad
to
to
feel
have you
better.
here.
Today's the first day I've actually been like mostly human since the flu. It was bad. Counterpoints might be down for a while if he's got this one, and it sounded like he wasn't happy. How are you doing, brother?
Sounds like I'm much better than you. I'm hopeful you get better fast.
I'm starting to feel there. You know, those first couple of days when you're not sick, they feel kind of beautiful in a way, even though you're still dying a little bit. All right, so which argument did you want to jump in on us with?
Well, I can go with my last chat here. I really want to push you because the argument that Destiny just made about what Konstantin is doing seems very similar to what you guys just did. Or rather, I'm speaking directly to James. You said, well, it's our job to reinforce a culture. And then you listed out a few different types of culture. So I'm curious, if it's our job, that sounds like it's in the realm of the government. So what do you want government reinforcing as a culture?
Well, certainly knowledge, to some degree. Just pro-social institutions, libraries, food banks, right? What do you think?
Is there a particular kind of knowledge? Like, is it Western tradition knowledge, or
Well,
is it whatever goes?
well, we've got a tradition of knowledge set up in our libraries, and it tends to revolve around a mixture of modern, like literature culture, as well as the classics. And yeah, we pay people that are sort of tangential to like institutions of learning to curate that process, and that also gets mixed in with donations from the community and that sort of thing. So when you ask what kind of knowledge, yeah, probably a good mixture of, you know, we have people in our culture that curate that, and they tend to do a pretty good job. Sometimes those questions can be granular, but for the most part, I don't think it's as like difficult to decide or mysterious as you might be implying with your question. We have, we have cultures like that. We have to make those answers. We have to take those questions seriously in education. What do we teach? What do we not? And we've come to a pretty good consensus on what a modern education looks like: mathematics, some amount of civics, which I think we all agree could be more. Sometimes we miss the mark on all of that. Sometimes we do have to make those like difficult questions, like if a certain type of knowledge is against certain communities, do we enforce it or not? Like we had to have that conversation about, do we teach evolution? And I'm thankfully we came up with the right answer. Yeah, fucking learn it. Sorry if you don't like it. What do you think?
I'm not sure that we did in the last one that you brought up there, specifically at evolution. I'm not sure that we necessarily have fully decided, because I'm under the impression that certain states, like I want to say Texas, and it was another Southern Delta state.
Yeah, I was gonna say I remember there being some dispute about like there's a there's like a county somewhere in Texas, or it might be statewide, where they have different textbooks. Maybe Florida, was it Florida that has different textbook standards?
Mm.
I know Florida got different textbook standards for certain subjects. I don't know that evolution was specifically a part of that one. I didn't hear that specifically. It might be, but I didn't hear that one. So, like, is this a federal government dictating this? Are we happy about that? If enough Christians get into power in the federal government and they dictate that we need to stop teaching that, are we happy with that?
Well, decisions got to be made one way or the other. I think it's got to be made by the people at some point. I think actually the way we create textbooks right now is kind of messed up, where Texas has an undue amount of power over the decision-making process of what textbooks are made and why and how, because they produce and buy such a great deal of them that they have sort of they're higher in the pick order of deciding what goes into a modern textbook. And so that's kind of a way where I think leaving it up to market forces has actually created a little bit of a failure line. I'd have to look back into that to see what ways that is. There was a last week tonight John Oliver thing on it that I think I watch, where my information on that comes from. But anyways, um, what's the question at the bottom of this again?
Which one of these cultures do you want the government reinforcing?
The one that I agree with, man. That's
Well, that's kind of the problem now, isn't it? That's in direct violation with the spirit of liberalism, where we recognize that people are going to disagree, and that's why we don't monoculture.
Well, those contradictions are going to crop up in every system. There's going to be a decision-making process in every culture. In liberalism, the way that gets decided is through a democratic process, and I can't imagine a better process than that.
All right. Well, speaking to your textbooks, that's a democratic process. Texas has a very big education department because of the amount of people in their state.
That doesn't seem like people are voting on it. In what way is that democratic? That's just economic,
They're voting on the state members who are ultimately upstream of deciding which textbooks are being produced, right?
Yeah, but the people in Texas have more control of it than the people in other states.
But that's just the demos. They have numbers. The numbers are working in their favor in this case. If I apply your,
but not
I want them to reinforce what I want.
But not equally with other states, no. That's a situation where, because one specific group has a plurality rather than anything approaching.
That's called a democracy.
No, a plurality deciding the outcome over the vast wishes of the rest of the demos is not democracy.
Why are we leaving academic textbook standards to politicians and the will of the people instead of making it more of a meritocracy where we leave those decisions to scientists, mathematicians, academics, things like that, people who actually know about these topics?
Well, wait, it's not even going to necessarily. It's not going to a greater democratic process. It's heavily influenced by the whatever the Texas board involved in that is. So
Yes,
that's very
we have a
specifically.
representative democracy.
Yeah, but I'm not being represented in that. It's Texas has an undue representation in that. That is the opposite of a democratic process.
But isn't that just because they have more numbers? Which, at the end of the day, a pure democracy cares only about who holds the majority.
I feel like
If you have enough numbers, if you can get a big enough group of people together, your decision decides the vote. That's democracy, right?
So I think you're worried too much about the conceptual and it's making you unable to see the actual here. If if every other state voted against it, but the one state, because of its weight in an economic situation, gets to decide, that's not a democratic process happening. This is a situation where, because of economic processes rather than democratic or legislative processes, this one minor plurality gets an undue representation in the system. This is not a democratic process.
There is
Imagine,
a technical divide. I will agree with you there.
yeah,
But I would hope
imagine
that you
if
would agree with me. Hang on. I would hope that you would agree with me that, like, uh, capitalism is the de facto economic system of a democracy.
capitalism is the of a democracy?
It is
No.
the economic system that best, like, utilizes the spirit of democratic thinking. Like, people determine
So
what they want to
far,
buy,
I'll
and
say so
that
far.
influences prices.
I will say that the time of democracy and the time of capitalism have overlapped and been intertwined. I won't walk a whole lot further than that. Like it kind of in this modernism argument they're having, where it's like it's more that these times have overlapped in my estimation, rather than that we know which one is the purest. Like, because we've got democratic open markets, or we've got feudal lords. So it's like, yeah, sure, democratic open markets have been more free and more engendering of freedom than other systems, but we don't have a huge sample size of either. We got 300 years of democracy and 300 years of capitalism, or 250-ish, you know.
I think we're coming up on this is year 250, is it not?
It is indeed.
Happy birthday, or happy 250th anniversary.
If we make it,
There's
we
America.
might not make it, brother.
No, we'll make it. We'll be fine. We'll be celebrating with a big old UFC fight on the White House lawn to
Red might
commemorate.
fucking take us out, man. Jesus.
Do you guys remember the special quarters for the 200-year anniversary?
Is that the one where they did a quarter for every state?
No, that was
No.
much later. That was closer to the 2000s.
225.
Oh yeah, I was about to say that's when I was a kid. The 200th anniversary would have been 50 years ago, and I wasn't
It had the
alive.
Statue of Liberty on the back, I think.
Oh, is that what it was?
Is it a good one?
Yeah, it's just one of those rare collector ones, like a wheat penny, you know? You kept an eye out for them.
Yeah.
Have you got any?
I'm sure I do. I could go, but are we gonna get in more of the Pangburn thing?
No, I think
Yeah,
we
I
should talk
suppose
about
we-
quarters.
This is the topic that's gonna. Have you been keeping up with this whole thing, Japingro?
I've been keeping up with most of it, and
Yeah.
I can see both sides.
Yeah.
They're talking past each other.
Yeah, it's
Destiny is
painful.
pretending like nothing has ever happened, and it's always been this way.
Yeah.
And
Or at
if
least
you
I think
hide everything,
that's what he's giving off because he's pushing back so hard without giving enough ground at the same time. Like I think he should be pushing back, but he should be like he should push back and then say, "Here's where the reasonable landing pad can be." Okay, well wait, it's sure this might be an unprecedented amount, but that's because the precedent amount was 0, and so is it really mass, you know, mass sexual assault gangs, mass grooming gangs because there's one? Maybe not, probably not. It kind of seems like no. Um I've never seen any like significant evidence that there's just a mass epidemic that needs like that the government is just ignoring as it scourges the countryside of England. Like that just doesn't seem real at all. It's that's why I said earlier it seems like this is one of those issues where it's polarized where if you've heard about it it's either because, you know, you're being politically manipulated in one way or the other generally.
I think part of this is it's just easier to have this shadow conversation on both of their parts. Where Konstantin, like I said, is using he's
The
focusing in
epidemic.
on very particular things. Yeah, exactly, and using words to make it rhetorically sound as big as possible. Let's put it that way. Um, and then Destiny, by playing the I don't know what you mean, I don't know what you mean, they're both avoiding the much harder conversation. And maybe because they're not experts, either one of them, on the topic. But the harder conversation that would be much more interesting to hear would be, all right, where is the actual line? How do we know when we've gone too far?
Yeah. That's why I think it wouldn't have been valueless for Destiny to say, I will think about where my line would be. Where's your line? What is the number? And if he just goes Constantine just goes with the one is too many answer, then we know he's not a serious person who's not serious about having conversations. And you know, fuck it, that's probably almost exactly what he would say too.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I just want to give a little bit more pushback to Destiny since he's the champion of the show, it seems. Because if you hide everything in a per capita, you can do a whole hell of a lot.
Well, yeah, but it means it's not unprecedented. If the per capita increase is like 2%, then turns out it's not a mass unprecedented epidemic of rape gangs. Turns out it was just like, you know, there was a serious crisis and some bad people got let in, and now you can kick them the fuck out. Deal with it. And you probably don't need, you know, Gestapo to do it. At least England has not gone full Gestapo yet. They're not creating Auschwitz with funny nicknames to it. Uh, which, God, have
Well,
you?
here's the thing. Would
Yeah,
you agree that Canada and England are having a, to whatever extent you're willing to say that there's a problem? Can you agree that Canada and England are having a bigger problem than we are currently in the States?
Canada and England are having a bigger immigration problem. Um,
Even if you just limit it to the amount of people who are frustrated and upset in terms of,
well, yeah, but then that's kind of giving the game away without actually playing the game. That's like, yeah. It seems like those are two completely different battles. And if I say, even if it's just people being mad, like, well, sure, then maybe they're mad about nothing, and that's a bigger problem than there actually is. Them being
no,
mad is a bigger
you're
problem than
absolutely
actually
right.
exists. Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
I
And
think in the case of
it feels
England,
like,
there is a real, you know, situation there that it's fair for them as a society to be like, hey, what is our number? Where should it be? And what should we do about the problems of mass migration happening from destitute regions? And I think the answer has to be we need to take some of them in, if for no other reason then you'll have a cultural touchstone to say we're not just going to let the third world fucking rot and become worse and more desperate and send even more people illegally through borders. Like that's one reason I think that we need to start taking our refugee populations more seriously and because if you just turn off your borders completely to refugees, then you're saying we do not care and have no reason to ever care about the well-being of these human beings that are fleeing destitute, horrible situations. And that's going to make you make poor international decisions that continue to just circularly make it worse. What do you think? Does that make sense?
I'm thinking about our founding fathers, as I'm ought to do.
Uh-huh.
And they didn't have a notion of illegal immigrant. We don't get that well into the late 1800s. So there's over 100, probably about 100 years where the United States as a country doesn't have the notion of an illegal immigrant. I would gladly make the trade that went along with that. During that same time period, we had no federal notion of entitlements or anything of the sort. I'm willing to go totally open borders if we get rid of the social safety nets.
Oh God.
What do you say?
To me, you're talking about like I'll cut my hand off if I also get to burn my face. Like that's what it sounds like to me. Or no,
Wait, which one of those
sorry,
is
you're
of
right.
immigration?
Yeah, okay, yeah. You're saying I will let you put a bandage on my arm if I also get to stick my hand in the toaster. That's what and I'm like, well, yeah, I'm definitely for the bandage. I'm definitely for the bandage. I messed up the metaphor at first, but yeah.
Fair enough. Something that I think legitimately cuts the difference, because my biggest concern with what you're saying is, well, let's just go balls to the wall. Why don't we let everybody? Honestly, on some level, there shouldn't be any real big problem with that, except for the fact that we kind of want to bring in people that are going to build us up at the same time, and we don't want to bring in people that are going to be spreading out the system in terms of payouts. So is that not like an interesting dilemma to say, hey, I agree with you from the freedom mentality. What is the notion of illegal? This is silly. But at the same time, we're taxpayers.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that I'm just like ideologically driven towards open borders and freedom, yada yada. I think it benefits us. I think it benefits them. I think it makes a more functioning world when you have that exchange of culture and economics, etc.
Well, let me ask you, why not?
Why not what?
Why are you not completely open border?
Yeah, at some point that could become problematic in different circumstances. It's definitely something that you should keep an eye on that gauge. Like we can
do we only care if it's problematic in a numeric sense, like the economy, or could it also be problematic in, and this goes right back to the conversation, the discussions that we're having?
Yeah.
That
you could
for
have
whatever
a
reason people
problem.
start to feel.
I don't think England is in that situation. I don't think America, and I know America is not in that situation. There are specific places, especially border towns, where there has been like an upheaval of culture because of tendencies of illegal or undocumented people to come across the border. Like in discrete circumstances, this does happen, but as a society, that is not a serious problem that we have. And I don't think it is in England, and it's definitely not in fucking Canada. I think we have the ability to convert people into a modern functioning society a lot better than conservatives pretend. Like the Italian American community is totally fucking different than it was 100 years ago when we started letting people become mass migrating Italians and Irish and Scots and whatever. What do you think? Do we have the ability to convert people?
Do I think we have the ability? When the United States puts its mind to it, we've done miraculous things. The question is, are we all pointing in the same direction to get that done? And the only way we do that is if we clearly define what we mean.
what we mean as far as where the boundaries are, or like
What
where
that
the
culture we want to create is.
okay.
Exactly. And that's the tough question. That question is hard AF, because part of us says, America, freedom, I'm an individual. You can't tell me to do jack whatever. At the same time, if it spreads as part of the culture that people are worried about this kind of thing, whether it's rhetorical or not, I would argue on some level it becomes a problem.
Well, I mean, it becomes a problem because they're talking about it. It creates an opening for political maneuvers to take advantage of that sentiment, and I think that's what we see more than a real problem. And I think that's just who's won the media war, and the answer is a bunch of dipshits. Bunch of dipshits on both sides. That's who's winning, is losers. Losers are winning in this social media war. All of the worst people are winning right now. It's alternating between like social media consultant class and Hillary Clinton, and like people who would have been good Germans. That seems to be where our culture is alternating between. Not a great set of options. And in my mind, Konstantin is like, he's the 15-degree grade down on that slippery slope. Like, well, shouldn't we just care about our white culture? I don't. White culture? What
yeah,
about...
he did that. That
No, he
inclusion
does say
of the
English culture. He does say English culture, but okay, yeah, that's why he's on the 5 and 10 degree. He's not quite saying white, but he will say white people will become a minority.
he is talking racial demographics, which I mean,
Yeah,
it
not
it gives
culture.
me reason to pause. Like, yeah, come on now. It's a bit that to me was one of the more egregious steps into a space of argument that I can't take seriously.
And
Well, I mean, the Smithsonian called it white culture, right?
Say it again.
The Smithsonian a few years back called it white culture. They made a whole poster about how white culture is a list of all of these, was like being on time,
oh no,
paying attention.
Wait, you know what? We're okay. We're going down this rabbit hole right now. We're not leaving that rabbit hole.
Oh, so wait.
You need me to look it up for you?
Yeah.
I mean, here.
We're gonna need the full source, and I'm gonna
James,
have some nicotine while I do that.
Can you close my stream before? I'll leave it up in case we want to come back to it, but I want to be able to fact check stuff and look things up.
Yeah.
Smithsonian.
Wait a sec. I haven't done.
Oops, I already did it. Well,
you know what? It's still gonna show in the background, I think, but we'll see how it works.
Whatever.
Don't open up your taxes folder.
Won't open taxes. Won't open goon folder. There'll be no short stack leaks on this stream.
I sent it to you on Discord.
Who, me?
I definitely remember this meme, but and I think
it's
we might be about to debunk.
Real.
Aspects and assumptions of whiteness and white culture in the United States.
What is the source?
Smithsonian Institute, is it not?
Sure, but yes. by whom and in what context?
All right.
National Museum of African American History and Culture. That's what it looks like.
All right, so let's just oh fuck. How woke defender can I be in this bit?
Oh, here, should I show this on stream? I suppose I should.
Is it on stream? I was going to say, yeah, we should walk through these.
Yeah.
All right.
This is important.
This is what our government was, again, de facto describing as the white culture, which James
you
is
say
saying
our
this is how we
government. You say
reinforce
our
these things.
government. This is the Smithsonian, and just because
What do you think the Smithsonian is? It's our national set of museums.
Sure, but they're a cultural institute, not a. It's not like they're enforcing
They're
this
directly
out.
subservient to the federal government.
Yeah, but this isn't a law. This isn't like telling anyone how they ought live. This is an art piece. This is a piece of culture.
Hang on. Do you think the people that are allowing what comes out of the Smithsonian, that they're not academically inclined?
I didn't say that. I'm saying that
Wait,
they are.
right.
I said they're not legislating. These are not laws.
I agree they're not legislating, but these are our academics, right?
Yeah, and they're doing what academics are supposed to do, which is explore cultures and idea.
So specifically, this is from the National Museum of African American History and Culture. Is this a statement about these are the things that are white culture, or is this a statement about like these are the things that are assumed incorrectly are aspects of white culture that Black people are held to a standard?
Yeah, I think it's a critique of the concept of whiteness. I mean, you've got up, eh?
Yeah, I've got the little form up, but I'm looking on their website. I would love to find the like actual source for this little thing, this document here, so we can figure out like why it was made and what it was trying to say.
Here, I've got a Newsweek article for you.
This wasn't written by John J. Smithsonian.
It was put out by their, well, I don't want to necessarily say their press office, but at the time I remember it being a big hubbub because it was like official.
Right, but it's not like a manifesto of like we as white people declare that this is our culture. It was more of
white people declare Black people are late. We're canceled.
I don't think they're saying anything about Black culture. They're just
it does
saying this is stereotypical white culture.
It does by occlusion, right? What's that? What does occlusion mean? My brain is mush.
What? You're saying by like segregating it, by saying, well, this is this, and therefore everything else is that. And that's fine. But again, which one of the Smithsonian museums is this coming from?
The National African American or National Museum of African American History and Culture.
I don't think those people are necessarily trying to otherize their own people.
Wait a minute. What do you mean by those people?
Okay, bring up the article.
I mean, the people who are at the
article.
I'm just fucking with you.
I imagine if they work there, they're probably not racist bigots.
Let's hope not. That would be a horrible disconnect.
You can be a racist bigot and work for a intellectual institution. Let's not preclude that. I'm not saying that this isn't racist.
Well, but this is the Black People Museum, basically.
Yeah, they can be.
And
I think they were being anti-racist. And they're being anti-racist to show out what the dominant white culture is.
Okay, so
and things that you need to be aware of.
Yeah, that's
because when people talk about American culture, they're just assuming these things. But this is only like Western European.
Yeah, I'm remembering it now. Yeah, this is a very earnest attempt at that. But you would say that's what they're attempting to do. But what did they succeed in doing in your eyes?
They succeeded in otherizing both groups exactly the way you laid it out.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So this is saying that white culture.
Bring up the article, Kyle.
It's on my Discord. Okay, here. Yeah, I'll. This is how I do it.
Here we go. Wait, you're
perfect. Thank you.
No, let's read the context here in Newsweek. Go up.
Okay.
The Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture recently unveiled guidelines for talking about race. A graphic displayed in the guidelines entitled Aspects and Assumptions of Whiteness in the United States declares that rational thinking and hard work, among others, are white values. In the section, Smithsonian declares that objective, rational, linear thinking, quantitative emphasis, and hard work before play, and various other values are aspects and assumptions of whiteness. Yeah, it seems like they probably posted cringe.
For context, what was the date on this article, since it said it recently came out in this article?
2021. Published 2020, updated 2021 in May. So they got a year later update.
Ooh, foreshadowing.
The Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture had no comment for Newsweek. They referred to the website's page titled Whiteness when asked for additional comment. The graphic was later removed from the page. That's probably the update. White dominant cultures. Okay. Quote, white dominant culture or whiteness refers to the ways white people and their traditions, attitudes, and ways of life have been normalized over TM and are now considered standard practices in the United States. The introduction to the section reads, and since white people still hold most of the institutional power in America, we have all internalized some aspect of white culture, including people of color. So here's what they probably were identifying is...
Hang on, you're only allowed to do the long W when it's on the lowercase white culture.
Okay, pardon. I apologize.
Right.
It has to be capitalized, you say, or under...
No, on the lowercase, because it's specifically lowercase oftentimes for white culture, where other minority cultures are never lowercased in that way.
Noted. Wait, other minority... Well, yeah, that's because they're proper names, whereas white is not proper. It's kind of proper in the term black, because that's...
Well, black gets capitalized.
Yeah, exactly. I'm saying that's the exception because of their specific place of not having a capitalized culture to come from in America. Because we... Oh,
okay, so you agree with the Smithsonian that we need to be well aware of the parts that are white.
Not necessarily in this way. I think there are assumptions of white culture, but that's not what these people did. These people did modern American culture and how that... And have you ever heard the there's like a little joke or something?
Whoa. Modern American culture is very diverse.
Yes.
I feel uncomfortable with you like stereotyping it to just that one group of people. Like there's all kinds of other things outside of white culture, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying... I'm saying they screwed up in labeling this white culture, and what they were really doing is saying some common modern assumptions that people make. They're saying that these are white assumptions. These are just modern assumptions.
Again, look at the source. Why would they choose to otherize themselves? Especially from these... We haven't even looked at the ideas. Let's read through some of these ideas.
Oh my God, you're just... I'm not saying that they succeeded in doing that. I'm not saying that they succeeded in critiquing white assumptions. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that what they're actually doing is just pointing out some modern assumptions. And I'd like to illustrate that with this concept of I forget who this guy... Robert Anton Wilson always tells a story about fish in water. There's two young fish, and they're whistling in the water as fish do.
They're whistling in the water?
Yep, they are. Shut up. And then an older fish goes by in the other direction and says, "How's the water treating you, boys?" And he just keeps going, and then the two younger fish look at each other and say, "What the fuck is water?" Because they haven't even thought about the culture and basic assumptions that they're making about the world around them and how it relates to them. They haven't even identified that there is such thing as water. And I think...
All right. Are you saying...
Let me finish my fucking sentence. And so the assumptions that these people are identifying are not white assumptions, but they're just modern assumptions. They are identifying some of the water that we in the modern culture live in, and they're misattributing it to whiteness because they're overly grievance cultured.
Hey, you answered it. I appreciate that. That was going to be exactly my question. Were they misattributing?
Yeah, I said that like 8 times, and I've done that for like the last 5 minutes. I've been saying that they misattributed it, and then they're identifying modern culture, not white culture.
Playing devil's advocate for them, I'm going to ask, well then, all right, if that's just modern culture, we can still designate capital B black culture. We can still designate capital A Asian culture. What is white culture?
Dancing without moving your legs. It's
excessive mayonnaise use.
clapping ahead of the beat, or behind the beat.
Yeah.
Never on 2 and 4.
I was gonna say clapping on 1 and 3. Yep.
Yeah.
Unintentional syncopation. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all good.
Mark Casti was a 1 and 3 clapper that would go to his grave unable to dance.
Yeah, shout out to the first saxophone chair in our high school band.
Yeah. Shout down. Mark Casti.
So,
hey guys,
flawless
I'm sorry,
musician,
I gotta jump
unable
off
to
for
clap.
oh, you're
Unable to
jumping
clap.
off.
Yeah, I'll try to come back on later, but I got family calling. Sorry.
Okay.
All right, very well.
Later, buddy.
Bye.
Thanks for calling
Oh, we just picked up all this momentum talking about this
in. Whiteness. Let's
whiteness.
meme on the. You know, we'll bring it back if he comes back. We'll
all right,
meme
yeah.
on
I was
this.
really looking forward to comparing my adherence to what they determine as white culture.
Should we get a little of that taste?
I mean, I guess we could. Or we could get back to this.
Let's get back into the real pain. The deep
enthralling.
pain.
Yeah.
Ugh.
All right. So I believe last we left off, we were trying to figure out how much a lot is.
For 20 minutes. That turned into 25 minutes of our discourse.
Okay.
We'll get to the
Here we
bottom of
go.
this. It's performatism all the way down.
No. They're gonna turn it around at some point. It's gonna actually. Oh, that's right. When we last left off, Destiny brought it back to that all this is the same continuation of a pattern that's gone since before Brexit, before various things in England's history that where they're exaggerating claims that are bad, but they're doing it to make poor arguments about why they should be in power, and then they get in power.
Oh yeah.
Their solutions
Destiny just
their
punched
solutions
back.
don't work.
Finally. Get in there, Destiny.
So let's see if Konstantin can retake the reins on this debate. Oh, and I got an applause break too.
Yeah. He killed it with that last response.
Well, that was a wonderful presentation. The problem for you is I voted Remain in the referendum.
Because you hadn't been bullied by the Cambridge students yet. I'm aware of the history, but I know.
So you've come here with a bunch of talking points. That's great.
Hold on. We can break down
Stephen,
anything you want.
stop interrupting.
Don't accuse me of having talking points.
Stop
Deal with my
interrupting.
arguments.
Stop interrupting.
Then address what I
Stop
said.
interrupting.
Address what I said.
Stop interrupting.
Address what I've said.
Stop interrupting.
I believe in you.
Stop interrupting.
I believe
I let
in
you
you.
talk,
I
and I
do
let you
not.
make your points. Have some respect for me and for my opportunity to express myself as well. That is how a debate is conducted. So stop interrupting.
Destiny should be
We
doing
started
this.
this with a conversation about mass immigration, and I gave you the facts on it, and I defined what immigration is, right? Mass immigration. Now, you're talking about culture. I also explained to you what culture is, and I explained it to you by explaining that it's a continuity of certain things, which may also evolve over time. Now, in terms of your point about mass immigration since Brexit, I was not a supporter of Brexit. I didn't think it was necessarily a good idea, and I agree with you that it hasn't reduced immigration, but I don't see how that's relevant to this conversation. We have had mass immigration happen in this country continually over a long period of time, which has changed the country in the way that I gave you. And I gave you a number of examples, like Islamist terrorism, like grooming gangs, and other things, which I don't think you were able to address because they counteract the argument that you keep making, which is, well, nothing changes when you bring in 8 million people over 30 years.
Did I say that?
Can I finish, please?
Did I say that?
Can
Why do
I
you have to
finish?
interject?
Can I
North
finish,
in the
please?
chat.
You
Can
just
I
can't
fin-
address anything
Can I
say.
finish,
Okay.
please?
Say again.
North is in the chat. What's up, North? Welcome to pain. Welcome to pain and suffering. We are watching the Konstantin versus Destiny video, and we have gotten 25 minutes in, and they've only just finished deciding on if a lot means a lot or kind of a lot.
It's a fruitful discussion indeed. Let's keep
Yeah.
watching.
Have you seen this yet, North? Let us know.
Is he in chat or is he in the waiting list?
He's in chat. I was checking
Okay.
if he wants to join up.
All right.
If I
Pretend it's
interrupted
a
you,
podcast
if
episode,
I
go ahead.
interrupted you every
Make a
time you
position for me.
misrepresent my
Go for
argument,
it.
you'd never talk at
Go
all.
for it, okay.
So can I finish, please? You made the point that basically what I'm trying to say is, not trying to say, what I'm saying is when you bring in large numbers of people into a country from a different culture, that will necessarily change the culture. The other thing that I explained to you is there's been such a large wave of immigration into this country now that has fundamentally changed the sense of British people about the place in which they live. It is affecting the demographic dynamics of major cities in this country and the way people feel about that. But all of those things, the facts that I gave you about immigration, they are what they are. You can think that they're good, you can think that they're bad. That is a separate conversation. The facts are what they are. right? There's also a thing about how British people feel about it. When I came to this country in 1996, 3% of the British public thought that immigration was a major concern. Today, about 65 to 70% of British people say that there are too many immigrants in this country and too many immigrants coming here. Now, I think British people probably have a better idea of how they feel about immigration than you, Stephen, and that is how they feel.
All right, so I mean, we've seen this before, right?
Literally the feels argument. Literally just,
yeah.
well, don't you think people feel this way? Like, who fucking cares? You haven't made an argument.
And I'm sure that the next thing Steven's going to say is, yeah, they feel this way because there's all sorts of
The kooks
people
like
bitching
you,
about. Yeah.
dude.
Yeah. Well, let's see if we're on with that.
Why do you think over half the British population believes that the majority of the immigrants here today are here illegally, if they've got such a great handle on it or a great idea about what immigration is doing to the country?
The reason that people overestimate immigration is people generally, when asked about things, overestimate pretty much everything or underestimate things terribly because people are not very good with numbers.
That's rich coming from a man who is trying to figure out exactly how many gangs equals mass.
Yeah, and had no significant answer.
But the other reason, of course, people aren't able to quote you the exact number of people who
I didn't ask for a quote of the exact number.
You said this earlier, and I'm addressing your broader point, which is why do people misunderstand the immigration statistics? Is that people don't look at immigration as this is the number of people who came this year and this is the number of people who came last year. They look at the reality of their lives, they look at the change they see around them, and what they're really concerned about is the cumulative impact of immigration over the period of their lifetime,
Not
which, as I
answering the
explained to you,
question at
has
all.
been
Nope.
No way addressing what's been said.
unprecedented over the last 35 years and will be even more unprecedented in terms of its cumulative impact over the next 35 years. Now, it's true that immigration has come down to 300 or something thousand in the last year. Doesn't mean it will stay that way, but also I never predicted it would get to 1 million. I think Matt did. But the point I would make is the transformation over a 30-year period is what people actually care about and which is what they're right to care about. Now, as for the point about illegal immigration, yeah, it's true. Illegal immigration is a smaller percentage of the total immigration that we have than legal immigration, but it's still higher today than it was 35 years ago and 30 years ago, which is way too high. Illegal immigration should be zero. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Do we have any final thoughts before we move on to the next?
Yeah, I mean, every crime should be zero, but there's always going to be some amount of crime or some amount of illegal immigrants. I guess the issue I have is that, you say, why do the British people not understand the exact numbers? I didn't ask for the exact numbers. It's like 10 or 11 million to 1 million. There are different estimates from 500,000 to 1.3 million or whatever illegals. That's a big ratio, 10 to 1 to be off by, to assume it's 50-50, or that there are more illegals than there are legal immigrants here. And I think the issue is people in your position, or people like Reform or Restore, depending on how far right you want to go, lie constantly about the immigrant population in the United Kingdom.
There it is. Yep. Because people like him keep misrepresenting numbers. That's why people feel the way they feel.
Yep.
And
Dipshit, new news media is just out there lying to get clicks.
Result of selling those lies to the people, you get these ridiculous plans or attempts to fix it all in the United Kingdom. And because the problem was never as severe as it was stated in the first place, the problem ends up not being solved, and then you exacerbate other problems. So at the end of the Tory government, with this attempt with like the Rwanda plan, this idea that you're going to ship people to other countries to have them processed first, or with the idea that leaving Brexit would give the UK greater control over their illegal immigrant population. And the reality is it did just the opposite. You didn't have the right to access the same people that were trying to claim asylum in the EU, and then if they were rejected once there, to send them back if they came to Britain next. You lost access to a lot of these things. And then the same people that were in charge of pushing those ideas are now telling you and selling you on the idea that reform is going to come in and somehow fix the very same issues that they've been lying about and have failed to fix in the past. And you might hear this talking point, this cope that, well, reform is different. We're not going to be like the old conservatives, but then you've got all your politicians are going to be MP Tories that are defecting to join the new Reform Party. So I don't know where all this new blood is going to come from. I don't know. It just seems like a whole bunch of like, here's a fake problem. I'm going to put it in front of you. There is like a real problem here. Regardless of what you said earlier, I don't think rapes are good, mass rapes or normal rapes. I think there should be some probably cap on what type of immigrants and how many should come to the country. I just never really hear a discussion on any of that. I just hear 500,000 British girls have been gang raped by mass grooming gangs, and it wasn't like that when I came over in '96, despite the fact that those Rotherham grooming gang scandals started in the '80s. So I don't feel like I ever hear anything of substance being spoken about.
Well, it's a pity we didn't have someone from Reform on stage so you could rehash your Wikipedia talking points to them.
You're a Reform voter, though, right?
No, I've never
Really?
voted. I've never voted for Reform.
Would you vote for Reform in the upcoming election?
It depends on who stands in my constituency. Last election, I voted for a Liberal Democrat.
I didn't ask about last election. In the upcoming election, will you vote for Reform?
I will probably vote for the same person who's a Liberal Democrat.
Okay, so you don't think you would support the Liberal Reform guy I don't know in your
Liberal
constituencies.
reform. There's no party called
Or,
liberal
I'm sorry,
reform.
you won't support the reform candidate in whatever upcoming election. I don't know what constituency you live in.
I just told you that at the last election I voted for a Liberal
Yeah, I
Democrat.
know, but the
And
reason
at
why
the
you're saying this is because you
stop
won't answer for the next
interrupting.
one.
Stop
Totally
interrupting.
question
Stop
dodge.
interrupting. Stop interrupting.
Yeah, go for it.
I just told you that at the last election I voted for a Liberal Democrat, and at the next election I intend to vote for him as well.
I'm just curious. You said in the past that you regret, or not that you regret, that you voted Remain for Brexit. Do you think that was a good vote? Do you think you should have remained, or do you think Brexit was a mistake?
I don't regret my vote for Remain, no.
Do you think Brexit was a mistake?
I think it had its negatives and positives, yeah. Like,
Are you sure you're not running for a political party right now? Because that was the most politician answer I've ever heard in my life.
Oh
Do you
my
think that
God.
on net, was
every
Brexit a
decision
mistake?
has
There's a
trade-offs that are
reason,
positive
pause.
and
There's a reason. There's a reason that centrists like this, you and Republicans generally, and everybody that wants to make a political answer instead of answer the real question, want to do it, and it's because they know the fucking answer to the question is, yeah, I'm the dipshit you're saying I am. Like, yes.
No, he's actually quite liberal.
Well,
He's like Piers Morgan.
He's got that, and that's the thing. In this, he didn't have to do that this time. He could have just been like, no, I planned to, because in the end, when he did finally answer the fucking question, but he's got that slimy instinct to just like, well, you've asked me a question. It must be a trap to tell the truth. So I'm going to start, well, in the last election, what I did last time. Yeah, they're trying to trade on credibility that they never established in the past, but trust me, I've been a liberal this whole time. It's you that's gone crazy. Nonsense. Every one of these people at the end of it, they can't answer a straight question until you push them for fucking. It takes 45 seconds of them calling you a debate lord to just get them to answer the fucking question you asked them. Pain.
negative.
Remember what I said earlier about saying words that mean nothing? Obviously, this is true. But I'm asking, do you think that Brexit on net, was it a mistake?
I think a lot of people think that Brexit ruined the economy.
I'm not asking what a lot of people think.
As if
Still hasn't answered the question.
As if to emphasize everything we've been saying for the last 45 minutes.
I'm asking you, on net, do you think that Brexit was a mistake?
I think it had some things that made things worse, and I think it had some that...
If you were God and you could choose whether or not the UK voted 51% Brexit or 49% Brexit, what would you push the button to have had them vote? 51% they would Brexit, or 49% and then they would remain in the European Union?
I honestly don't know.
Okay, but so the reason why I asked this question is to illustrate. I asked this question to illustrate how frustrating it is when people like you say things like, "Well, I voted Liberal last election," or "I voted Remain." Okay, you don't stand by that anymore, though. You constantly do this thing. No, you don't. You constantly do this thing where you come on stage or you go on your show and you'll say things like, "I used to be a liberal, but the liberals have changed so much." Or, "I used to be a left-leaning person." And I know you've tweeted the dumb picture. I know you've done it. They've changed so much, and now I have to identify with the center right. I've heard you literally say things like Tommy Robinson make statements to the left on immigration compared to Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama.
He does.
Yeah, okay.
He does.
I've heard you say
That's a
something like
fact.
right. But then when
That's
I
a
ask,
fact.
but then you guys say that everybody else has changed, and then I ask you about your past political votes, you won't defend them. So it seems like you're the one that's changed, which is fine. But
We did
you should just
not
own that.
pre-watch this.
I voted Remain for reasons that...
We did not pre-watch this. We did not pre-watch this. He's just so predictably spineless. And Destiny's taking him to town for it finally.
This isn't a real debate, right? Like at this point, I think we've narrowed down this is not a real debate. This is it's like they're both playing into the sort of meta debate industry where there is no common ground. There is no trying to reach a conclusion of truth. They're just playing to. I'm a little biased because I think that Steven's way more good faith than Konstantin. I think he's being pulled into this game. But at this point, I think that Steven's recognized that there is no real debate that's going to happen here. They're both just trying to make the other person look ridiculous to their respective audiences.
And at least he's done the groundwork to justify that, the crowd is clapping on his behalf, laughing at the spinelessness of Konstantin. You know what? For once he doesn't have an internet audience of people that just suck up to him. So real people came out and are seeing the real spinelessness on display in real time. And that's a beautiful thing a little bit here to hear.
So earlier you declared that you thought Destiny was losing the optics.
It was that at the 22-minute mark, whatever that rallying speech brought it all back.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was thinking more of the actual centrist or right-wing person that Destiny should be trying to reach out for when I said that. Like on balance, it was pretty 50-50, but to that extent, he's not gaining anything from this conversation other than notoriety. And I do believe that Destiny is somebody that wants to make positive political progress, even if, his better judgment isn't always listened to in himself.
Yeah.
So I was more trying to give criticism of where he should be if he was trying to look for the best outcomes. But yeah, he has definitely brought it back ever since that rally at the 22-minute mark.
I think we're about to move on to a new topic. If I remember, the moderator said that we're getting last thoughts on this topic, so we'll see if that continues.
So we're entirely different from the reason that most people voted Remain. The reason I voted Remain is I thought that it would weaken Europe's ability to stand up to Russia. I think I've been proven right on that. And I think the division within Europe has made Europe weaker in terms of its ability to stand up to Russia, and I think we've seen that. So in that respect, I think I was right to vote Remain. What I don't agree with is the narrative that a lot of people like to spin, that Brexit ruined the economy. I don't think that's true at all.
That's your reason, is Russia?
I mean, I think that's a decent reason to vote Remain. I think if that's the only reason, I would certainly disagree with that.
There's I guess there's a small set of worlds where Brexit is the difference maker on whether or not Europe stands against Russia. Okay, it's non-zero. It's non-zero. Sure, it's there. There's a there there. Okay, there's a there there. We'll give more good faith than that's the least stupid thing he said this whole time. I would have a lot of other reasons why I think Brexit was a failure. The economic chaos, the loss. Basically, they're still subject to the EU. They just don't get to vote. There's just dozens of reasons to be against Brexit. But if your one reason is it makes them maybe sometimes weaker against Russia, even though it kind of seems like they still all have the same motivations, I guess, yeah, there's places where England can break suit with the EU and be a shitty scab for its own. Okay, yeah, sure, yeah, there's that non-zero. But if that's your thing, then I'm going to cast shade. This is the least stupid thing he said. He hasn't made a good point. This is the least stupid thing he said the whole time. Well done.
Yeah,
Konstantin.
I don't
give him
know
credit.
We'll give it, a little bit of credit.
Now what we'll really judge him on is if this is the least stupid thing he says the entire time. Then we've got then this is a slight against him for this being the least stupid thing you say in this whole 2 hours or whatever.
Sure, yeah.
Then voting, we've got a real problem.
Voting against Brexit was the right call for standing up to Russia. We'll mark that down. We'll see if he can exceed that.
Look at the way other European economies are performing. They're performing even worse than the British economy. So my attempt to give you a nuanced answer is not my refusal to stand by my vote. It's an attempt to use my brain and give you a nuanced answer. Now, in terms of final, did you want to wrap up?
Wait. So he immediately re-lowers the bar by saying that they were right to leave because their economy is better than the EU at large on average. You're talking about a lot of Belaruses and shit in there, aren't you? Right?
Yeah, there's a few countries in the EU that
is Romania EU?
I'd have to pull up the list to look.
There's a lot of Transylvanias in there, is what I'm saying. There's a lot of Lithuanias in that pile.
I don't know that Transylvania is a real place. I believe it's in Romania? Is that true?
Couldn't tell you. I don't know.
No.
There are vampires there. I will confirm that.
Yeah. I mean, we've all seen the documentaries, so.
Yep, Van Helsing, great documentary.
All right. Final thoughts on this topic. That would be great, guys.
So final thoughts on this topic. I would just recap and maybe add one other thing. We have had a level of mass immigration into Britain that has been extremely disruptive over a fairly short period of time, that has created an environment in which major cities in this country are effectively no longer the domain of the native population of this country, which is very disruptive to the people who've lived here. I'm not one of them. I myself am an immigrant, but I totally recognize that that's happened. I think culturally there have been some terrible things that have happened. I mean, the example of terrorism and grooming gangs is just one of them. But the failure of integration more broadly has been a big problem, to the point where you now saw in the by-election and Gordon Denton, the Green candidate, campaigning in Urdu in a foreign language, in a language not of our country, which I think is a signal of the terrible divisiveness that is we are likely to see in other communities or in other constituencies.
Horrifying.
Where some communities haven't
It's an
integrated
abuse
at all.
of our national culture for someone to not speak English.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to be fair, like they are like their official language is also the name of their country. Well, no, it's not anymore, is it? Their country is the United Kingdom. Well, but it's the King's English, and so yeah, okay, fine. Whatever.
I think what that signals is a kind of, a democracy works when people vote on the ideas that are being offered to them, not the ethnic and religious background of the candidate or the things that they will tell them. And I think you're increasingly seeing that. So all of these things are big worries.
The things that they should tell them? You shouldn't vote based on the things that someone tells you. It's just words. It's just word salad. It doesn't mean anything. It's not meant to mean anything. It's just vibes. That's all they've got. It's so deeply sad.
And of course, a lot of this would have been much easier to manage if we hadn't also at the same time had the doctrine of diversity, inclusion, and multiculturalism, which have, instead of creating a monoculture into which people are encouraged to buy in and integrate, have instead created a society in which people are encouraged to see themselves as members of an individual community, which I think is essentially the end of a democratic process the way we've understood it to this point. So I think these are all terrible developments.
Individualism is the death of democracy. It's just vibes. Words don't mean anything.
I mean, I think what he's trying to say is that because England has done a terrible job of integrating immigrants, they have established insular cultures within their society that don't blend together in an effective way for maintaining social cohesion, right?
Sure, that's the steel man. I'm taking issue with the words he's actually saying, though, right? Like, if you asked me to steel man his position, I'd be like, well, the real underlying thing that is a legitimate conversation to have is this going too fast, yada yada yada. But then there's the words he says. That's
right. I just it's frustrating to me that this argument is being summarized in a way that, like, I feel like it's only just materialized what the best version of his position is now being clarified right as we're ending the discussion.
At the end of the discussion, yeah.
Which also once again leans into his strategy of derailing things long enough to make Destiny seem like a triggered libtard.
Yeah. If I just say a bunch of stupid shit and one thing that you must agree with, if you start disagreeing with all the stupid shit I said, then you sound like an asshole and it's your problem. But the reality is, I'm the one that said a bunch of stupid shit, and then I'm pretending you're a prick for disagreeing with the one rational thing I've said. But I've only said that at the end of a long list of stupid shit I've said.
Continues, it will only get worse.
Thank you.
I mean, we introduced new things, so I don't know. I don't know what the monoculture is.
What final thoughts are we going to have?
Well, I mean, when we introduce new concepts like DEI was why Liz Truss, helped 700,000 people come to this country from mainly non-EU places. I just don't know how DEI was the policy there from the Tories that enabled all that mass migration. When we talk about the monoculture,
you're right,
I don't know about the United Kingdom. I mean, Scottish people don't seem like they share a monoculture with English people. I feel like rural people and city people don't have much of a monoculture. I don't know if they've ever had a monoculture. I know in the United States, we talk all the time about the difference between city slickers and the good old people in the country and doing the farms and everything. But then we're also simultaneously very concerned about demographic change in the cities. But then at every other point, it seems like the country-related people hate the urban-related culture anyway. So, yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting at some point, maybe at some time in your life, if you ever wanted to dive into these issues for real, maybe on your show or with somebody you're more comfortable with who won't challenge you as much. It'd be interesting to hear a conversation about what do these values look like. When you talk about changing culture, and the answer is, well, some people bring crime. That's not culture. That's like changing culture would require you to identify some fundamental aspect of the culture of a country and then to point out to how that fundamental aspect is changing. When you say immigrants are coming and a lot of them commit crime, it's not really a real answer. It's not very satisfying. It's not really getting to the heart of the issues. And
gotta be real disappointing to think that you've gotten to the finish line without having to have like substantial critique to your presentation of argument, and then in an egregious neglect of the rules, your opponent, in this case Steven, takes the time to break decorum to point out the fault of your final claim.
Sure.
Like Konstantin, he almost made it. He almost got through the debate without having to deal with that. And it's really unfortunate.
That Destiny got to reply to his substantive argument.
Sure, yeah.
You almost got away with it.
Yep. And it is a shame that we didn't get to have that discussion.
Yeah, that's the real shame.
Yep.
Whereas Konstantin finds it to be a shame that he actually look at this dipshit look on his face. He looks so I'm gonna take my ball and go home about.
He was so pissed. How many final thoughts we're gonna have?
You waited until the final thought to have your first thought. That's your fault, okay?
Oh God. All right.
Shall we move on to wokeism?
Sure.
Oh God,
so the question-
that's our conversation. Shall we move on to wokeism? Oh,
okay, this is gonna be trash. This is gonna be straight trash.
No vegetables to be found in this conversation. Nothing. Not
Good
even
Lord.
any meat.
I'm gonna have to take a brief safety meeting if we're gonna be talking about wokeism with Destiny and
having a safety
Constantine.
meeting.
Dear Lord. BRB. Hold the fort for a second, James.
Oh God. Well, here we are, stuck in this absolute shit fit. Wokeism. You know what? Destiny seems to see the deep pit of sadness that he's in. The second category of deep foundational discussions about philosophy we have. Is it the economy? Is it the war in Iran? Is it the political divide in the media landscape? It's wokeism.
Wokeism.
Fuck me.
And to make matters worse, my vaporizer is apparently uncharged, which means that I have to watch this debate without a mental filter. That's unfortunate.
Oh, no.
I'm going to be sober for this.
Oh no.
All right. Well, let's
You don't
dive
have
in.
an old-fashioned water bong?
No. I'm a future stoner. I only use methods that involve electronics.
I've had
Not to mention
someone murder a cow and suspend some of the THC in its gelatin scraped from its knees.
Is that what you did?
I think that's where gelatin comes from, right? Is cow knees?
It's knee gel. Is that where Jello comes from?
I think so. I think that's not fake news. Does
All right.
gelatin come from?
Yeah, let's get to the bottom of this. Anything to put off the wokeness conversation, quite frankly.
Knees are one of the biggest. Well, skin and bones.
Well, better to use it than not use it.
Yeah, unless you're murdering a bunch of animals to make your bullshit.
Well, I'm just saying, if you're going to murder an animal to make your bullshit, like,
Use the
don't
whole
just like,
animal.
hey, I just want the eyeballs, and then leave the rest to rot. Like that's
what I do. I'm an eyeball man.
You're an eyeball collector. We know this about you. All right, only way out is through. Let's keep going.
Question is, speaking of culture, has wokeism caused harm to the political climate?
Do you want to go first again?
Wait, what was the,
yeah, sure.
what was the prompt?
My question is going to be the
What was that?
What was the prompt?
Let's go back and get it from the source.
Culture. Has wokeism caused harm to the political climate?
I thought
There it is.
I thought they were gonna say the actual climate. I thought he was gonna go so triggered that he's gonna simultaneously say that global warming is real, but only because of wokeness.
Only because of wokeness. Wokeness
Because
is what
Al
set it
Gore
off.
has gone to too many political climate activism conferences on jet planes. Is why it's the only reason.
Yep, it's just filling the air with chemtrails, and that's what's fucking the whole thing up.
He would. He fucking would.
I want to ponder this claim for just a second, and this isn't just to prolong the diving into this, what is sure to be an awful discussion. Has wokeness Can we get it one more
Speaking
time?
of culture, has wokeism caused harm to the political climate?
Has wokeism caused harm to the political climate?
Absolutely, it has, and at the hands of Republicans. Republicans are the real wokies, okay? They're the ones that created all these culture war bullshits, okay? They've been doing it since the 70s and the Satanic Panic. They're the ones that make race an issue. They're the ones that make gay marriage an issue. They're the ones that make abortion an issue. They're the ones that make trans an issue, okay? The right and the Republicans are the real woke. And it's
Well, hang on.
it's
Back
time
in the
that someone said it.
1800s, Abraham Lincoln ended the Civil War, and he was a Republican. So
Whoa.
surely
Whoa.
Republicans can't be held responsible
There's been
for
more wokeism in the last 35 years than there has for the last 2,000 before it. And look at all the chaos we got going on, Kyle.
unprecedented amount of wokeism happening.
Unprecedented amount of wokeness, and look where we are.
Would you say it's a lot of wokeism?
No. It's mass.
How much?
It is
How much
mass.
wokeism? Okay, but
It's
not
an
a lot. How much?
epidemic of a little bit of wokeism.
How much wokeism before we progress from a little bit to a lot?
How much woke would a woke cut if a woke cut could fuck shit?
Almost, but we're gonna have to abandon ship.
I
back
practiced
to
with
the comment.
non-fawn thing. How many fawns would a non-fawn fawn if a non-fawn could fawn fawns?
Did you practice that?
No, I pretty much nailed it for the first one, but I did go over it 7 or 8 times to make
Like
sure that I
Mary
didn't
Tyler
fuck
Moore
it
at the
up
pool
live.
table. It's a damn shame nobody heard that live. Anyway, so yeah, I think that summarizes. I mean,
You're
that's
with
my
me on
position
that?
too.
Yeah, Republicans
Yeah.
are the real wokies.
Like, yes, wokeism has ruined the political climate because people won't shut the fuck up about it. We can't get back to solving real problems.
And it's
Anyway,
people have been saying dumb shit on the far left and the far right for all of history. Like, you could find someone to say the dumbest shit. It's just now that person says it into a video cam, and then Libs of TikTok makes it a national issue until Joe Rogan is like, the kids are shitting in litter boxes at school. Take my brain pills.
good old Rogan.
That's the real woke mind virus, is Republicans, conservatives, and dipshit centrists that cover for them by believing that everything that Libs of TikTok says is a fucking degenerate disease on society. You're the problem, okay? You're the problem, Wokenstein, fucking Konstantin. P.F. Jung is the problem. The centrists are the problem.
Damn, James talking shit. How do you want to call out any other creators while we're just taking aim at any centrists?
No. Just
okay,
him.
very well.
Wick TV, we're coming for you. Who else?
I lost a boner watching your debate, and I'm upset about it.
Why were you watching his debate with a boner in the first place?
It was a callback to our first episode where we talked about how Wick versus.
I know the callback. But I'm saying you lost a boner. Why did you have a boner? You can't just drop the bit when I inspect it. You'd be like, I was doing a bit. Yeah, well, okay, I'm doing the bit too. I'm yes-anding. And you're like, well, what do you mean, and?
All right, fine, let's start it back up.
Okay. The bit
I'm Brinkman. I am Brinkman.
Why.
The Brinkman call in was all a ruse. It was me the whole time. I was gooning, and when the debate came on, I was unable to goon anymore. It upsets me, and therefore, Wick, we're coming for you, brother. Anyway, enough of that.
You want to go first again?
This is a deep cut for some shit
nobody
watched. Matty B's gonna love it. That our 1-2 call in.
Sure.
Oh wait, no, we've got Black Widow is a 2 or 3-peat caller.
Yeah, we've had Lethal Lance
Chipingro's
in
a
a couple
double
times.
caller.
Yeah.
Chipingro might get these deep cut jokes.
See, these jokes aren't just for us. They're for other people. And who knows? Maybe someday somebody's gonna watch a clip of this episode and they're gonna be like, "Oh,
sense." They're gonna be like,
yeah.
These guys were genius from the beginning. That's such a good deep cut to a reference in their own life 2 weeks ago.
Right?
Someday it'll all come full circle, Kyle. They'll be talking about how actually season 1 with all its technical failures, was
Yeah.
actually the best.
Yeah, season 1 of the Marketplace of Ideas, they hadn't quite found their footing yet, but the spirit of the show was there. And if you
Rock
go back
hard.
and watch, you'll get it.
Yeah, he'll fucking
They
get
fall
it.
off around season 6 like most shows
No,
do. But
right
they
at
keep
season
going.
2. It's awful from next year on.
Next year's when we fall off?
Next year. Look forward to it, boys. We get big,
yeah.
but we fall off at the same one's going one way. The more successful we get, the less interesting the show has to become. So that
I guess
we
so.
become like this fucking asshole.
Yeah, maybe we'll take up Konstantin's gig.
We're
making.
just centrists.
Yeah. See, we'll have it on video. We used to be liberal.
Yep.
Until we realized the truth.
We've actually got ourselves on record. We didn't just show up to the party saying,
Right.
"Oh, I used to be left."
Yeah.
I'm
Anyway,
saying dumb commie shit on this stream weekly.
All right. We've made our claim. Let's see if we once again foreshadow Destiny's argument.
My question is going to be the exact same as the last one. How do we define wokeism? And can we name like 3 woke policies that we think are destroying Western culture?
You're a participant in this debate, so why don't you define them?
Well, the thing is, I can't, because your guys' definitions for everything change at all points in time. That's always the issue. That's always the frustrating thing when it
He's asked him to establish the thing that he's saying didn't destroy society. Well, don't you have to define it to know that it didn't destroy the society?
I'm just surprised he turned down the opportunity to talk.
Yeah, true. Yeah, well, because he knew it was a trap this time. You have to define wokeism and how it destroyed the world. Uh-oh, you've actually got to make your claim. Well,
He also looked a little caught off. He also looked a little caught off guard there with the mic in his lap. Maybe it was just that. He's like, I'm still thirsty.
Yeah, you know what? To be fair, just not having the charisma and energy to go. Just give me a sec, dude. My brain is in recovery mode. That's how you know everybody's being fucking performative, because they're not like, hey, can I just think about this for a sec? Because like, there's a lot of things to actually think about here.
Yeah, or if he just like held up his finger, doing this gesture while he keeps drinking his water, I think we would have all been like, okay, we're all humans here. We all need water.
Nope, he had to say something punchy and fuck you-ish. Well, why don't you actually it falls on you to make the argument, sir. You're the man making the positive claim that it has not.
Oh, is he going to do a "That's Not My Burden" on Destiny here?
He just did like the minor version of that. Go back 10. Let's listen to him. Well, why don't you? You're making the claim.
Look at that. He's like, oh
that
shit.
That was literally just a human moment of like, oh, give me a sec to think about why I'm all freaked out all the time about the wokies. Like, bro, this is your whole career. You don't have like something pre-baked. You don't have a boilerplate woke complaint for us. Come on, bro. Just talk about girl cock.
like 3 woke policies that we think are destroying Western culture.
Oh shit.
You're a participant in this debate, so why don't you define them?
Well, the thing is, I can't, because
Look at that. He goes back for the water. That's what it is. I called it. He just wants to drink more water.
He just wants to drink more water, but he's got to be performative. He can't think for a moment. He's allowed no human existence other than being just an impenetrable wall of anti-woke hatred. Like, he is the barrier that protects Western society, and it depends on him being maximally performative at every instant. Like, he was losing frame drinking water for 3 seconds. That was losing frame.
For everything change at all points in time. That's always the issue. That's always the frustrating thing when it comes to fighting.
Who's us guys?
Conservatives.
I'm not a conservative.
I know you say.
Oh boy. Yep.
That was the wrong time.
The conservative identification of wokeism and the idea that wokeism, whatever that.
Forget about conservatism. Let's talk about wokeness. So, what would be your definition of wokeness?
In the broadest sense, usually it's social issues that are very, very far left of the norm, I guess. But these positions in the United States, at least, tend to be held by.
Such as?
It might be certain things related to, I mean, trans people are obviously the hot go-to topic for everybody. It might be things specifically related to trans people. It might be things related to, they call it CRT, now they call it, or there was affirmative action, then CRT, then DEI. It might be people who are socialists, about the economy, or whatever that means to people. It really depends on where you're at, who would consider what woke, or what the conservative boogeyman of the day is.
I don't know what the conservative point of view. So your point of view is that wokeness is about trans people and DEI?
That seems to be the case when I look at
So that's your definition.
I don't define things as a wokeism. It seems like a really vapid, stupid definition. I would just talk about the issue or the policy
I
itself.
guess your issue is with the topic of our debate then.
Yep. Here we go. Yep. We're anything but the topic. Anything but the actual substance.
No, because I think that you obsessively talk about wokeism, so it's probably a good thing for us to have a discussion
I'm asking
on.
you.
I think that there it is, right? We called it. The argument is wokeness is detrimental. I mean, he hasn't said it's detrimental yet, but he has made the case that it's ultimately a boogeyman that is propped up by the conservative side. Yeah.
Yep. Did
Yep,
not
there we go.
pre-watch.
Didn't pre-watch.
Did we pre-watch the fact that he wouldn't engage at all? I mean, that's been the theme of the whole. We didn't call it this time. I guess we should make sure to call it. Hey guys, he's gonna try not to engage with the point on any level at any point.
We did make a prediction there. You did say that you expected that it was just going to be arguments about definitions and straying away from the topic. I gave him a little benefit of the doubt. I thought he might have a change of heart mid-debate and decide, you know what, this time I'm actually going to engage. Let's see if we can actually find some common ground and reach a real conclusion of truth and approach with some good faith. I was let down by that. So
To define it so that instead of continually asking me questions and then pretending not to understand my answers, we actually address your argument. So
if you feel like there's an answer I don't understand, you can feel free to ask me to explain your answer. I can do it with ease. They're very simple. You only need the cognitive power of like a 9-year-old to understand them. So
your definition of wokeness is, again, just coming back to it. So we're clear about what we're discussing.
The median view on social beliefs, the things that are to the furthest left, the most progressive, the most college student-y, young things, they tend to be around like gender things or minority issues or LGBTQI, whatever status. These tend to be like things people identify as woke.
So
now, to be clear,
actually a better definition of woke than I've ever heard a conservative say.
It's a good definition for how the word woke is used these days. If you go back to the original meaning of what the word woke was before it got co-opted by predominantly the right, but I mean just society in general, it used to just mean a general awareness of the effects that
the culture.
Yeah. It's like why are certain things the way they are? Well, it's because of these things that happened in our history, and being aware that the conditions of today are affected by the decisions of yesterday. That's more or less what wokeness used to be.
And the unexamined biases of today. There's the mark of history as well as the systems we haven't examined of each day as they come. Yeah. And that's what, it just meant being aware of the issues of society. That's all it means.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with like it comes from black culture, and it was often used specifically like in regards to things that pertain to black people, but there was nothing about it that was like exclusive to minority groups. You could say the same thing about like being woke about like, well, why are there a bunch of poor white folks in Appalachia, and being understanding of those conditions, why that is the way it is, would also fit underneath the old definition of pre-co-opted wokeness. But yeah, that's where we are now anyway.
And it
what
will
we're
not be discussed
in this section
nearly that coherently in the following statements.
Well, let's not give up hope. I'll hold out a sliver.
Go back 5 seconds.
5 seconds.
Issues or LGBTQI, whatever status. These tend to be like things people identify as woke.
So what we're discussing in this section of the debate is whether far left politics and progressivism has ruined society. Is that the discussion?
Yeah, sure.
What would you
the question was on wokeism.
Right.
And
I got you to define it.
Why
as far
can't
left
you
progressive.
give anything to this conversation? He's saying, yeah, sure. You need to agree on what wokeism is to be a part of this conversation. He's so performative, it makes me want to eat my own face.
Yes. So, insofar as I would define it, I don't see it as a major threat, at least to the United States, because I don't think that the people that tend to hold these views have any real political power. It tends to be college kids and people on Twitter. But conservatives are very concerned about this, and they talk about these issues all the time, and then they use them to power their policies that end up being even more regressive than the super woke stuff was progressive, because it wasn't really manifesting in a real way anyway. And now I have a country where half the states don't really have the ability to get an abortion for women because people thought that every 4-year-old was being forcibly transitioned to another gender. That's my issue with it.
Well, that's your country and your issue. But just coming back to our definitions so that we can know what we're discussing. What you're addressing
what
is...
a constant state of like gaslighting, non sequitur, non-reactions to anything you've said. Like this man abuses women in his spare time. Okay, this man clearly just lies about people to their face so that he can just. I'm getting allegedly, okay, allegedly. That's
Are
the
you
vibe
alleging
I'm
this?
getting. I'm alleging that is the kind of person that does this. Somebody who is fucking just constantly gaslighting you about what you've said, like, and just putting constant burden on you to be everything in the conversation while you have nothing in the conversation. Words mean nothing with this man. What a fucking farce. What a just inability to engage with the conversation at any level. This is abusive. He is an abuser. He is an abuser of words.
Well, speaking of engaging with the conversation, do we have anybody hanging out in chat right now, or is there anybody trying to get into the call?
I haven't checked the calls, but Northvods stopped in for a sec to say what's up, but I wasn't paying attention to the chat at the moment.
Oh,
I
it's all
couldn't have
good.
missed him by more than 5 minutes because that was after Chipingro left, and then within 5 minutes of Chipingro leaving, I noticed that, and he didn't respond.
Oh, well, we'll have to get up. We'll have to. One of the things that, as we get better at doing this show, is probably going to be like having like all the different monitors set up the way that we want, so that we can see all the different things happening at the same time. One of the things that I'm realizing is that to stream from my side, being in full screen probably way better, but it's also inhibiting my ability to see things.
Is it though? I want you to Alt Tab to another thing.
Alt Tab. Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe I just don't know how to use the internet properly.
You know, well, yeah, computers are technically
They're scary.
well, you gotta figure things out. Try things. That's the main thing. Oh, now we have lost picture
Oh.
after a little bit of time, but it's also not playing. So why don't you play it for a second, then Alt Tab, and we'll see.
All right, testing things out in the marketplace of ideas.
As far-left progressive politics had a negative impact on our society. That's
it'll just
how
keep
you
playing in the
understand this
background.
discussion, correct?
Am I going to say yes here, and you're going to go, I'm glad you agree that wokeism is far left?
No.
Yeah, I guess yes, that would be my understanding of this discussion,
Okay,
yes.
so
Yes.
good. Now we know what we're actually discussing. So in terms of its impact, I mean, one of the most obvious things, and I
Wait,
brought
what
up...
is your definition of wokeism?
I agree with you. I agree with your definition.
So this whole time he's
I think
just
it's okay
putting
to
the
agree on the
burden on
definition of
him, and like, well, wouldn't you agree? Can't you even make a simple statement about your ideas? It's like, I did. I was trying to make sure you agree. And he's like, oh, well, it's not my place to tell you what you think. But then at the end of it, he's like, no, I agree. Like, well, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You're a fucking abuser. Oh, what an awful, slimy fucking douchebag.
Well, 10 minutes in, Destiny is trying to make the conversation move forward by conceding or agreeing to the definition.
That woke is far left. Like, and is he trying to say that's some sort of own? Why have we been setting this up for 5 minutes of incredulous, like, questioning? Why couldn't we just say, yeah, wokeism is like far left, an array of far left issues? Like, that's a statement that could have been, because this guy's not there to have a real conversation.
Yep.
Discussion, right?
That's why I did it, so that we could agree on the definition.
Oh, okay. It felt a little bit more passive-aggressive than that, but my bad.
Well, that's your bad. Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
I've worked out the tricks that you play, and so I've trapped you in your own logic.
And to be clear, the trick that I just played was asking you for the definition of a term.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. All right,
That's
my
right.
bad.
Oh,
I know we
he
don't like
even
that here.
accuses
Okay.
him of it being a trick. Fucking Darvo. He's going full Darvo in front of everyone. He's fucking Darvoing in front of a cross. Fucking he's going to hell. He's going to hell. Hell's fake, but he's going there. It's real for one man, and it's fucking Konstantin.
What's your definition of wokeism? Well, it's a, collection of far left policy ideas. What's your definition? I'm not going to fall for your trap. I'm not going to walk into this thing that you're trying to set me up for. Great job, Konstantin.
My bad. Okay, go
That's
ahead.
exactly right. Because what you do is you don't define it yourself, so that you can then argue with my definition for half an hour, and so we can't have the actual debate. Now be quiet, and I'm
I'll
going to
define my terms if you want. Well, I'm only going to be quiet. I'll define my terms if you want me to, but what is the term you guys use?
It took me about 10 minutes to get you to define woke. I'm glad we did it. Now we can have the actual discussion.
Definition. I'm glad I can
now we can
with
have
one.
the actual
Go for it.
discussion.
Okay.
Now we can have the actual discussion. So if your understanding of the question is, has far-left progressive politics made our societies worse? I completely agree with your definition, and I agree with the premise of the question that it has made things worse for a number of reasons. I mean, the trans thing became a big talking point because it's so ridiculous, not because it's so hugely actually impactful on society, although I do think a small number of children being given puberty blockers and an even smaller number of children being given gender transition surgery is a terrible thing that's happened. I think more broadly, though, I mean, one of the most obvious examples is we now have a society which has, I mean, it's not codified and it's not expressed in, in the, like, no one says publicly we now discriminate against these groups of people, unless occasionally they do. So, for example, the Royal Air Force in this country, when they were in a recruiting drive, they were really struggling to get pilots. And there was a woman there who got fired from the Royal Air Force because she refused to go along with the policy. Her supervisor said to her, "We're not hiring any more useless straight white men." She said, "I don't agree with this policy, it's discriminatory," and she was fired. We've had a system of anti-male, anti-white.
Can I just ask a quick question?
No,
So if I were to look
I'm not
that up,
finished
the
yet.
Royal Air
I'm
Force
not
had a
finished
policy
yet.
of not hiring straight white
I'm not
men.
finished
Is
yet.
that true?
I'm not finished yet.
Okay. I have a feeling it's not, but okay.
So this is something you can look up. It was covered extensively in the news in this country. Probably wasn't covered that well on Wikipedia where you did the research, but
No, but on The Sun and all of your favorite publications, I'm sure they talked about it a lot.
No, actually, it was covered extensively across the mainstream
And what they
media.
covered was that the Royal Air Force
Can
was
I
not
finish
hiring
my
straight
points,
white men. Well,
Stephen?
you seem to
Stephen,
respond to something.
We're gonna fact
Well,
check
that wasn't
this
the
in
policy.
just
I
a
can tell
moment.
because you're.
What's that?
We're gonna fact check this in a moment.
Okay. Yeah, let's get the rest of
That
it.
was the policy that was pursued by the Royal Air Force. It was revealed by this whistleblower who was fired for revealing it. The BBC in this country has internships that are not available to white people. We effectively have created a system of passive, tacit, sometimes open discrimination against different groups of people. And one of the reasons that the sort of reactionary sentiment, which you try and paint me as representing, which I don't, is rising in this country and rising quite quickly, including ethno-nationalist sentiment, is because of this. And the reason I opposed wokeness from the very beginning and far-left progressivism from the very beginning was that it was obvious to me that the number one consequence of pursuing radical left-wing progressivism and racial essentialism of this kind would be that the majority population...
Sorry, what was that?
While you were alt-tabbed, it did minimize your video, not show it to us.
Oh, all right. Well, shit.
You can probably alt-tab while it's not full screened. Let's try that real quick.
But won't that show all the different side videos? And we don't want those. All these?
Generally we don't, but if you need to like tab out to check something.
I don't want people to know that I'm watching Mortal Kombat scenes from the 90s Mortal Kombat movie.
You don't want people to know how base you are, Kyle? What the fuck?
That's enough info to dox me. They'll be like, he's a Mortal Kombat fan.
And they all come from this one area of Beijing. I've doxed you.
Damn it. Right. What were we fact checking? Let's get that sorted.
The Royal Air Force, was it not hiring straight white people or straight hetero? Was it straight white? What a waste of human potential this moment is. Could be talking about tax policy. Whether or not women should be allowed to vote.
So this is from the BBC. RAF diversity targets discriminated against white men.
Some men were discriminated. The head of RAF has admitted some men were discriminated. Colonel Cruz sparked by the resignation of a female RAF group captain. Told her superiors the policy penalized white men. So she resigned, saying that the inquiry found she had faced significant and unreasonable pressure to meet diversity targets. Okay, so they didn't actually... okay. They didn't have a policy of discriminating against white men, but because their diversity hire quotas were so hard targeted. Okay, so somebody made some diversity quotas that were a little too strong.
North wants to jump in.
And instead we're saying, "Oh, we got North in the chat?"
Yeah.
I will fix OBS if you let me in. Shakes my head. Save us from our technical failures.
Wait, where is he? I thought he'd be in the waiting room. North, it looks like you're. Oh, here we go. You're down here.
North on the DoorDash grind. Top right on Discord. I'm in V. Top right.
North, we got you in here. How you doing, buddy?
Hello?
Teach us
Mic
how to
check. Can you
stream.
hear me?
Hey,
How
what's
good's
up,
my
brother?
mic? I'm on AirPods right now. I don't know if it's good or not.
We can hear you just
Yeah,
fine.
sounding good.
Alrighty. I can fix some of your OBS issues, by the way, that
God bless
you're
you.
having.
God bless you.
Okay.
Much appreciated. We need a young person to help us with these problems.
Don't make it about
Okay,
us being
so
boomers.
you
Fuck
are currently using a full screen capture for your stream. Am I understanding that
Oh.
correctly? So what you can do instead is you can specifically only capture the Discord application. And when you do that, if you like Alt Tab or if you like open another program, it'll only show Discord and it won't show anything else.
I'm the one streaming. He's trying to stream a video to the Discord. I do know what function you're talking about, and I do have something like that set up, and that is what we're streaming through. What ends up
Okay.
happening is if whichever one of us is streaming does things in the background, the video will stop.
Well, yeah, you don't want to do that. You want whoever is streaming to probably be the one with the video, and that way it doesn't fuck with the bullshit.
Yeah, part of the problem that we've been trying to deal with is like dividing the workload of like who does the OBS streaming versus who's showing videos versus who's fact checking. Getting all that sorted is a process when we don't have unlimited amounts of monitors to plug into our PCs
It
for
would
which
be a
various
lot.
Yeah, that I
actually
only
do
operate
have-
with one monitor, so I
I have a
sympathize.
monitor built into my computer, but it's not. I have one of those. The height.
Isn't that just a laptop?
No. This is like an extra wide gaming rig. It's here. Have a look see.
It's a beastly computer, is it not?
Jesus. Oh man, holy.
So there. That's how this. Okay.
It's
so
like
this
RGB
part,
heaven.
This part is a screen that I will later be able to use as a second monitor for streaming, but it did not come in correctly hooked up. So I'm figuring that out. I popped
Yeah, I
it
think
open. It's
one of the
great,
you would have to
I
use like
highly
an
recommend it.
application outside of OBS if you want to do things where you can interact with each other on like the stream, I guess. I maybe StreamYards, but even then StreamYards kind of looks bad when it comes to doing their stuff.
Yeah, I think there's probably a Discord setting that might help us, but otherwise we've kind of got a system it works well enough. Yeah, Kyle can stream the video and I can deal with keeping an eye on chat and stuff while he's streaming something. And a lot of the time
you gotta
have
look at
someone-
your chat more too. I was in there for how long and you didn't respond to me,
How
motherfuckers.
long was it? It must have only been like 5 minutes. Were you?
Well, I don't know. I
still
was door dashing at the time, so I wasn't exactly fully paying attention to.
Were you hanging with? Were you here when Chapingra was here?
Yeah, that's when I sent my message.
Oh, okay.
and,
No wonder. Okay. Yeah, I didn't check chat during that period. I have it set up now where it's. Yeah, I can see both things. But pretty soon I'll have this other monitor. Technically, even though it's like technically it's a 4K monitor it claims, but it's like, what does that fucking mean in that weird shape? How is that a 4K monitor? Fuck you. You're
Okay,
lying to me.
so I this is kind of relevant. I think I might have asked you guys this before, but it's come up again in the recent liberal space drama.
Yeah.
Hutch or Destiny? Which position do you take?
Oh boy.
Adhering to liberalism or being willing to disregard liberalism in order to enact your whatever you want to enact.
I'm definitely willing to go beyond, but I don't think Destiny is having the right conversation. I also think that there is a line that needs to be drawn where some people are too far left and we need to cut that hand off and make sure that people know it's not attached to us anymore. Even though, like, I've usually been spoken about as someone that's beyond that line. I think I can make a case for for me being the line.
Okay.
Even
Interesting.
even with more lib people. Well, yeah, because I'm not like an accelerationist. I'm the opposite. I'm a incrementalist. Like I believe that somewhere 1,000 years in the future could be the automated gay space communism of our dreams, but obviously that we're a long way from that, and we need to make rational incremental steps that we understand we're on firm ground as we move forward. I'm not someone that wants to abolish market.
So I guess that you would be like kind of sock dem with like the understanding that there might be a better
Yeah,
system that
yeah,
might
that's a
be
good
in
way
the
to put it.
future.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what about you, Kyle?
I would describe myself as being in the center of the left. That's where
The
I would put
center.
myself. Not
Okay.
center left, but in the center of the left. I'm not so adamant about progressive policies that I'm going to push hard for them. I'm not a neolib. I'm at this point right now, I feel like I'm just so focused on getting Democrats into office that I don't really like. Take for example this Tallarico Crockett thing happening in Texas. I mean, not only am I not in Texas, so it doesn't it doesn't affect me directly in the way that it might somebody living there, but I don't have a strong stance on who I would prefer to win. I would just prefer the Democrats take back the Senate. So that's where I'm broadly at right now. I don't care, like if somebody's running on the Democratic ticket and they're not like just a horribly incorrigible person, I would vote for them, whether they're far left or more towards the middle.
The discussion really isn't really about voting progressive versus voting not progressive. It's more of about how should I put this? Is a discussion on should you operate kind of like Donald Trump, in which he's willing to disregard the Constitution in order to make sure that Trump and his administration is prosecuted and in jail.
Okay.
Um,
Maybe I'm just not super familiar with the meta of the Hutch versus Destiny conversation right now. Is this
It's evolved.
so,
this is a new evolution.
okay?
This is how
so
hard
the
do we tread
discuss so
post.
well, kind of. So there was a Live and Learn podcast with Rashad on there, in which Hutch, Soypill, IRI, and Pisco were talking about liberal versus illiberal tactics, as in, let's say you want to prosecute Donald Trump for doing something, but the courts say, no, you can't prosecute him for this specific thing. Well, what do you do in that situation?
Yeah, do we take the
Well,
Biden
Hutch
route?
would say, well, then you shouldn't prosecute them if the courts say you can't. And then what Rashad and kind of the Soy Pill and IRI and Destiny was sort of backing them up on this after the fact was that you should just say fuck the court and just find a way to prosecute them anyway. And I'm on the side of Hutch than the side of Rashad, and I will argue against anyone who maintains the illiberal position, I guess. By illiberal, I mean like wanting to operate outside of the Constitution, violate like rights, and violate like due process as well, in order to just like gain political power.
I understand the instinct to feel like that's the most important thing in the world, and it is incredibly important. And I think we should be able to play much harder hardball than Biden did, obviously. Like you can't have that like fully directed DOJ that's just being puppeted, glove in hand by the executive branch. But I think it would be natural and acceptable for the DOJ head to be chosen by somebody that's going to do something close to that, where they need to seek the most capable way they can to take people to task for the different abuses. Like there's 1,000 ways you could take these criminal cases. I don't think you have to necessarily go outside of the liberal order to take care of these things. Like I think they've broken enough laws that we can get enough people. I think the biggest thing standing in our way is obviously the courts will try and block a lot of what we'll try and do, and that is a
Such as,
worry.
just out of curiosity, what examples do you? Because I have examples that I brought up before and related to this discussion. The most common one being if Trump pardons everyone for federal crimes,
Oh yeah,
you're not going to be able to prosecute people for that. And there's obviously, well, not obviously, it's untested whether Trump can self-pardon, but he can step down and JD Vance can step up on the last day and then pardon Trump, and that is
Yeah.
precedented.
has
Yep.
the legality of blanket pardons for non-specific crimes been tested before? Because maybe that's an
Yeah,
avenue that we can test.
I don't know if it's been tested, but it's precedented with Joe Biden and his son, in which
Exactly.
for a
Yeah,
certain
that's what I'm
time
worried
period
about.
you can be pardoned for any and all crimes you might have committed
Yeah, we
during
might as
yeah.
we could test that as an avenue. I think I don't think it's critical to the republic and the health of democracy for those people to have it legally adjudicated that these things were criminal, etc. But it's important for us culturally to have that trial, and that should be what we drive home. It should be an issue that we fight on and we make a big stink about, and we take it through as like we take them to the fucking mat on every ounce of that through the legal democratic process. I don't think it's as much of a vital threat to our democracy for us to immediately hold them accountable through the legal process. I think like we've got
And I
bigger
don't think
fish to
anyone's
fry.
going to be advocating for that either. To not prosecute, at least in these discussions. No one
Yeah.
is saying that they should not be prosecuted to
Yeah.
the full extent of what the law would allow. It's more of an argument of, are you willing to go outside of the law in
Exactly.
order to punish these people? And I would argue that no, you shouldn't do that.
What would that look like, going outside of the law to prosecute these people?
Yeah.
So one of the examples, which is the a karmic justice sort of thing, is you file 500 frivolous lawsuits against anyone who's involved in the Trump administration, and then you bankrupt them in the courts because they're unable to fight all of these lawsuits. Which is basically what Trump does against his political opponents today.
Right, yeah.
That would be one example. Another example is you basically try to manufacture an artificial law breaking. So do you remember, was it that one judge? I keep forgetting this one judge's name. I should know this because I bring up this argument so much. There was a judge that tried to prosecute Donald Trump for property fraud. And then when Trump came back into office, he then is weaponizing his DOJ against her. And saying that she lied on a mortgage application.
Oh yeah.
And that's, even though that's not really like a substantive thing that the DOJ would normally like fully prosecute you for like putting your name wrong on a singular form on a mortgage thing. Like you wouldn't prosecute someone for mortgage fraud for that. Essentially, it's blowing up a very minor paper bureaucratic thing in order to like get them like 8 years in jail.
Yeah.
That would be another thing.
Was this a judge or a lawyer?
I think I'm pretty sure it was a judge. Maybe it's a lawyer. It was someone involved in the law, and it was involved with making sure that Trump. Maybe he was a prosecutor against Trump.
Was it Letitia James?
Yeah, I think it was Letitia James.
Okay, yeah, because I looked it up. The judge who was on that case was Arthur F. Engoron.
Okay, then it was it was Letitia James. So I was misremembering that minor granular detail, but I know someone who was against Trump in a property case.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So that would be like another example. Or here's a third example. Let's say, well, I guess if Trump just self-pardons or not self-pardons, but just pardons everyone, and then he himself gets pardoned by JD Vance. Then do you just ignore the pardons and prosecute them anyway and just act like they don't exist? And then if a judge says no, you just keep going around until you find a judge that will eventually say yes, that they'll prosecute, which is another thing the Trump administration has done. Or if the Supreme Court says that you're not allowed to prosecute, that's a nice sandwich. Thank you, James. Or if the Supreme Court says you can't prosecute for constitutional reasons, like let's say you want to prosecute Donald Trump for his rhetoric involving January 6th. That could be interpreted by the court by saying well, maybe not. Sorry, I think Fox News was the specific example that I was arguing on before. Like, if you wanted to prosecute specifically Fox News for their role in inciting January 6th, would that would probably violate like the First Amendment. So would you just ignore anyone who tries to dismiss the case that says it's First Amendment grounds, or do you just like keep, or do you just keep going after someone says that you're not allowed to do this?
Well, I think there's a lot of wiggle room that we could probably use in the way that, like, the recent Supreme Court rulings on how, what was the one where a case for an individual case doesn't stand as like an injunction against all such behaviors. You know what I'm talking about?
I think it's when they dismissed the idea of universal injunctions. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah.
Yes.
It seems like that's one of those things where that's just going to unravel a lot of the legal system to me and create a lot of structures for abuse. And so maybe there is some room for some semi-legal, but still, like, none of this necessarily sounds terribly
By the way,
outside
all the things
system.
that I described are generally not considered legal, like at all.
Okay, yeah. Well, and what are the ways? What are the ways of stopping that behavior?
Well,
They would get punished
if you're talking about like
somebody.
ways of still punishing them within the law, assuming that there was like
No. How would
a
somebody,
pardoning, or
if somebody tried to abuse these legal systems, how would they normally be kept in check?
they wouldn't. There's no like laws in the books for keeping people in check.
Okay,
Our
so-
system is not designed to be held for
So-
that. So the argument is it critical for that? Like, is our republic going to be over if we don't prosecute these people? I would argue no. And that also does not mean I'm against reform either to prevent it from happening in the future. It's just that it's not the end of the world if our system is currently not unable to punish
I tend
this.
to agree with that. Jambalaya?
My stance on things in general are that just because an action might be justified, like some sort of retribution, feels like it would be very justified for the Trump administration, in my opinion, in terms of being prosecuted for the things that they've done. If there is an option that would lead to better outcomes for society, I think that that's the one that should be pursued. I tend to think that having them prosecuted would be good for setting a precedent moving forward that, like, you can't do this shit. You can't just circumvent the courts in the way that you've done. You can't circumvent Congress to declare war. It'd be nice to create stopgaps so that those things aren't abused in the future. If we have to let these people go in order to achieve that, it's not satisfying, but I'll live with it.
To be clear, you're advocating for prosecuting them for ignoring the courts in a situation where you would ignore the courts in order to prosecute them, because there's no. Like,
I don't
part
think
of like.
No, he's not advocating.
Would you advocate for that or no?
I think we're on Team Hutch here. I think we tend to be on Team Hutch.
Yeah, as far as I understand
but,
the
pedal to the
argument.
metal on prosecuting these things within.
Okay, so it's just as long as you have like the law on the books and you're willing to prosecute.
Generally,
them.
yeah. I mean, I could see some places.
Well,
where
hold on. When you say generally, that makes me a little bit concerned about
like,
the edge cases.
Yeah, there might be an edge case where I'd be like, yeah, fuck the law in that situation. If it's the thing stopping
But do you
us,
think
if
okay,
it's the thing stopping us from like prosecuting like the embezzlement of national funds and the absolute corruption of our government, yeah, I might be able to say like, fuck that law for the moment,
Do you think it might be bad to
is
create
built
a
on
norm?
Such transgressions in often a positive way.
Well, no, it's not often in a positive way. Okay. Do you generally?
So you say.
Okay. Do you think that the president of the United States? This is relevant to my point. Do you think the president of the United States should get permission from Congress to bomb or invade another country?
It's a difficult situation. Yeah, you want an
Generally
executive that has the ability to make strategic defense and interest decisions on the drop of a dime. You do need that capability, and that should be generally checked by the balance of powers. And
okay, for Venezuela, should the president have gotten permission from Congress?
I'm not sure how educated I'd be on that specific circumstance.
Okay. Well, okay. I think
No. Let me think about it for a sec. Uh, what, I'm trying to consider like what should the exact legal limiting factors be. So that's not something I have a fully pre-baked concept of. I do think there's a version of what was happening there where the president should be able to take the actions he took. I don't think I think in that circumstance he probably shouldn't. I don't know. Yeah, in that circumstance he probably should have gone to Congress. And the check on that should be impeachment, right? What do you think?
well, yes, but that's besides the point that I'm trying to make.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
do you think presidents in the past have also done something similar in which they've invaded or bombed another country without the permission of Congress?
Yeah, so it's
yeah, they have. Yeah.
the thing
Oh,
that's
okay.
wrong here isn't whether it's technically against the law for him to do it. It's whether or not he's broken the public trust in a way that like there doesn't need to be a law. The thing that fights this type of corruption of process should be impeachment, right?
The point I'm trying to make is there has been a historical precedent for ignoring the United States Constitution that has turned into almost a political norm because that is the most effective way of like getting your foreign policy done.
What part of the Constitution do you believe that this sort of action is in?
That Congress has the ability to declare war.
Yeah, but he didn't
The sole
declare war.
responsibility for declaring war.
Yeah, but the commander in chief is the president is the commander.
I'm aware of the
in chief,
arguments
and
for
he
the
needs-
energetic executive.
Okay, so
Yes.
so what's the counter to that argument that he needs the ability to dynamically respond to threats and take action on behalf of the interests of the United States?
The problem is that I agree in a defensive situation that we would want the ability to respond to certain situations. So, if
so what
the
is the
Houthis
thing-
were attacking a United States ship off of the coast of Yemen,
Yeah.
then the president shouldn't have to wait for Congress to convene in a couple days to get an authorization of military force against the Houthis. I agree with that. But when it comes to places like Iran or Venezuela, when especially we're talking about state actors here, and we're also talking about an offensive operation, not a purely defensive or reactive operation, that the president should be getting either an authorization of military force or a declaration of war from Congress.
It seems like we've been angrily agreeing at each other for like the last.
Well, yeah, sorry, I'm passionate when I talk, so
Yeah,
I might sound like I'm angry sometimes. I'm not. I'm just this is how I speak to get my point across.
It's the fact that we're agreeing at each other that
I
think we agree.
Yeah.
I think we just agree.
Yeah.
All
So,
around.
do you think I think it's generally a bad thing that we've created a norm outside of the Constitution, which the president can do something which is basically the equivalent of declaring war without consulting Congress. And that has been a norm established by multiple presidencies in the last ever since World War II. We'll say.
Isn't the very Congress check that I'm saying should be used the fact that they haven't impeached him, right?
No,
you are given this trust to defend this nation and only use this executive privilege when in defense of the nation or its imminent necessary interests. And if you go beyond that trust, that's what should balance it, right? Because you need that executive to be able to make those strong, sudden decisions, right? To me, that's what it seems like the system needs to be. We just have a Congress that's, fucking awful, just like the president too.
Well, okay, you're not wrong that Congress is awful and unresponsive, but in an ideal world, the president would be working at the behest of Congress. So I guess you could say that the system is currently not set up to have more checks on the executive branch when it needs to, when it's operating in a rogue manner. The general point that I'm trying to say is that you can by operating through multiple presidencies, you can create a norm in which you operate generally outside of the Constitution, and that's a bad thing. That we should be dissuaded.
We lost you at the end there.
Hold on, my roommate was trying to call me. Yeah, we should be trying to dissuade these extra constitutional norms in order to achieve what is convenient at the time, what is considered, I would say, like politically powerful. I use the example of the president invading other countries because sometimes you can get a big win politically for your position by. My roommate keeps calling me back.
Damn it, he was filling time while I eat bacon. Yeah. It's a tough one because yeah, you want that executive ability to be agile in
Hold
defense of
on.
our interests.
Hold on.
You hold on. I'm eating bacon.
Whenever my roommate calls me, it like kills my Discord. I don't know what's going on.
We'll call your roommate or whatever.
Well, I'll talk to him in 2 minutes. Let me just wrap up.
Okay.
We want to dissuade these things. And in the same way of we've created a bad norm of invading countries without the permission of Congress.
Yeah.
Even though it's like it can be good for a good reason and politically convenient, we can also create a bad norm in which we prosecute people in an unconstitutional or illiberal manner. And I don't think we can expect to go back to what was considered like less politically powerful, less politically convenient, because the other side has been sufficiently punished. Like that's just not what's going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah. There's definite dereliction of duty in Congress that's long standing, and it's tough to figure out what's gonna fix that.
They
Who
keep
knows?
flirting with the idea of repealing the laws they passed in 2002 that allowed for the Iraq invasion, but
You mean the AUMF or
yeah.
Well, putting a limit on it at the very least, an unlimited AUMF is like Jesus Christ.
That's quite an MFer right there.
Indeed.
Yep. Well, thank you for calling in, my brother.
Yeah, thanks for popping in, North.
Talk to you.
Yeah, well, it's always fun to have good discussions. If you guys ever want to come into my live stream sometime, whenever I'm streaming, you guys
love to.
You guys are welcome, and I can get you in contact with some people.
Ooh,
I like people.
I was just on a Tomfoolery's live stream.
Yes.
Not last night, but the night before, and that was an interesting conversation.
He's an interesting guy. He's written some. I definitely have wanted to go toe to toe with him on gender studies. He wrote a gender thesis on gender theses.
Interesting. I think he's like a former conservative, and now he's like a liberal Democrat. So
yeah, he's kind of like the I didn't leave the right left me sort of.
Yeah, kind of.
It's actually for real. People always say the left left them. No, actually, the right is just booking it. You thought commies were sprinting. No, we've been here, dog. We've been here, dog. The right wingers are the ones. The center right has been sprinting.
Jesus. All right, yeah. Have a fun time with your Konstantin Destiny.
Oh God,
research.
It's so much fun. It's so much fun.
Did you watch the other one where it's about moral realism?
No. Who was this?
He had a discussion with I think it was a moral realist over or moral absolutist. I forget what the specific terminology is. And apparently he changed his mind on something. Destiny did.
Yeah. No, I started watching this, then I had to do something else. But it seemed like it was a good discussion.
Yeah.
It seemed like they were actually engaging with the topic and
incredible.
And you just have to be okay with covering metaphysics on a live stream for multiple hours on end.
I don't know if we're gonna do that. I am recovering from a flu. I'm kind of dying inside every time we press play on this Konstantin video already. Actually, you know what? That one sounds better. Maybe we can actually I'll look into that one. We can talk to Ryan Mullally on that one. That would be a good. Yeah, we're having him on next week. Tune in for that, North.
Oh man, the Ryan Mullally. That would be.
What do you think about natural law? Tell us about natural law before you go talk to your roommate.
Natural law, I don't know enough about natural law for I understand kind of like the general concept in which I think it's like there are certain laws that are like natural to the human condition, or like natural like laws of nature, but you can apply them politically or philosophically to how you form laws. I think
Wow.
that's like what it is.
Wow.
I don't know. It's
that's
wild.
my understanding of it,
Hopefully
but I don't.
Ryan Mullally will put it better next week.
Yeah, he can explain it to us and let us know why we can extrapolate on like
I don't
the
think you're
Fibonacci
entirely wrong
sequence,
there
and
yet. That's not
and
not a
and that's
bad
why
summary.
we should organize our laws in accordance with that. Seems a bit, but maybe yeah. Oh,
Gone.
he's gone.
Goodbye.
Well,
his
bye,
roommate
North.
probably called him.
Yeah, probably. All right. Well, good chatting with North. Let's see. How are we doing on time? It is 8:30. We've been streaming for about 3 hours.
Let's
How
get
much
through
time
the
do you have left?
wokeism section. Let's get through wokeism.
All right.
Let's
Yeah, I
go
don't know that I've got
beyond
the
wokeism.
endurance for the entire conversation. We might have to just encourage anybody who's still watching to finish it in their own time. And
should we? Is that how you want to treat your audience?
Up to you.
Kyle?
Up to you. Or
No,
you could.
Even worse. We'll be back next week to finish it.
Is that what we're gonna do?
Yep,
We're
we are
gonna bump
finishing
Ryan
this later
to
in the week. Well, not
chat more
no,
about.
we're not gonna
Oh,
bump Ryan
later
to
this
it.
week.
Yeah, Friday or
I guess we
something.
could. I guess we could finish it later
The
this
next
week,
10
unless
days,
something.
we will finish this god awful garbage fire of a conversation. But bring
all
it
right.
up.
Well, here we go. Right. I'll need to start streaming again. I was hoping to get back to this white people thing. If Chapingro isn't.
Oh no, we've got to have Chapingo back to tell us about white people.
I was gonna refute all the different cultural norms that I apparently don't adhere to, and therefore I ain't white. But maybe some other time. All right. All right. Streaming once again. And let me know when we're good to go, James.
We're good to go.
All right, back to it, right where we left off. God help us all.
Was that it was obvious to me
Why don't you back
that
us
the
up
number
10
one
seconds so we get a
consequence.
refresher?
All right, very well. 10 seconds ago. Well, let's go back 20 seconds.
Yep.
This is what Konstantin was saying 20 seconds ago.
Discrimination against different groups of people. And one of the reasons that the sort of reactionary sentiment, which you try and paint me as representing, which I don't, is rising in this country and rising quite quickly, including ethno-nationalist sentiment, is because of this. And the reason I opposed wokeness from the very beginning and far-left progressivism from the very beginning was that it was obvious to me that the number one consequence of pursuing radical left-wing progressivism and racial essentialism of this kind would be that the majority population would begin to pursue identity politics for itself. If you discriminate against white men and say so openly, it's going to be a very short period of time before white men look at that and say, well, if we're now picking people for jobs based on skin color, I am the oppressed minority now, or I'm the oppressed majority now, we need to look after my interests. And the reason you see the reactionary forces rising both in America, in the rest of Europe, and in this country is precisely because they've been pushed into this corner by woke leftists. And that is one of the major ways that this movement has damaged our society, as I predicted all along.
He's actually making Darvo a political project at this point. It's actually, you're making me hate Mexicans. It's your fault that I hate brown people because you wanted to be so nice to them. Dear God.
I would say the least impressive thing about conservative predictions is that typically what they'll do is they will build their own enemies, they will cry about the enemies, and then when they manage to convince everybody else that those enemies are real, and then those people react against those enemies, they try to say that, well, it was the enemies in the beginning that caused this particular problem to come about. And I guess the issue that I have is, when it comes to woke-related stuff, it's hard to find ever, like, what are the particular DEI policies or affirmative action policies that we're talking about. It's always some vague allusion to airlines don't want to hire white pilots, or they lower their standards for black pilots, or these things that tend to not exist when you actually dig into them. Now, I don't know, maybe it is the case that the Royal Air Force actually had a policy of not hiring straight white men.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll look into that. I'm curious about that. I have a feeling when I look into it, it's going to be completely untrue, like most of the stuff that you bring up. But I'll look into it. Maybe it was true.
Now, we did look into it, and it turned out to be true, if I recall. Yeah.
Overstated.
Overstated. Overstated with a nugget of truth.
He's saying that they refused to hire white pilots.
And the actual truth was a few white pilots were discriminated against because of their...
Yeah. So once again, it's just the hyperbole of the situation, just ruining the conversation.
Sure.
Like,
it did
you could have
happen. It
there's
is
a-
bad.
Yeah, there's a bad
but-
thing that happened. A bad,
Yeah.
kind of bad, but you're like, they won't even hire white people. It's like, no, a bunch of fucking white dudes got hired. They just got some of them got discriminated against for probably less capable candidates. That's probably what happened. Is like, there's a white guy that should have been hired.
Yeah.
It's not that
Well-
they wouldn't hire white guys. The really qualified white guy, he got hired immediately. We needed a really qualified guy. And then we have kind of a qualified guy and a less qualified person than that who's brown. We need the brown person. Or, yeah. A white guy didn't get hired. A couple white guys didn't get hired. It wasn't a we don't hire white people policy. So, nugget of truth, as with every bullshit claim these people make.
Sure.
You know, if it is, I would say that's not a good thing, that you shouldn't be doing stuff like that. But I guess the issue I have is, when we talk about magnitude, I think you said earlier that sometimes people fixate on these issues a little bit too much, but it's because they're such common sense issues. When I look at the United States right now, and I think how many trans people are there, how many people are doing stuff related to trans people, the number of people is incredibly small. It's like 1%. And the idea that would somehow cause so much of a population to become reactionary that, as of 30 minutes ago, I'm pretty sure Iran has tried to bomb like 7 different countries because we have a president who is a madman who is going on a rampage against the entire world insofar as trade and bombs goes. I just can't, in my mind, rationalize how so many of these smart people I'll say in the center like you, who say, well, I can obviously identify that this is a problem. Why don't you ever identify any of these super obvious problems on the right, or any of the super obvious problems that are reactionary to the other things that were reactionary, especially when the issues in the United States on the right are represented through every single pylon of power that the conservatives have, and on the left they're in colleges and on Twitter and Facebook and sometimes in AI world on Sora.
Fucking true.
This is an article
No other reaction,
from
just
Sky
fucking
News.
true.
Just read out what it says, please.
So I see the AI summary here is
Read out
applicants.
the headline.
Don't mention that it's AI.
Well, I don't know if there's a headline or if this is a.
Read out the headline.
Okay, so it says applicants seeking to join RAF described as useless white male pilots in bid to hit impossible diversity targets. Just to be clear, just so I can understand.
Thank you.
Is this headline the same as no straight white men were hired, or they had a policy of not hiring straight white? But wait, I'm just so curious. Do you understand the difference between somebody not being hired because they're white? Because I'm not going to sit. If you're going to ask me, like, do you think there were ever racist people or even against white people? Of course there are. But you understand there's a difference between the entire Air Force having a policy of not hiring straight white men versus, I guess there was an email where some straight white candidates were skipped over. I don't even know if it was because they didn't meet qualifications or not. They used white men to describe them, but they also called them useless. I don't know if it was because they're white or not. You know there's a difference between those two things, right?
So you don't know this
Do
story?
you know there's a difference between those two things or no?
Yes, I do. Now
Okay,
be
thank you.
quiet.
Okay,
Now-
gotcha. Because I was asking for evidence of mine, but you gave me that. So, like I said initially, I had a feeling if I looked this up, it wasn't going to be
you ever gonna
what
let
you
me
presented
talk?
it as. Yeah, no, go for it.
Okay. So you just denied the existence of this and you questioned it.
I did not deny the
Stop
existence
talking.
of that, but go
Stop
ahead.
talking.
You seem to have
Stop
a lot of trouble
talking.
following what I'm saying.
Stop
but that's
talking.
Okay.
Look, the only way to
So yeah, pretty much exactly what you said. Yeah, it's a bad thing. Happened. It's not good. It's not institutionalized policy.
have a conversation is when people talk in terms.
No, it's not. The only way to have a conversation is when two people are making a good faith effort to understand each other. My question was, did the RAF have a policy of not hiring straight white men?
Yes.
You showed me an email that said there were
But they
applicants
had
that
that
were
policy.
rejected that were called useless white male pilots or whatever.
They rejected applicants in a bid to hit diversity targets, which means they discriminated against white men in favor of other groups.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that in this particular email, but that doesn't mean that they were not hiring any straight white men.
I didn't
for some...
say they were not hiring any straight white men. I said they were discriminating against them in favor of other people to hit diversity targets, which were described by the people who were charged with recruiting them as impossible to hit.
We get the real, now that we've dissected it, we get the real
I'm pretty
statement.
sure this segment started around like minute 30 or 35. We are so approximately 17 minutes into this section of the conversation. We've just now unpacked this particular statement.
In other words, they were deliberately undermining both the efficacy and the fair treatment of people in their hiring policies because of DEI.
Okay, so this...
Do you get it now?
The position you have now, yes. And that
Okay,
sounds more
good.
realistic, that there might have been a hiring policy that favored some groups of people that weren't white over the white ones to cause them to get hired when it might have been in a blind trial the white people would have been hired otherwise. Yes.
Right.
Do you understand that that's significantly different than you saying the RAF had a policy of not hiring straight white pilots? First of all, I don't know what straight had to do with... Are you bi? Do you get like a special application on the...
Well, I'm sure you'd want to know the answer to that question. But
I wouldn't, because I would never become British. Jesus Christ.
So I think I've just, look, this is why I brought it up, because the idea of a conversation is good faith, but if you question anything that I bring up that you don't know anything about, and then say, well, I don't believe that this happened, and I present you evidence that it did happen, and then you still continue to deny it, I don't see how we can have an actual debate. Now, I never said the RAF hires 0 white pilots. What I said is the policy of discriminating against white men, which has been rife in the rest of society, has created the situation where a lot of people rightly, understandably at least, feel antagonistic about it. That was one of the biggest threats with wokeness, and that is one of the biggest challenges where we are. All your points about Trump and all the rest of it, I don't see how it's relevant, and I think we're going to have a section on Trump coming up. I made the point, I think, about trans, that I think trans, I mean, the insanity of some of the things we've been asked to believe, which is like, you know, if you say you're a woman, you automatically become a woman. I think people rightly balk against that because it's ridiculous. Doesn't mean it's the #1 issue. I've never said it's the #1 issue. In fact, I pointed out it's quite a minor issue in terms of the number of people affected by it. But
I'm just curious, in terms of your shows, of all the social issues you talk about, do you think that the trans stuff is at the top 3?
Well, I don't think we've talked about trans for like a year and a half, maybe 1 or 2 episodes in a year and a half.
Okay, do you feel like for conservatives in general in the United States, do you think that trans is one of the top issues that they talk about? On all the reform stuff that I looked at, trans was listed on a ton of it. It was in the manifesto.
I'm not a Republican conservative in America, so I don't know what they talk about. It's up to them.
Well, who did you voted for in the last American election?
Who would I have voted for? Donald Trump, for sure.
Okay, so I don't know. Okay.
Doesn't mean that you're a conservative Republican.
Of course it does. Definitionally so. You're voting for the conservative Republican candidate.
So if you present me with a small pile of shit and a big pile of shit, and I pick the small pile of shit, you go, oh, you love shit. No.
If the vote is between a guy who resembles the furthest right you can be insofar as how they conceptualize the government
and a guy who has no brain, yeah, I'll go with the guy with a brain.
So
yeah.
Kamala Harris, the person who was a DA in California, who was Attorney General in California, who served as Vice President, who was a Senator in California, versus Donald Trump, who brags about taking and passing 3 cognitive tests in a month.
Yeah.
The dumb person is Kamala Harris there.
Look, I just explained to you that when you make choices between things, it's not because you...
Yeah, no comment, just brutal.
Yep.
Fucking
necessarily
brutal.
love the choice you're making. If you're forced to choose between 2 things, you choose the one that is the lesser evil, effectively.
Sure, I'm just curious.
I agree with a lot of Donald Trump's foreign policy.
Sure, of course you do. I know you do, because you have a conservative view on foreign policy. Over the past 5 years, so you do this thing where you're like, well, I have to choose between 2 things. When you've had this same
That's
choice...
what an election is. It's a choice between 2 things.
Well, not in the UK. You can vote between a lot of things. We have 2 parties in the US, but that's okay. I can always educate you on your political system. It's fine. But so my question is, of all these things that you have to choose between, at what case in the last 5 years have you leaned to the left on and would vote for the left on versus the right?
I voted for the left. I voted for a Liberal Democrat at the last election, and it's likely that I will again at the next one. I just told you this.
What about in terms of supporting major issues? How many lib-left candidates, I guess, do you guys have on your show, or do you talk to or support?
As many as will come on.
Does that mean 0? Or
no.
How many? Okay, because I know Farage has been on a ton. I know you've done a lot of content with Goodwin.
Okay, they're not far left, right? But we've also
they're right, yeah.
We've also had the co-founder of Extinction Rebellion, who's currently in prison for blocking roads, on the show. We've had Aaron Bastani, who's the co-founder of Novara Media, a far-left news organization in this country. We've had a bunch of... I mean, I could go down the list for ages if you want, if that's what you like.
I've seen the top 10 lists of the people that you've invited the most on are all generally
We had comedian
people,
Mark Steele, who's a lefty. We had Deborah Francis White from the Guilty Feminist
I'm guessing
podcast.
when you say lefty for these people, they're populist lefties that think that the whole institution is rotted and they don't support actively. So the guy you just described, is he like a Labor voter? Would he support Labor? Has he supported Labor?
Which guy? Mark Steele. He's a lifelong Labor voter,
Okay, well then you get credit for that one, I guess. Okay. I haven't seen every episode of Trigonometry, I'm sorry.
Okay, well maybe you should stop opining about who we have on then if you haven't seen every episode of Trigonometry.
I don't think I should have to watch every single episode of Trigonometry to have a
rough
idea.
You should know who we have on the show regularly before you make a judgment.
I have a decent idea.
No, you don't. You've just demonstrated that you don't.
I haven't seen you I demonstrate, I don't know, every single person that goes on.
Right.
You haven't made a Twitter video saying, okay, well call me left wing now. You did make one saying, well fine, I'll be right wing now. Clearly you lean in a certain direction. Clearly people perceive you. Why do you think everybody perceives you as being right wing then? If you're so centrist or you
Why does the BBC think I'm right wing?
Why does everybody, on my side at least, everybody perceives you as being right wing?
Because
just want to remind everybody the topic of the discussion is, has wokeness harmed the political landscape? And we are now discussing who has or has not been on Konstantin's show. What do you think? Have we officially derailed?
I think they're about to jump. You know what? I'll be the devil's advocate here, Kyle. They're about to get to it. They're about to really dig in, Kyle.
All right. I guess we'll
sit down, learn something, Kyle.
Okay, let's keep pushing. Hopefully we get there.
It's convenient for you, as you've demonstrated in the course of this conversation.
In what way?
I'm about to explain if you just stop talking.
I hope you actually explain.
He's
I will.
Okay, we'll see.
Please just stop talking. About to explain.
Can you be quiet? Well, I do.
My mic is down.
Okay, good.
Stop filibustering.
So it's convenient to you in exactly the way that you've demonstrated throughout this conversation, where when I make a good point about anything, you say, you conservatives, and then you pivot to talking about Republicans in America, because it suits you, because then you can argue against things you came here prepared to argue against, instead of arguing with what I'm actually saying.
What is the point you feel like I haven't? First of all, I'm pretty sure the debate topics were related to America. Number one.
Were they?
They were. Number one. That's okay. Number two, what is a question that you feel like you've said that I accused you of being a conservative and then I pivoted and I didn't respond to your point?
Every single thing we've discussed.
Name one of them then.
Every single thing we've
So you
discussed.
can't think of a
Immigration.
single one. And what did I not respond to for immigration? You didn't bring up a point. You said a bunch of descriptions. You're like, well, this is true. And then that was
You
it.
keep talking over me, which means we're not actually having a discussion.
Because I'm asking you for an example
And
and you're trying to
giving you
filibuster.
one. I'm about to give you one if you just stop interrupting.
One point that I didn't respond to.
Can you just stop interrupting?
Go ahead, give me the point.
Can you just stop interrupting?
I'm not even interrupting. I'm waiting for you to
not
finish.
interrupting means when I say something, you don't talk after that. Can you do
Ever?
that now?
He's
But you're
killing
asking
more
him
time.
a question and saying not to interrupt. Will you be willing to not interrupt me if I start talking?
So
Yeah.
I think
Oh,
what
then
we're seeing.
you've interrupted me again. Can
This
you
is
not
one of
talk
the,
for just a second? Answer
This is
me.
one of the gamesmanship techniques that comes with having a debate with fixed time limits. Is it gives people the opportunity to filibuster by asking for the person who's not interrupting them to stop interrupting them,
True.
and then to get angry when the person responds. Let's see how long this keeps going.
Okay.
Probably all day.
Can I find out?
There we go. On every single thing that we've discussed, immigration, national
What
identity.
did he
one
just
thing.
say? Wait, let
You're
me
not
see that
having
again.
you're not having a conversation. I guess I didn't expect you to check out this early, but I'm asking: is there a single point you feel like I haven't responded to with substance, and you're saying everything because you realize you don't have
If
an
you want
answer
to
for
have this
that?
conversation by yourself, you're welcome to. But
I feel like I am.
you are, yeah.
I know
You
I
are.
am. Yes,
You
I
are.
know I am. I feel that way. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm speaking to the
'Cause
copy-pasted
you're-
talking points,
you're
and I
not-
can't get an actual answer out of you for anything. I can give you better answers if you're looking for them. Yeah. It's crazy to me that you guys cry about wokeism and snowflakes and all this stuff so much, but like you guys do it all the time. You made the claim that I'm avoiding answering any of your arguments because I'm calling you a conservative. I think you are a conservative and I labels you as such, but I'm not dodging your arguments. There's not a point you brought up that I refuse to address. That's why I asked you for an example of one, and you weren't able to give one. And that's fine if you're not able to give one, but then don't continue to filibuster and make the claim. Just say, okay, well, I guess maybe that was an unfair thing I said, and here's a point that I'm going to make that I would like you to address. That would be the time where you would say, here's a thing that I brought up. You pivoted and you didn't address that particular thing. That would be a thing you could do if I was actually dodging and pivoting from all your points.
What a baby bitch.
What was that? I can't hear any of you. You're going to have to shout louder. Russian agent. What does that mean?
I thought it earlier. I was like, where the fuck is this Russian agent
So
from?
you're saying that because I'm from Russia and I have opinions you don't like, I'm a Russian agent?
Why are we debating the crowd right now? I'm still here. Can you really not answer my questions
I'm
that
just
much?
not very clear. Is that what you're saying?
Let's not yell out questions from the audience. Let's not
Wait,
get
go.
into that.
I
Let's
want
try
to.
to
What was the little bitch comment that Destiny made like 40 seconds ago? I'm starting to derail. We're at 56:22 is where you started.
Thing. That would be a thing you could do if I was actually dodging and pivoting from all your points.
Go back further.
Address that. There's a point that I'm fine if you're not able to give one, but then don't continue to filibuster and make you address.
Much
That's
further. You know the little bitch comment that Destiny made? I missed it.
I mean, how far back was it?
Let me find it for you. What?
You are, yeah.
I know
You
I
are.
am. Yes,
You
I
are.
know I am. I feel that way. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm speaking to the
'Cause
copy-pasted
you're-
talking points,
you're
and I
not-
can't get an actual answer out of you for anything. I can give you better answers if you're looking for them.
That was
Yeah.
before this. Fuck it. Go back to 56. I'm not gonna find it.
So you're saying that because I'm from Russia and I have opinions you don't like, I'm a Russian agent?
Why are we debating the crowd right now? I'm still here.
Is that what
Can
you're
you
saying?
not
I
have
just- I
a?
just
Can you
can't-
really not answer my questions
I'm
that
just
much?
not very clear. Is that what you're saying?
let's not yell out questions from the audience. Let's not get into that. Let's try to let the dialectic get back on track here.
Simple question. What do you feel like I haven't addressed?
Every single thing that we've discussed.
Oh god. What a fucking child.
Okay, let's run it down. So you said I
Immigration.
didn't address immigration, right? My point on immigration is that you guys have fear-mongered about immigration, and every single policy that you've tried to enact has
Every
failed.
time you say you guys, you've already lost the argument because you're not arguing with me.
Okay, well, I asked you for a clear stance on whether or not you thought
I was
Brexit
very
was
clear
good
on
on net. You literally said you would not answer the Brexit question. When I asked if you were God, you could push a button. You literally said, well, I don't know. I couldn't do that.
I said immigration. Immigration, not Brexit, immigration.
Sure. Well, Brexit was a part of the immigration argument, right?
Not for me.
For the majority of the... Oh, my God. I'm sorry. It's okay. What question did you even pose to me with regards to immigration that you feel like I didn't answer? I don't think you even posed a question to me.
what you failed to do, we started this bit of the just listen, okay? Just put the
I'm
microphone
listening
down
right
and
now.
listen.
I'm listening.
Put the microphone down for a moment and listen.
I'm gonna hold it right here.
And you carry on. I'm not going to talk if you keep interrupting me. I'm not.
Dear God.
He refuses to engage in the conversation unless his mic is down. It's like, bro, I'm just sitting here waiting to talk because I'm tired. This chair doesn't have great back support.
It's there's been a couple times where he tries to take this commanding tone, stop talking, put the microphone down. It's he's trying to grasp an amount of control that would be disproportionate for a member of a debate panel to take.
Well, and he hasn't earned it. You can earn that. You can earn that
Sure.
if you can point out that the guy is just constantly interrupting you, which, you know, to some degree has happened, but like not enough for this amount of performativity. Like it's you could see through it unless you're like super partisan in one direction or the other. That like
I think this debate would be improved by a little more moderation. Personally,
yeah, quite a bit.
I think that having a moderator just there to be like, hey, don't talk to the crowd. Like, okay, time for the discussion to end. Like having somebody jump in and be like, okay, this seems to be your argument. This seems to be your argument. Go.
Yeah, quite a bit more hands-on would be nice here. Something, anything.
Well, because this is where we're at. With this level of moderation, we are now at the point where we're rehashing the entire discussion up to this point, which is now about an hour deep. Where we've had to shut down yelling from the crowd, accusing Konstantin of being a Russian agent because
he won't literally engage in the conversation. He's literally just staring off like, I won't.
We are officially off. This is one of the more disappointing Pangburn debates that I've seen.
Yeah.
Would you agree? Is this pretty?
Well, because once one of the conservatives takes their toy and goes home, you get the next conservatives like, I've got a toy, I won't take it home. We can play all, and then they'll take their fucking toy and go home at some point. But like, yeah, we've got him to just sit there and soak up the screen and literally refuse to engage in the conversation.
Well, let's see if we said we were going to go to the end of the wokeism discussion, so let's see if they get it back on track. I'm assuming we don't have much further to go since it seems to be a
Please.
Interested in this, whatever this is. You are.
I'm literally not. I'm asking you a question. You just refuse to answer. This is the game. How did I do it again? I'm asking you a clear question. You can't give me an answer.
I'm not going to talk to you unless you listen to what I'm saying as well as me listening to what you're saying.
I am listening.
Okay, good. So we started this bit of the conversation, right? Talking about the exchange that we just had. That's what we were talking about, right? And you made your points, and I tried to make my points, and you keep interrupting and talking over me, right? I've addressed immigration, and I've addressed every single other thing that you brought up. And the moment I do, what you do is you say, well, you conservatives say this, you conservatives say that, in order that you can then argue with things that I haven't said. And that is exactly what you've done throughout this whole thing. So when you ask me, why do people say that you're a conservative? It's because it's much more convenient for them than addressing the arguments that I'm actually...
You're not making any arguments. You're not making any arguments to disagree with.
Imagine Destiny's like, how do you say this guy's name? Konstantin?
Yeah.
How do you actually pronounce it? Konstantin?
Yeah, I think so.
That'd be like if Destiny was like, Konstantin says that we should be doing this, and then he goes, that's not my name. My name's Konstantin. Therefore, your argument is bullshit. Falls apart completely. It's not my name.
He refuses to engage on anything of substance and he gave Destiny nothing to respond to, other than to just point out that he's said nothing, completely failed to engage with the argument. Destiny needs to just restate, re-rail the conversation, ignore everything he said, re-rail the conversation. Go, Destiny.
Making. And you've demonstrated that throughout this entire discussion. That answers your question.
Okay, what is the argument that you're making with specificity to immigration? What does Konstantin's ideal immigration policy for Great Britain look like? And who has actively supported their vision for immigration to the United Kingdom?
Sorry, because I jumped in, which I
have used
shouldn't have
it
done.
because you interrupted me. Okay.
Second part.
Yeah. No, because you've supported historically over the past 10 years, whose idea for immigration, I guess, have you supported policy-wise, politician-wise? Who would you support right now? What is your ideal vision for immigration to the United Kingdom?
Yeah, it's a very good question. So my ideal vision for immigration in this country would be something like probably 40 to 50,000 people a year, highly selective, which means that you really have to qualify in terms of your skill set, ticking all sorts of other cultural compatibility, age, and so all sorts of other things that basically mean you're likely to be a very positive net contribution to the country. You're probably going to have the ability to earn and pay more tax than you receive in benefits over your lifetime. You're unlikely to commit crime. You're unlikely to become a terrorist. You're unlikely to do things that we wouldn't want you to do. You would be highly selective. I think I would definitely prioritize immigration from people from countries, not from countries really, but from people who already speak the language, who maybe have a cultural familiarity. So Hong Kongers are a good example of this, right? These are people who are formerly part of the British Empire, speak the language. They're able to come over, integrate very easily, and make a good contribution. So something like 40 to 50,000 people a year. But again, it's a democratic thing. So if the British people vote to have zero immigration, that's their right. If the British people want to have 300,000 people come a year, that's their right. Part of the problem we've had with immigration in this country.
Wait, can I ask just
No, just let me just finish this, Ben, and you can ask whatever you want. A part of the problem we've had with immigration in the last 30 years is, despite the fact that people keep voting against mass immigration of the kind that we've had, they keep voting for parties that promise to reduce it in 2010, in 2015, in 2016, in 2017, in 2019, and in 2024. In all of those elections, immigration was a major issue.
He's going to finish his ramble, and Dest's going to be like, oh, great, we're actually having a conversation, and try and engage, and he's going to take his toy and go home. Boom. Didn't pre-watch it, and go.
Issue, and the British people overwhelmingly voted
rambling.
against what we have today. Despite that fact, we've actually had the opposite of what they voted for. So I want managed, highly selective, low numbers, high compatibility, and I want it to be in line with the democratic wishes of the British people.
Hey, we're talking.
Okay, so then a statement and then a question. So I would argue that the reason why people have voted for lower immigration and they haven't gotten the lower immigration is because I don't think people tend to vote for higher or lower immigration. I think that people vote for where they feel problems are. And I feel like people sometimes scapegoat immigrants as a class of people for why these problems exist. So if housing is high, you vote for less immigrants. Or if the job market is bad, you vote for less immigrants. Or if the NHS wait times are too high, you vote for less immigrants. Or if Brexit is losing too much sovereignty, whatever, you vote for less immigrants. I feel like when it comes to these issues, the immigrants become this catch-all scapegoat, which I'm not even saying, and again, you can label me however you want, but I'm not a woke person when it comes to immigration. I don't think there's anything wrong with being selective against certain groups of people. But I think that the reason why there's such this pressure for the government, the majority government, to have more immigrants come in is because they know that as much as people might feel a certain type of way about certain types of immigrants, that the collapse of the NHS or the collapse of the education system or the collapse of the local economy is going to be worse than allowing more people to come in and work those jobs. So I guess my question is, and I'm pushing with a degree of specificity because you speak about these issues a lot. When you say selecting for certain values, like what is it? What would that test even look like? When you say selecting for certain values, what are the values that you're selecting for? Number one, and then number two, you mentioned like they have to speak the language and it should be like highly skilled people that can contribute net tax positive to the economy. Let's assume that you met the threshold for all of these things. Why cap it at 30 or 40,000? If they can integrate perfectly, if they speak the language, why not have like 100 or 200 or 300,000 of these people coming in?
It's a very good question. For me, I am less attached to the numbers. I just think where culturally Britain is at the moment is that's what the British people would want. For me, it's the numbers are. Joseph Stalin said quantity has a quality all of its own, and I think there's a truth to that, which is once you have very large numbers of people coming over a short period of time, it is disruptive for the reasons we've already discussed, and it also can put pressure on infrastructure. The reason, by the way, we haven't had the policy on mass immigration that the British people voted for isn't that. I mean, I agree with you. Of course, there are some people who scapegoat immigrants to explain the problems that society has, and I don't agree with scapegoating immigrants. That doesn't mean mass immigration is necessarily good. One of the problems with mass immigration is it's effectively been used in Europe to cover up the fact that our economies are not growing. Our economies are shrinking on a per capita basis.
Okay, well that he started to not make sense, but you know what? I will retract it. We actually did re-rail for the first time in the entire conversation. We're having a conversation.
Yeah, hour in, we've found common ground.
2 hours, 3 hours into stream.
God help us. Yeah.
We are
see if it goes.
Per capita in this country
keeps
today
going
than we were before the financial crisis. And the reason we haven't had the policy of controlled immigration that people keep voting for is that bringing in more bodies is the only way politicians can pretend our economy is still growing. That's actually the main reason that this has been happening.
Okay, so again, so I guess my question is, what are the values, or what are the things that you would select for when you talk about like a values-based test for people coming to the country? Like, what are the things that you're talking about? And then also just a comment on, the reason why we're bringing in immigrants is to shore up an economy. I think a lot of that has to do with the boomer generation as well. That you had a lot of people come back from wars, or stay for wars, I guess for your guys' case, but in the United States we say come back. And then you had this aging population that had a ton of kids, and now these people have all hit a certain age, so you're kind of this weird demographic age thing, which is why they're bringing in a bunch of younger workers now to kind of fix that issue, because you've got a lot of benefits and your triple lock pension, whatever else, all these things, Social Security in the United States. Yeah.
Well, that's part of it, but the problem is if you're bringing people who are net consumers of tax revenue, then you're not solving that problem, you're making it worse. Right? And that's what's been happening in the UK. So when you have mass unskilled or very low-skilled immigration and plus lots of dependents, you're actually bringing in people who are then going on benefits in this country, which I have no idea why it is in this country that we allow foreign citizens to receive benefits. It doesn't make any sense to me. But what happens is you then effectively are bringing net consumers of tax revenues, and you're making that problem worse, which is why I say it isn't that. It's the fact that politicians are able to pretend that we are growing. I mean, the British economy is growing by like 1.1% or whatever it is. It's still not even growing even on that basis. But the reason they bring in lots and lots of people is so that they can add to the total tax base without having consideration of what happens when you divide that by the number of people, which is you're getting poorer.
Okay, so then let's say that everything you just say is true, and I would agree that bringing in people to consume welfare, now I can't speak to the exact immigration schema that you have in the United Kingdom, but let's assume that that is happening, then why not speak to changing those policies rather than attacking the concept of like, well, 200,000 people came in and they're all leeching from the welfare? Why not just say that, if people want to try to immigrate, we'll do this. However, we're going to forbid people from qualifying for this much welfare. In the United States, you have to make a certain amount of money to qualify for visas or, long permanent resident cards, green cards, or whatever. Why don't I ever hear a conversation about that, changing the incentives?
Well, that's exactly what I advocate for all the time. That's literally what I say every time I talk about immigration.
Okay, that's good, but because I feel like I just heard you talk a lot about it. It was just reducing the number, high skilled only, reducing the number, but having like a cap on.
The thing you just described is literally what I advocate for on a daily basis.
Wait,
okay,
except,
I hear you talk a lot about the other
he
stuff.
had to
maybe
say
I
it
just
for
happened to
you.
miss it.
We are an hour into conversation, and he had to say it for you.
And also, might I add that we are supposed to be talking about wokeism. The immigration conversation ended like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah. We got through an entire conversation about it, and you never gave us your position that you talk about constantly. So I'm not sure if that catches out there.
Not entirely sold.
The
No.
math isn't mathin', but
The thing that what I believe about immigration, one of the problems is because, for the reasons we've already discussed, when you've had this open border policy combined with, the mantra diversity is our greatest strength, you build up a lot of resentment with other people against immigrants. And
it
the
makes
reason
me
people,
mad when
people,
you do that. Like, that can't be your argument. It has to be. It's bad because it's bad. But the real problem is how it makes me feel.
now
Like,
on the internet
that is
talking
a
about,
problem. It is a problem that you have these feelings about it. I wish you wouldn't catch that bad of feelings over us trying to do some good shit that doesn't work out that great. Like, sure, like DEI may be a failure, but it in many of the ways that it was used, but it was a failure in good faith. And instead of pretending that it destroyed the world, why not just be like, yeah, there's like probably a couple of white dudes that didn't get a job that deserved a job, and that was bad.
Yeah, let's make some tweaks and improve the system, as opposed to just declaring the whole thing a failure and tearing it down.
And just flip the checkerboard.
Britain's been colonized and Britain's been invaded. I don't like that language. I understand why people use it, but I don't like it. And the reason I don't like it is I don't blame people for wanting to come to Britain. Britain's great. Of course they'd want to come here. I believe that what we need to do is change policy so that the British government is doing things that are in the interest of the British people. And it's not in the interest of the British people for us to be spending £14 million a day on illegal immigrants. It's not in the interest of British people to be housing, clothing, and feeding people who've come here from other countries who are not British citizens and who are not paying tax here. We shouldn't have foreign nationals in social housing. We should not be providing benefits to foreign nationals. And I say this as someone who was very poor and a foreign national for quite a significant portion of my life in this country. So I advocate for sensible policies on immigration. On what
Get rid of that shit.
Here. That is my position, which is why, with all respect, I'm glad a normal conversation has broken out between us, despite the conversation we were having earlier, because this is the reason I don't subscribe to political parties and this sort of team-based agenda, because every political party has lots of things about its policies that I don't like. I don't like lots of things about left and right political parties. I like to advocate for the things that I believe are positive for this country. I think a positive, carefully selected immigration policy and then putting the interests of British people who are already here, who are nationals of this country first, is exactly what we should be doing. So
Sure.
I'm glad we agree on that.
Yeah, so I don't necessarily disagree with anything you've said, but one of the issues with the statement of like I don't subscribe to a certain political party, I think that you can have a I don't know, a constellation of ideas that don't map cleanly onto some side, but when it comes down to elections or when it comes down to pushing people to vote in an election, you kind of have to choose a party or you have to choose a person. Things have to collapse into one choice.
Sure.
And I guess, I mean, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but the feeling that I get from you, from the things that I've heard you say is that if I were to look at the past 20 years of British politics, and if immigration was a huge issue that I had with this country, I feel like the Conservatives have failed monumentally
Absolutely.
in dealing with the immigration issue.
Of course.
I feel like
Just like Labour before them. Yeah.
Sure, but I feel like the prediction was that Labour was going to continue to fail massively on it, and it seems like Labour hasn't failed. It seems like Starmer, for all of his faults, I know you guys all hate him, but it seems like his government has done a good job at cutting heavily into the amount of immigrants coming over, cutting heavily through the backlog of asylum seekers that you had that the Tories refused to deal with. But now, on the eve of all these Tories beginning to look like they're going to flip to reform, I feel like all of the people who are opposed to the mass migration or mass immigration narrative are going to try to support reform when all of these people have seemed to fail to deliver on these reduction of immigration promises over and over and over again. And that's just very confusing to me. I don't understand that.
Yeah, well, let me explain it to you. I mean, it's a fair critique. So, first of all, the Labour, your point about, Labour Party is reducing numbers, it's not quite how it works, but yeah, the numbers are lower. They're still very high. I mean, this is why I kept bringing up the point about what was happening in this country 30 years ago when I first came here. The numbers of people coming then were about 40 to 50,000 a year, 55,000, I think, in 1996. It's still like 300-something thousand now, which is way too high, particularly given the cumulative impact of mass immigration that we've had. So both Labour and not both Labour, the Labour, the Lib Dems and the Conservatives have all failed on this. All the mainstream politicians have failed on this for the reasons that I gave you.
Sure,
and let me address the
choice,
point
right?
about reform.
Like
let me
the
address
Labour failed, the Labour or the Conservative Party, the Tories failed far, far, far more.
No, it started with the Blair government. So more people came under the Blair government. Let me just
No,
lay
I
this
understand.
out.
We're going Boris wave after. It seems like the Tories failed hardcore.
They
with
both
immigration
failed
stuff.
in exactly the same way.
Okay, so you would say as of right now, if you could flip a coin and have the Tories continue, okay, versus the Labour government, that they would both perform the same on immigration.
I think it probably very likely similar. Yeah, absolutely.
How would we feel that way? What's the evidence of that?
Sorry?
What would be why would we feel that way? What would we look to in reality that would inform that?
I think the numbers were going to come down, whoever was in charge. I don't think the numbers this year have come down because the Labour government has come in. I think they were likely to come down anyway. My point is something else. Immigration under both governments is way too high, particularly given its cumulative impact over time. But your point about, a few Tories defecting to reform, it's not all these Tories. It's like 3 or 4 people in terms of the MPs. They were all people who would have been pretty hawkish about immigration and when they were in power tried to do something about it and were prevented from doing anything about it by their own party, which is why they're now moving to reform. So yeah, I've voted... I think I voted for the party I voted most for in my life are the Liberal Democrats. Second most would be Labour. I think I might have voted. Yeah, I think I voted Conservative once, and yeah, I've never voted Reform. So,
okay, I guess when I look at so here's a question, I guess, when it comes to the immigration thing. Let's say that for the next 5 years, we could float this idea of capping immigration at 30 or 40,000 per year to the UK, but it would mean I won't say severe, but somewhat of a degradation or continued degradation of the services that the NHS provides, and then an increase in the cost of education, that the costs are going to continue to go up. But we can cut the amount of immigrants coming in as a result of that. Do you think that's a trade? Is it a trade that you would support? And do you think it's a trade that most British people would support?
I definitely think it's a trade that most British people would support, but I also don't think that that is actually what would happen. I mean, first of all, given the decline in birth rates that we are now seeing, schools are shutting anyway, so you don't need foreign teachers to teach British children. That's not really happening. In terms
like
of
foreign students for money, right?
Hold on, but you mean for universities?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, foreign students are coming in and paying fees and then going back to their country. I think it's totally fine. I've got no problem with that. We're exporting a British service. No issue with that at all. But in terms of the NHS, I do think it would have a short-term impact on the NHS, but we have to train British people to do those jobs, inevitably so. And that short-term impact will be disruptive, but it will be worth it. But my broader point to you about mass immigration beyond specific shortages in specific industries, which, by the way, are exaggerated. You've got to remember, right, in what is effectively a market economy, when you have a shortage of labor, what that does is increases the wages that people are willing to offer people to do those jobs, and that then creates more people who come in and do those jobs. So,
but it also increases the cost of those services.
Yeah,
right?
of course, but
I think
What was that?
I think the bit is dead. They've actually gone into a whole new conversation that I think we don't have the energy to retread all of this, so maybe we should pick up next time, like 5 minutes ago in this conversation, where it actually gets good, so that we can actually have a conversation.
Sure. Yeah. It seems. Yeah. I mean, if this continues for the next 40, 50 minutes, then they
Yeah.
might actually like have an
Have
overall
a real conversation that we wasted our time on the first hour where it was just drama and garbage.
Yeah, that was
Well,
exhausting getting through that first part.
You know what? We had some good conversations with Chipingro and North. So
Oh yeah, no, I was happy to chat with them. Before we sign off though,
oh Lord, white culture meme, fantastic.
how white are we?
How white am I? Am I a rugged individual?
Well,
The individual is the
are you
primary
self-reliant?
unit. Yeah.
Are you independent and autonomous?
Plus rewarded. I'm not rewarded for it, but
Hmm,
a little bit.
might not be white.
Uh-oh.
And are you assumed to be in control of your environment?
In control of my environment? We moved on? Where's the in control of their environment? You get what you deserve. Oh, okay. So, do I assume? No, fuck that.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
I mean, what would we say? That's like
I'm a 2 for 4 on that one.
2 for 4 on the rugged individualism.
Yeah.
Okay.
My fake white?
50-50 as to whether or not James is white. Let's figure out. For what it's worth, I mean, I am the primary unit of myself, I guess. I am not entirely self-reliant. I've had to accept help from others before, and will probably do so again. So, no, I don't have that going for me. I mean,
50-50?
I do value being independent. I am occasionally rewarded for
But
my
do you
autonomy.
think people should be rewarded because of their independence and autonomy?
I mean, insofar as they can sort that out, I guess.
I don't think it should be rewarded any higher than much any other. Like I wouldn't value that in and of itself.
Sure.
I think sometimes it has a tendency in some people. Some people should be independent and highly autonomous, but a lot of times we're rewarded in society for attaching ourselves to an existing hierarchy, like fucking Walmart
Sure.
and Amazon. That gets a lot of people a lot of cheap goods, okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
They should probably treat their workers better, but overall, probably not necessarily a bad thing economically. Other than the way that it price fixes, I believe.
Individuals assumed to be in control of their environment. I mean, to some degree, I mean, in part, we are dependent on the individuals who came before us. We have some agency in changing that environment, but I mean, we're ultimately subject to the environment that, like, there is no, this isn't a chicken and egg problem.
God.
I mean,
I miss Shapingro again.
Oh,
Does I refuse to listen?
He refuses?
Yeah. He wanted either in. He didn't want to just listen to us ramble.
Oh, well.
Oh,
well, is he trying to jump back in?
There he is.
Okay. Shapingro.
Shapingro. We want to decide if we're white.
Yeah, I was trying to catch up with that.
All right, we'll catch you up. On the first one, I'm 50-50 white, and then Kyle's deciding if he's 50-50 or like 75% white on the first one.
I think
you're super white.
Are we doing lowercase white, or are we like
I'm doing
uppercase? We're picking out a culture.
I'm doing like white people. Like, you know when white girls say white people? Like that. White people.
White people.
Am I white?
All right, so we're using the proper noun here.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, James, that was your distinction earlier.
I didn't understand the distinction when you made it.
All right, well, let's re-clarify the distinction.
Yeah.
I asked you why the other non-white cultures got capital letters. You said it's because they're proper nouns, right?
Yes, because of the specific history of African Americans and other black identified individuals in America, because of their erasure of their history. They don't have another proper racial group to identify as, so they can identify as African American or black with a capital B, whereas
All right.
white people.
Is there such a thing as capital white culture?
I don't think there's much value in that. No, I think there's.
Okay, so
you could
we're
say,
doing white culture. We're doing the water you swim in.
yeah, there we go. Yeah, I understand the distinction now. Yes, we're doing lowercase w.
I'm not sure that I understand the distinction.
Where the distinction is this whiteness in the identifying with a cohesive real concept, or do we just mean kind of the tendencies of a non proper noun group?
And we're going with the second one?
I think so.
Okay. Are we in agreement?
That's the way I think of it in this case. But which one's more fun is also a question. I think
Sure.
there's more memes to be had.
I'm good with either. I just wanted to lock in to know which one we were doing.
All right, which one do we want to do this analysis in, Kyle?
Well, if we're acting as white guys, then we shouldn't read it as white. We should read it as proper noun white.
Okay, yeah. Maybe that's part of the problem of why this comes across different to different people on different political ends. Y'all are trying to assume that they're identifying an official whiteness, and whereas this is more of a critique of a culture that is also white or has.
All right, then
has
let me
racial
use different words
assumptions.
to ask.
Yes.
Are we just asking how much each of us as individuals identify with the generic culture? In which case, anybody can play this game.
Yeah, that's
or
lowercase w.
specifically because we would probably call ourselves white guys.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if my camera is very clear, but I am indeed fairly Caucasian, yeah. Like egregiously so.
Okay, but you've once again. Okay, give us the distinction one more time, Shapingro. Lock in.
If I go to the beach and take off my shirt, I'm kind of camouflaged.
I feel like I'm going to end up on a list somewhere after having this conversation.
It could be. Well, you know, with this administration, you'd be on the good boy. You wouldn't be the naughty list.
Yeah, but that, you know, if this administration is doing it, the next administration is going to do it.
True.
That's right. Yeah, you're gonna get put in a re-education plant.
We're gonna get horseshoe theoried on the lists.
I don't want to end up in one of the voluntary re-education camps.
We're gonna get canceled and put on both lists. That's the club I want to be in. Counterpoint.
All right.
I hope
Anyway,
the Grill
so
Hottest will
where
join
were we?
us in both of the horseshoe theories hate us. In that gulag, we will live together with Counterpoint's audience.
All right,
Long
so
live the COD.
We are again approaching this from the perspective of
Shapingro, you think it should be a discussion of capital W, proper white culture.
Well, otherwise the discussion is, and which is a discussion that absolutely anybody could have, which is like, how not normal am I?
Sure. Yeah.
Right.
Well, I think that's,
if you generalize it enough, like we're asking about how we relate to statistical averages.
I think that's where the conversation breaks down a little bit. Is that I think that, and it's because of the way that they set it up. Okay, that's not your fault. It's not your fault. They did this to us, to both of us. Okay, we're both here because they fucked up and tried to make it a capital W when it should have been a. It should have been more clear that it's an observance of. So this really does tie into like critical theory, right? Are you familiar with critical theory?
Well,
probably more so than most leftists, and definitely more so than most right-wingers that complain about critical theory. I imagine you're familiar with it. It's basically just the concept that a majority, it's like the fish concept, the swimming in water, the unidentified assumptions that society makes for about how people interact with culture, and the fact that if you're part of a minority that isn't accounted for in the way that day-to-day society works, you're going to be prejudiced against as a minority. And so critical theory is just being aware of that. The foundations of the concept of wokeness really are critical theory. The recognition of your differentness than the assumptions of society and culture and how it accommodates for people. What do you think, Chapingro? Did I cook on that one? I feel like I cooked.
I think you hit pretty much
Vibe
all
with
the
it?
high points.
Hell yeah, brother. So
And to be
yeah,
clear, that's why this makes this so confusing, is
yeah,
because we're doing the Hegelian dialectic and we're saying, well, what is the norm and how are we different under that dialectic? So by defining the norm as white culture, you've removed the ability for white to be distinct. It can only be the statistical average.
yeah, yeah. And they've done this to us. I agree, and I'm sorry for it.
Looking through, I mean, there are some, like, looking at this next section, family structure, nuclear family, husband is breadwinner, head of household, wife is homemaker, children should have own rooms and be independent. Like, I guess you could say those are white things, but it seems more like American norms or standard of living
Yeah.
goals than it is like, oh, well, this is a white thing. Now, the next part, emphasis on scientific method with objective, rational, linear thinking, like that goes complete. When I think of like what white culture is, I'm usually either thinking about like the memes of people who don't know how to dance properly, or I'm thinking of people who are like white nationalists and believe in white supremacy and things. And those people don't give a fuck about scientific method. Like, actually, they'll use it to their benefit when they can, if they're trying to argue for like phrenology or some shit. But once they hit a dead end with that, they'll abandon it.
Well, this is kind of what I was getting at a long time ago in the conversation. And apologies, I had a relative that I rarely get to speak to.
No, absolutely.
I was asking which culture do we want to reinforce? And I didn't want to bring it up at the time because I can't just, like provide a source for you, but I've run into a number of times a distinction in the like pedagogical project of education in which they ask this question of, well, should we be reinforcing those scientific method norms? Because that's just the normative society, and we need to open up diversity to other realms of thought. So like white, black, indifferent, we're clearly otherizing the norm here. That's kind of the purpose of the antithesis part of the dialectic. And in a way, we're pointing it out as being, well, it's not really as good as we're saying it is. So do we want to reinforce empirical and scientific thinking? Should that be something the government does? Because I think in some ways, these people are saying no to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think.
And
Yeah, go for it, Cal.
I was just gonna say I do support the scientific method. I think that the government should prioritize reliance on that method of determining, especially like where it's most relevant, like tracking weather or predicting things like climate patterns. Obvious things like that are pretty obviously reliant on the scientific method. Without the scientific method, we would probably not be very effective in mitigating those problems. So yeah, I would say that's certainly an important aspect of the culture that I would like to reinforce. What were you going to say, James?
Yeah, I was going to speak to sort of the other side of that a little bit. Yeah, absolutely, these should be the primarily reinforced things, but there's also certain value in recognizing that overclassifying things and an over strictness to these unobserved assumptions about how we think about things have many times been the barriers to true knowledge. And things like critical theory, I think there should be room for that as well, even though it's not as like objective or straightforward or scientific. It's an observation of something more ephemeral in many ways, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's less valuable. Like the observance of like something as simple as how white culture, lowercase w, doesn't allow for people with black hair to succeed in office settings as well, because certain things about uh, uh, black hair upkeep, etc., are considered, could be considered offensive to white sensibilities. And the observance of that isn't necessarily something as measurable as an atom, but the ways of thinking that go outside of the strict models of the hard sciences still have value in society. We just need to not be as stupid when we need to not make this thing. Don't make this thing. Bad job, leftists.
Yeah. This
Not a
this
good
was
job.
this is bad
Yeah,
overall.
This
say anything. You
section,
just
this
said
section
bad
of
thing,
social
bad.
science is good. This section of science is good. This you fucked
Good
up.
thing, good. Bad thing, bad. Got it.
Well, yeah, like the same science that made the atom, made the nuclear
Kyle
power,
at
made
least
the
came
nuclear
down on a
bomb.
side here. Like my immediate pushback to Kyle, because I'm a jerk, is well then you're clearly not anti-racist because you're willing to reinforce the normative standards which hold other people down. I mean that would be the pushback at the time from somebody who put out something like this.
Yeah, and I would say no, that's not true. You're fucking stupid. I mean, if it was just a conversation, like with some rando on the street or somebody in a bar or something like that, I would just be like, okay, well, this isn't worth my time anymore. In an actual
You would tell
debate,
the person who's approving the media at the Smithsonian Institute, no, you're stupid.
Yeah,
I would.
I would tell this
If
person that they were
if that's
stupid.
if
This
if
person,
their response to me is like, oh, I'm what is it you said that this fictional person accused me of doing?
You're clearly not anti-racist because by saying that you want to maintain those standards in our society, you're just reinforcing social norms which are oppressing people. They're keeping people down. You are
I mean,
clearly not woke to the damage that's being done.
you might not be stupid, but that is a stupid statement. I'll clarify my stance to be that. How about that?
respectable.
Smart people say stupid shit all the time, and you might be smart. You just said something stupid. Happens to me all the time, unfortunately.
I agree with that, but let me play your game. If you want to reinforce those norms, it's a fallacy to just say I'm stupid. You have to tell me why I'm stupid, and you haven't done that.
Sure, because the scientific method produces useful outcomes that are really, really important to maintaining the infrastructure of our society. I think what somebody arguing from the perspective that of this document is throwing out the baby with the bathwater and saying there are all these norms that that can be oppressive in some ways, and in some ways I do agree. Like I think that insisting that the husband be the breadwinner and head of household, I don't think that that's a good thing for everyone to have to adhere to. Wife being a homemaker who's subordinate to the husband, I don't think that's good to enforce.
Yeah,
I
let's
don't
not
think
pretend
that
that there's not some sort of dualistic opposite to everyone. Like there could be a toxic version of all like an overemphasis on being self-reliant. You don't think that like old people not going to the doctor because they can just exercise their fucking cancer away? Like there are toxic
All right,
versions of
then
all of these things. So like I'm not
if you're going to go there, I'm going to make the really controversial statement and say
Alrighty.
everything on this list of whiteness is really just describing healthy. You have the best odds
Protestant
of good
work ethic?
outcomes if you come from a two-parent household. These two-parent households tend to work best where the female has time to spend time with the children and the male is the breadwinner.
What
Like
if it
any
turns out-
statistical breakdown that's meeting these norms is going to be way ahead of the curve.
But what if we find out that it would actually be better if kids had 4-parent households? It would be better if people started
Do you have
having more.
any data that suggests that?
Well, no, but I mean, like maybe we should investigate it.
Okay,
but
maybe we should investigate it, but
this just
until we have that answer, shouldn't we default to like what we do have data for?
What about? I mean,
But these
aren't kids who
things
come
can
from
be
two?
broken, yeah, they can be broken down into other segments where
kids who come from 2-parent households are also more likely to see domestic violence. It's not a good thing.
Yeah, that doesn't.
I don't know that that's true.
That's
well,
definitely true.
If there's only one parent in the house, then I mean, I guess unless if the domestic violence is inflicted on the kid or something, then that could be. But
Well, hang on. You can have single parent household, and like if the parents aren't together, single parents still can include like live-in boyfriend and girlfriends.
Yeah, this is kind of, I feel like this is kind of missing the point a little bit, where what we're trying to say is there can be conflating issues. The reason that you run into a two-parent household is generally best is because that gives you two incomes, that people who are in an established family are more capable of taking care of that family. That's just like obvious. But that doesn't mean that all forms of single parent household are inferior, or all forms of three or more parent
Hang on.
households
I never
are.
said that. You're making a leap to something I never said.
Well, I think
What
what
I
you
said
said
is
was
the
that everything on this.
statistical average.
Yeah, you're saying on average these things are better, and I'm saying yeah, but that doesn't mean that any one of these things is necessarily good, right?
I think that the idea
That's not included in what I'm saying. Like I'm just saying what I'm saying. We know what the statistical averages are, and we know that these correlative factors are extremely large, such that if I meet everything on this list, I'm going to be ahead of the leagues in pretty much choose your metric: education, health. What's another metric you guys care about?
Yeah, but that's the thing. This is just simple correlation causation fallacy. It's just dead as day.
I was going to say artistic literacy, but
it's you're saying.
I'm sure that would be higher as well.
Like, how do we know that like the causation isn't reversed in any one of these things where
I'm not making a causal argument. I'm making a correlative argument.
exactly. And then you're
Okay.
saying, shouldn't we think then therefore we should normalize making these things positive?
Yeah, yes. Let me be more clear about what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if we don't have a causal description, which I think that we agree we don't have a purely causal description on hand,
yeah,
then
and you're saying
we
should
should
make
default,
assumptions, and I'm saying we should explore it. We should look into, is it okay to have a single parent household if
whether or
they
not we
have the
look into
time?
it doesn't tell us whether or not we should default to it. Yes, I agree we should look into it. I'm making a stronger statement about a tangential thing, which is without a causal notion on hand, we should use the strongest correlation that we have.
Unless we have other evidence otherwise, yeah.
But we don't have other evidence otherwise.
Well,
That's
yeah,
why this is the
I could just
strongest
look at a
correlation.
two-parent household and say, well, the reason that they're good at being a household is because they're a stable.
No one is
chosen
saying the
family.
reason. You're inputting this reason thing where nobody is saying that. You're trying to turn it into a fallacy where the claim was never a fallacy.
By making it a normalized decision, by saying we ought to do this, you're saying, well, we're deciding what we should do based on the outcome. So
I'm applying. Hang on. I'm applying the third one down. I'm using empirical and scientific method. Like physics.
Yeah, and you're saying that we as a society should reify these truths into something.
Yes, that is what that statement is saying.
We should choose winners or losers based on these statistical outcomes. All
right, hang on. Let me try this one other way, based on something you've already said. Okay. You agreed that we should be teaching evolution, correct?
Sure.
Do we have a proof, a from axiom proof that evolution is in fact the mechanism by which
we have way more than any of these, than for any of these things?
No, but if you say we ought teach evolution, you're doing exactly what I'm doing. You're saying, even though we don't have proof, we ought use the highest statistical correlation that we have, and the higher the statistical correlation it is, that we should give more credence that it points to being the truth.
I mean, and we should include within the lessons that this is the best we have, where we should strive to constantly learn more and dissect this information so that we can actually learn the cause behind it, and simultaneously
picking a winner and a loser in deciding whether or not to educate people about evolution is so much different than picking a winner and loser on whether or not you should have a Protestant work ethic or an emphasis on the scientific method. Like
I don't know that I agree with that. I think if we went and did, and granted this would have to be a soft science style study, but if we went through and figured out which people had each one of these traits, and then we did cross correlations with other traits that we would claim are positive correlations. Now, I'm just declaring it. I'm pulling it out of my ass. I don't have this study, but in every time I've seen a study cited that is something of that same effect, that we're looking at one of these things and doing cross correlations to other positive things, that it is always highly correlative.
I'm not.
That's
I'm not
why I said
disagreeing.
I'm willing to
Wait,
say this is
well,
healthy.
Okay, you're willing to say it's healthy, but okay. I think we sort of lost the train of the argument there, because what I'm saying is picking a winner or loser, reifying it through government, legislature, etc. Like, that's very different between this list of qualities versus deciding whether or not we should teach evolution. You're trying to draw that comparison. I'm saying that's two way different
I'm just trying to
things.
get you to bite the bullet that you are in fact doing something on some level. You can argue that it's a spectrum and there's a sliding scale, and you're closer to a binary than I am.
We both want to use power. I would never deny that we're both using power. That's I wouldn't deny that. I'm saying that we have way more evidence for evolution than that any of these things need to be reified by like government legislation. That's two different things.
Okay, what about like body weight? Do we have enough evidence about body weight to define healthy? And we should probably teach it to children.
I mean, yeah, if we're talking about like body weight proportionate to your own body type,
but we should teach about exceptions and accommodating people who are like, oh, this person has like a fucking knee disability, so they can't jog and shit, and this person has like a thing where they produce a lot of extra body weight. You know, like.
Well, that's the question. Should we teach it as like, well, it's a coin toss. You could be one of anything. There's no real true notion of healthy.
I mean, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get you to clarify. Like, how much emphasis should we put on the default?
I feel like it was pretty clear. Yeah, we should teach that generally that fitness is good, and then we should also teach about the exceptions. I feel like I've made it pretty clear.
Can we define it as a default? That's all I'm asking.
Define it as a default. Yeah, I'm okay with not all of these. No, not necessarily. If you scroll up, Kyle, some of the stuff at the top.
No, I wasn't necessarily saying on this list. I'm just trying to get something that you're willing to say.
Yeah, of course there's
like,
norms that are good.
On health, we should teach all of these exceptions, which I agree.
I'm not as out there as you think I am.
I don't think you are.
A lot of times
you were speaking pretty reasonably earlier.
Yeah, a lot of times we make a lot of assumptions about each other based on past conversations we've had with people with similar ideologies. I think a little bit of that has happened in this conversation, where you're assuming that I'm not okay with any like general standards or whatever. I'm just more okay with making room for the exceptions. I think that's a good way to dovetail all of this. Is I think there's a lot more room for exceptions. And
would you say that as someone on the left, you're trying to pull the Overton window?
We're mostly.
I'm just kidding. I'm just being a dick.
I'm kind of.
Why should I be offended by that question?
Well, because that's the trope, and the trope is earlier in the conversation. I heard somebody say it's the center right that's pulling the Overton window in a crazy direction.
Oh, gotcha. Like, most of the Overton window that I want is not that the window hasn't been here, it's that I want more people to feel comfortable over here being all pro freedom, you know?
I'm just stuck on this whole thing of steak and potatoes being the right way to eat, and that it's bland is best.
Wait, did it say that?
It sure does in aesthetics.
Yeah. Okay. See, this is
all right.
Now we can come together.
I overspoke. Maybe not everything on this list.
Okay. Yeah. See. Yeah. That's what I was saying. We should get through the whole list before we make declarative statements like that.
This is we know that's anti-white racism.
Yeah.
It almost opens us up to separate these out, because some of them seem like, again, positive things, like the being on time and the empirical thing, and then negative things like white people love mayonnaise and they put it on everything and they just have zero taste buds.
Version. We should make the better. We should take all the stuff that's like weird and like terribly woke, like SJW-ishly bad woke, in an unironic sense, and then separate out the part that's like, here's some unexamined. We should make the 3 real versions of the pamphlet. One is,
You
here's
should
the woke garbage
deconstruct
on
their
this.
deconstruction.
we should make one list that's, here's all the woke garbage. Here's the criticisms of our assumptions about society, and here's just some anti-white racism that they slipped in here.
I mean,
Fuck
I don't
your
know that I
steak and
want to.
potatoes.
I don't know if I want to spend that much effort deconstructing a 5-year-old document that got removed from the Smithsonian
Yeah,
because it
but
was decided to
pretending
be
we
stupid.
were going to is probably a better ending to the bit than actually doing it. So
Sure, I guess so.
we got this. I think we.
I mean, all in all, I think my stance is there. Like, yeah, there are some things on here that are worth culturally enforcing. There are some things on here that are statistical, like representations of statistical predictors for health and success. And there are some things on here that are shit and should just be disregarded.
Yep. Pretty much. Competition.
I
To be
agree,
number
but
one.
that takes all the fun out of it.
It does. And I was looking forward to deciding how white I am out of
All
out of
right,
these
you know,
various
yeah,
things.
we'll end it on the good fun. We've had the good faith. Let's have the good fun. Time for candy. We had plenty of vegetables. Time for
Do
candy.
it, Kyle, wherever you left off.
Well, let's see.
No. Let's all go through it now. Chipingro, we'll all go through this. How much do you identify with rugged individualism? Let's rate all of these like 1 to 5, and then we'll average it.
And then we'll end the stream because I would like
Yep.
a burrito.
Yeah.
All right. Rugged individualism, it's my ideal, but I am
All
not
about it.
a rugged individualist. I'm a fraud. I'm a fake.
Yes, the first honest libertarian. That's why you stopped being a libertarian, because you're honest. Okay, or ran into reality. Reality finally caught up to your libertarian ideals.
It's not wrong.
I used to work with a guy who was like hardcore libertarian, and then whenever we were trying to like close the restaurant, but I had like 6 tables, he'd like bitch at me for not helping him with side work. It's like, bro, rugged individualism, dude. You got this shit.
All right, family structure. Yeah, I think there's a lot of great value that comes out of being independent and being individual, and self-reliance is super useful and all of that. But that doesn't mean we should build a society around it. And generally, people have always relied on each other to a huge extent. Like the nuclear family and the myth of rugged individualism has gone rampant in the United States to the point that like red pill men are insane morons.
All right, so out of 5,
Can't
rugged
deal with-
individualism.
I'm gonna
James,
go 2 out of 5.
Chipingro.
Out of 5, shit, I have to give James's answer 2.
Okay,
Kyle,
I'll
what are you?
go 2.5.
Nope.
I can't do decimals.
Yeah, I thought about it. Okay, we'll do
All right.
we'll do an out of 10. I'm going 4 out of 10.
I guess I'll do 5.
There we go, 5 out of 10.
All right, I guess I'm a 3.
You're
Oh,
even
wow.
softer. You're even
Not because I
softer.
don't believe in it. I very strongly believe in it. I just would be hypocritical as I don't actually live that way.
Okay.
Well, fair.
So do you want a society that would leave you behind?
Good luck, guys. Have fun.
A little bit. Yeah.
But I mean,
a little
but
bit.
actually,
you want a society that makes you beg and live off of the charity of the church, cuz trust, they'll figure it out. All right, moving on.
family structure.
Family structure. What are our assumptions here? The nuclear family, father, mother, 2.3 children is the ideal social unit.
I mean, sure. I'm sure that yields better outcomes. It's not what I come from.
I'm gonna go with a 10 out of 10 because I've always wanted a third of a child. Jesus. Husband is breadwinner and head of household. Wife is homemaker and subordinate to the husband. children should have own rooms. I'm gonna go full 0 out of 10 just because they said that woman shit.
I mean,
because I have to be anti-sexist. I have to go 0 out of 10.
I'm gonna look at things individually. Nuclear family, it's not where I came from. Probably would have been nice, but maybe it would have sucked. Who knows? But it seems to yield good outcomes, so I'll go in on that. Husband is breadwinner. I don't really give much stock into that. I think that women can, or wives or whatever can, be the breadwinner. It's fine. Likewise, I think that a husband could be a homemaker, and I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to say subordinate, but at the very least, not be the one who's making the money, and that's probably okay. Children should have their own rooms. Listen, I'm an only child. I would not fucking stand having to share my room with another kid. So I'll go in on that. I'm gonna say 5 out of 10 again. Pingro.
I'm gonna bump this one up just because, again, I'm a fraud. I'm a hypocrite. I'm not married with 2.3 children.
Mm.
The only pushback I have on you guys, like, my gut instinct is to agree with you that the wife as the homemaker, subordinate, while the husband is the breadwinner, that kind of feels icky. But
it resonates on some level.
Well, it only resonates in that level.
Then you're fully on board again, right? But that's a poison pill. That's a poison pill.
It is. It's a touchy subject because it's like one of those areas where the red pill guys are.
It's like someone said, "I want like a strong nation," and then they went for white people, and you're like, "Whoa!" I want a strong nation with healthy children and a place of opportunity, and where people can be happy and love each other and live in harmony with no Jews. Then okay, this bit is it's a joke. It's a joke. We're canceled. I'm sorry.
James, you're going to have so many mea culpas on our next episode.
I'm going to get canceled by association, but I've been saying some spicy shit.
The bit is obvious. We're fine. Hey, Twitter isn't watching. Nobody's watching. The only thing saving us from getting canceled is nobody's fucking watching.
Yeah, because we've already been canceled.
True.
So
we came pre-canceled. That's a great podcast name. Pre-canceled.
It's too bad we already picked one. Okay, yeah. What do you think out of 10? Are you thinking?
I'm thinking like a 6.
Okay.
At least. Just because, in all honesty, how many women out there? Like, the exceptions exist. I'll grant you. Maybe maybe a third of women on the high end meet this exception. But how many women really want to be in a relationship where they make less than their husband?
Yeah, but how much of that is them being told that's what you need in a household, right? How much is that self-reifying? How much is this a self-licking ice cream cone where
well, whether it's self-reifying or not, it does contribute or take away from the health of a relationship. If somebody has it in their mind, whether it's real or not, that their partner is not,
but the idea is if you remove it in the mind, then it fixes the whole situation. In that case, it's not a real problem. It was just you being dumb, right?
I think the way I'm thinking about this is like, what would my ideal society accommodate for? Not so much like where are we right now and what would be the best outcome. I think where we are right now, like, you could make the argument that probably yields the best outcome, but I'm thinking like for the culture I would advocate for enforcing through government would not include that. That's kind of my way of thinking.
Would you be preferred or lose anything for not or making this decision? Like other than just its inherent outcomes?
But that's what we care about. Our outcomes.
No. What we're saying is, should society put any additional... Kyle, we lost your camera. The question is, should we put any additional benefits or negatives on that? That's the question.
And I'm saying the only way to evaluate that is, in some sense, I agree. Like, outcomes are kind of the only way. There's no deontological hierarchy by which I know to evaluate this question. So I'm going to fall back to outcomes.
Okay, you're talking about measuring, or this is just a different thing. You're not making the leap here between.
I'm a mathematician. Yes, I'm trying to think about how to make it concrete, how to make it tractable.
I'm not trying to keep it in the abstract. I think you're missing the rails a little bit here. Let's get back on track to the let's go to the emphasis on scientific method.
Wait, we didn't. Did we finalize everybody's scores on the family structure?
Yeah. I was 0 out of 10. He was 6.
I was 5.
You were 5 out of 10.
Okay. All right. Fine.
Emphasis on scientific method. Objective, rational, linear thinking. Cause and effect relationships. Quantitative emphasis.
10 out of 10. No notes.
No notes.
I agree with James. 0. We shouldn't try to quantify things. It's
let me know. I don't know if you were watching the debate, but it's really hard to quantify things. Like, for example, like, what is a lot?
What is a lot?
What is a lot? What is a little?
I am not a 0 out of 10. I'm gonna go with an 8 out of 10 actually.
This
is my most white value.
Why are you taking 2 off?
I think we often overemphasize this, and being open to creative solutions can often yield really meaningful results. I think a lot of times when we overemphasize values like these, we over-reify them and keep other totally acceptable and even meaningful or superior solutions off the table. So I would say, for the most part, not no notes. We'll put it at a 9 out of 10. Put it at a 9 out of 10. Not no notes, but keep an open mind to cause and effect relationships and things you wouldn't expect. Just because you don't see the relationship yet doesn't mean it's not there. I'm open to other processes.
That just sounds like the scientific method being used properly.
Yeah. So I guess I'm not critiquing the words on the page here. I'm critiquing how our society applies those, and that's bringing me back down to an 8 out of 10. Okay. I'm becoming less white as I read those statements in a modern context.
This is the argument that I've had with a friend where he was trying to tell me he didn't want to learn music theory because it would restrict his creativeness.
I mean, you know how I feel about that already. I think it's an emotion that I felt before I went to music school of like, oh shit, if I fill my brain up with theory, I'm going to lose my creativity. It's really more about just like learning the names of colors and like how colors mix together. And so like when you're mixing paint, you understand how to get the color you want.
But it also gave you words to explore your creativity.
Yeah, and it gave me the ability to understand things a lot faster than it would have had I gone through the process by myself, rediscovering music theory over the course of multiple years on my own, as opposed to within one term of college.
Yeah, stand on the shoulders of giants is where I am. I was being facetious earlier. 10 out of 10.
Sure. Okay.
10 out of 10.
All right. So we're all pretty white when it comes to the scientific method. History. Based on Northern European immigrants' experience in the United States. Heavy focus on the British Empire and the primacy of Greek and Roman and Judeo-Christian tradition. I think as far as teaching history goes, it makes sense to spend a decent amount of time on the Northern European immigrants' perspective, but we are lacking in the perspective of people who were not immigrants from Northern Europe. And I think we would be better off if we included that history. I think it's a more complete understanding of the country's history. And I do think that history is very important. Heavy focus on the British Empire. I mean, that is ultimately the source of like the governing structure of America. I think it makes sense to spend a decent amount of time on that, as well as the primacy of Greek and Roman and Judeo-Christian tradition, because those do inform the way that we operate. I think that
Well,
having
the
it being
Enlightenment principles that led to modern liberalism and the modern moral and social understandings aren't solely in the British Empire. You know, the French have plenty to say, the Germans have
sure.
plenty to say.
Yeah.
You know, Eastern Europeans have some to say.
Yeah. Yeah.
So maybe there's a little bit of, you know, I would say there should be a heavy focus on the British Empire. No, not necessarily the British, European modernism. Sure, like modernism as in the last like 400 years plus.
I mean,
I would say more on the conversation of Enlightenment Europe rather than the British Empire. So I will amend that statement as well.
I mean, I think that there is no history that's not worth learning, insofar as you have the capacity to learn
Something
about
valuable
history.
about it.
I think that these emphases, like the focus on the British Empire for the purpose of understanding American history, is good, as is primacy of Western and Judeo-Christian tradition as it pertains to teaching history. I don't think that it's necessarily good to teach in a way that teaches that those are the best, the superior. And I think that we need to have more accounts of non-North European immigrants when we teach history in America. So I would put myself at a I'd put myself at a 4 or a 5. I'm gonna go
out of 10 or out of 5.
Out of 10.
Out of 10. Out of 10. I'm half committed to the second and third traits of history, and the top one I think is mostly bunk, but there's merits to all of them. I'm gonna say 4. I'm gonna say 4.
You went way too hard.
You want to go, James?
One. I pretty much agree with everything he said, but I say it quicker. 4.
All right, I'm gonna go 9.
Oh boy!
Fucking 9.
Goodness.
9.
I think
he
there's
says no Spanish history, no German history, no French history.
Well, no. What was the first one?
Okay.
Northern European immigrants.
Experience in the United
Northern
States.
European. Yeah. Okay, you're right. That does cover.
So we at least get the Germans and
Northern European immigrants experience.
Like
in the United
I feel like
States.
maybe
No,
part of your pushback is
that's not their experience in Europe. That's their experience in the United States. Take that back. You don't get that. You don't get German history. You get how they feel about their history once they got here. And that's not very much. They're like, oh shit. Kind of fucked up here too.
Okay. I'll get it back in the third point.
Okay.
Either way.
Damn Italians.
Because if you've taken European history, it's basically just history of the church.
The primacy of Western and Judeo-Christian tradition. Oof. That's where you got the 9. He's just so into this mixture of Westernism and Judeo-Christianism. Oof.
Is that true?
I'm not saying I'm like, woo, Judeo-Western Christian. There's the theoretical argument, which was I think relatively well laid out by Kyle. I don't know why he went down to a 4, given that
I felt that was weak for how much he talked it up.
What I was thinking is half points for the part of this is that it's divided into 3 different categories when we've got a system of 10 that doesn't divide that nicely, and we're apparently not allowed to use decimals, so I can't say
no, you got to blend it all into one idea, and it's not like each one gets 3 points.
Give yourself a rating on each statement, and then average those divided by 3.
Well, that's just giving out of each 3 points.
Do the math in your own head. Shut the fuck up, and then let Chapingro talk. Go for it, Chapingro. Hit it up.
All right. I think the theoretical argument for it was made pretty well in that, we kind of want to understand our own history. And then the practical argument is we don't have an unlimited amount of time to teach. One of the things that I find incredibly frustrating as I've gotten older is that when you do American history, you maybe get to World War II, and then there's like one chapter which is everything up to now. A lot of shit happened in that everything up to now.
Mhm.
You know, shit maybe the average voter might want to know. But when you wrestle with it for a while, you kind of go, well, is the point of this to get the through line of how we got to where we are with the big picture points, or is it to just get the details about where we've recently been?
Yeah.
There's a trade-off that has to be made here.
Yep.
Like there's only so much time.
I think there's room
So-
to teach the opposite within this major theme, but you've actually bumped me up to a 6, my friend. You actually bumped me up to a 6 on this one. You made me whiter as you spoke.
Hey,
Okay, so here's where I'm at.
Yeah.
Heavy focus on British Empire makes sense for the purpose of teaching American history. I think that's probably I would revise that to be a 3, just for the sake of being a little more.
Kyle, if you want to summarize us with a new number or just tell us where you're vibing, go ahead and.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay, go for it. Go for it.
All right, no, stop interrupting me.
Yes, sir.
I can't keep talking. Listen, I'm not going to talk.
I'll put my microphone down. I'll put my microphone down.
Put your microphone down, or I quit. I'm leaving. Okay. 3 for the middle. 2 for the third one, and a 0 for the top one. I'll revise my answer to a 5. Shit.
all right. So we're leaning toward this one.
Wait, how did you get so many numbers in there and it averaged to a 5?
Okay.
How did numbers below
We're-
5
okay,
average
because
to 5?
we said we're scoring out of 10,
I'm
and
so
then-
confused.
and now. Okay, so the
James,
average.
He did what you said. I can make this really
three
easy.
bullet points. There's 3 bullet points.
Right.
He said
Each one he can do it out of 10.
5. He said
Hang on,
all
hang on.
numbers below 5 and it averaged 5. That doesn't make sense.
I know. Your suggestion was to give it out of 10 for each, add them together and divide by 3, right?
Yeah, so he should have
Okay.
3 scores.
So out of 10, he gave a 0, a 4, and a 6.
0, 4, and a 6, that averages like 3.5 or something. 10 divided
I'm
by
sorry, we have to
3.
multiply by 3, not by 2.
3.3.
A 0, a 6, and a 9.
Wait,
so
we
he
have
got-
a 0, a 6, and a 9.
Yeah, he
I
got
heard like a
15.
3
And if you divide that by 3,
okay,
you
I
get
heard a
5.
3
All
in
I'm
there.
doing is doing the conversion for you.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
well,
heard,
the problem
He
is
did
that
exactly what you said.
I heard way too many numbers there. I apologize for derailing us there. Okay, so we've got where are you at now, Kyle? 5?
yes, 5.
Okay.
I bumped up my score by 1.
All right, that was my bad that whole time, apparently. Apparently my brain just turned off. Okay.
And if you average the 3 of us on this, we're mostly leaning, we're at least on the white side out of 10.
I'm the least
right?
white person here, and that's not
Well,
difficult
5,
to do
6, and
here.
10 is 21 divided by 3 is 7 out of 10 for all of us.
Well, I thought you were 9 on this
You're
one.
yeah, you said you
Oh,
were.
I'm sorry.
9.
I'm sorry. So it's going to be 6 and change.
Got all hopped up on your whiteness there for a second. Calm down. Okay, Protestant
My
work ethic.
whiteness.
Quite.
All right.
Hard work is the key to success. I know a lot of people that work damn hard that aren't successful. I also know some people who are really successful who don't work very hard at all and haven't done so.
Yeah, but
I think
if the question is, do you work hard to succeed or not? The answer should be yes. So I'm with it. Work before play, generally yes. If you didn't meet your goals, you didn't work hard enough. That's the part I'm gonna say fuck no. That's the part I'm gonna say fuck no, and it pisses me off enough that I'm just gonna say it's a 6.
I don't even agree. No, I think that hard work is not necessarily the key to success. It would be nice if it were, but I don't think it is. As far as what I want to, as far as a culture that I would prefer to incentivize via government, yeah, I guess so. I would like to make some room for working smarter, not harder, being a viable way to find success. And I'm not willing to remove methods of just being lucky. I think that's, I don't think that somebody should be punished for being lucky. Work before play. I don't know. Sometimes I like to play some video games when I wake up, before I do my chores. I think that's fine sometimes if you can make it work in the end.
Yep.
And then the last one, yeah, sometimes you have shitty goals. Sometimes, shit happens, life happens. I'm going to say I'll give a 4 and a 4 and a 1. And
Don't make us. Okay, that makes a 3.
yeah.
Jesus. All right. All right. What do you got for us?
All right.
Andy?
Hard work.
Let's try and keep these kind of quick, guys.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw a number on this. I'm going to say 8.
Gonna give us an 8.
I want to push toward 9, but I don't think I'm quite there. I want to say 8. And the reason I'm saying that is James gave it a 0, but on the last one, it's a useful lie. Like, it might not be true in any way, shape, or form, but the incentives that you get for adapting it as a useful lie are what get you good outcomes.
Yeah, but in some cases in society, the reason that we don't make better systems is because we assume this, and that's why I'm so critical of it.
I don't think that's the reason, but
I feel like I made you slightly
we don't
less
have to
white
go
by
into that.
saying it. I feel like part of you resonated with it, and you became a little bit blacker and a little bit more of a Joe Biden voter.
No,
On.
I'm willing to agree that it's a lie.
Yeah.
I'm saying it's a very useful lie, so we ought to keep it.
But it also stops us from making better systems if we assume it too harshly. My counter.
Well, that's where we disagree.
You don't
But
think
let's
that
move
there's
on.
any cases? Okay, yeah, we'll move on just because we've been here forever. Religion, Christianity is the norm. Parentheses and ought to be. Anything other than Judeo-Christian traditions is foreign. Foreign. No tolerance for deviation from single God concept.
0.
Un-American vibes. Very
Yep.
un-American vibes.
4.
Okay. Thanks for bending our way. Christianity is the norm. Anything just foreign. I'm not like foreign. I don't know what to do with that word personally. Other than just be kind of not that into the vibes. No tolerance for deviation from single God concept. That's just wild.
That's probably the weakest one for me.
Yeah.
But again, there's so many useful lies here, like original sin, or that everybody is a sinner.
Yeah.
That may be a technical lie, like just in that sin is not a clearly definable construct. But maintaining it allows us to be so much more cohesive than getting rid of it.
Unless we do the human work of mining it for what's true and effective and figuring out how to instill it in our society otherwise. I think we just do the better work. I'm going to say 2 personally.
I don't like that you call that human work, because I think humans are traditionally very bad at doing that work. That's a thing that we happen to royally suck at.
How about the... I guess I mean that in a... Let's live up to being.
You're saying if we did the work.
I'm saying live up to being a higher being.
Yeah, but then it's no longer human.
I want that capital H.
You
to
want
be
new humanity.
aspirational.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
I'm definitely not going to.
Okay.
I'm not going to advocate for a government propping up a culture that emphasizes these as being important touchstones of the culture, because I'm not religious. I don't believe in God, and I don't want to be subject to the various pitfalls of living in a society that is going to enforce these things. So for me, it's a 0.
I vibe enough with good Christian values that I'll give it a 2, just because it's not utterly offensive, but the way it's stated makes it very offensive. All right, status, power, and authority. Wealth equals worth. Your job is who you are. Respect authority. Heavy value on ownership of goods, space, and property. That 4th one's going to bring Chapingaro back into the table, maybe at least a 3, even if he had 0s for these others. Wealth equals worth. Your job is who you are. No and no. Respect authority. That's gonna be the one that brings me back a little bit. just because of the respect authority, it makes me want to write it as a 3, but I'm gonna keep a spine and not lick any boots and leave it at a 2 overall because of that. Wealth equals worth? No. I wish we lived in that society. That would be amazing if like Mother Teresa was fucking steamrolling people, but instead we live in a society where
well,
fucking
hang on now.
XQC has. Well, wasn't
I-
she chill? She was chill.
She was a piece of shit, and she's
Uh-oh.
burning in hell where she
Oh
belongs.
god, I didn't know it was that bad. Blues enlightened me a little bit, but no,
No, fuck Mother Teresa.
yeah. Okay. Wow.
But your overall point might stand.
Okay, yeah. We live Martin Luther King should have had fat wads of money, whereas XQC should be like Burger King status. I don't have a specific hate of XQC, but I don't think he's.
It sounds like what you're advocating more for is a meritocracy, whereas I think this is saying that like if you have money, you are worth more.
Yeah, it is proof.
You're saying
of
like
the
if you are worth
meritocracy.
more, you should have more money. And
yeah, I'm
so
saying
my reading of
you should be given wealth based on how valuable you are, whereas this is saying it in itself proves itself. The value the wealth proves the value.
I think I mostly agree with you. Respect authority is kind of a vague one. I think that in general, I mean, you're better off if you respect authority, but sometimes authority can be wrong. And it also, like, are we talking about authority of law enforcement versus authority of, like, knowledge? That's the one where I'm like, okay, kind of with you. 1, 1, 4, and 6. And that'll get us,
12,
yeah,
4,
which
3.
so
to the 3.
yes,
4.
because there's 4 this time. So yes, I'll put myself at a 3.
Yeah.
All right. So I can decide whether I'm an 8 or a 9. I have to know whether the boot I'm licking is brown or black.
Mm.
You know what? That's up to you. So should we give you a 9?
Probably just depends on where you live.
8.5 or
Yeah, I
9?
guess we're going brown boot.
Wait, you can't allow him to take an 8.5 if I wasn't allowed to do
I
decimals
know.
earlier.
So
We'll have to redo this whole thing.
8 or 9.
I like a lot of this. I'm going to do some deconstruction now. Some of this is a kind of a mistranslation. This is like if you guys have ever heard of the notion of an instrumental goal, it comes up when discussing AI. There are just some common goals that achieving those goals unlocks a bunch of other goals. Wealth happens to be an instrumental goal. No matter what you want to do in the world, if you had more money, you'd have more access to do it.
Yeah.
Right? So
yeah,
we associate wealth with worth, but really what it is just an indicator of how much of that instrumental tool you have access to. So I would almost argue, like in the same way that we measure economies by GDP, which is talking about throughput instead of raw number, we probably shouldn't be talking about wealth, but rather we should be talking about like the ability for people to move wealth. Because that is worth.
And it also is like, what do we mean by worth? Like, are we talking about like worth as a human being, or like how valuable you are to society? I think that like,
I think the latter is the defining factor here, right?
It's not how I read it at first. So if we're defining it by the latter, I mean, it would be like, you could say that it would be like having a benevolent billionaire would be worth more to society than having someone who like might be a really cool person, but they don't really contribute a whole lot other than like, being nice to their friends. And, I guess maybe they're like, they have a benefit to existing. They're not worth less, but they aren't as valuable to society as somebody who can move vast amounts of money towards important civic goals.
All right, but if I say that you're the possessor of 3 trillion, let me come up with a fake currency. Oh, I don't know. This is where you guys jump in and talk about your coin.
I guess we could have, but
If you have pick a random, Zimbabwe currency, whatever.
sure.
If I just give you a number, that doesn't mean anything to you. It only means something to you relative to what everybody else has. So that's why I'm arguing that we ought look at this as a societal kind of metric, because when I'm talking about someone's wealth, I'm saying where they live in the structure of everybody else's wealth.
Okay.
And usually they got that because they're offering something that a bunch of people want, need.
I guess the clarification question that I would ask then is, like, do you think that somebody who has more of that worth to society because of that that amount of currency that they have, that access that they have, should they be allowed more privileges? Let's say like voting, for example, because some people advocate for that.
Descriptively, I think the answer is yes. Do I think they ought have more power? Yes, I think if I'm pinned down, my answer is yes, but we have other useful lies in our society that we maintain to restrict the excesses of that. Like, if I have more money, I can put up a billboard for the guy I want to get in office, right?
Sure. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I would argue that I probably got my money, and again, we have a lot of churn in our society. Like, I probably got my money by offering something that a lot of other people wanted. So it's hard for me to say it's a bad thing.
That's saying that you probably got your money by offering something that people wanted. Like, maybe you could have also, invested in a company that did really well, and then you got out at the right time.
I could have. So now let's look across the group of people who had enough money to put up a billboard.
Mm-hmm.
In that group, the odds are I'm still the guy who offered something that a bunch of other people wanted. There are always scammers and there are fraudsters, and you're absolutely correct. There are ways to game the system if wealth is the metric.
I think that I think that the problem also is that, like, there are very prominent figures, some of whom are the biggest earners, who are themselves fraudsters to some degree, right? Like the most obvious example would also be the richest guy in the world right now, Musk. That guy's misrepresented his level of expertise for a long time, and it's only recently come out that he's like, I mean, it goes from the trite to he's not as good at video games as he claims to be, to the, oh yeah, no, he's like, he knows nothing about engineering compared to how he represents himself. And we have a team of people at Tesla to make sure that he doesn't, like, screw up all of our good work and maintain the momentum of the company. So, I mean, I think to some degree, maybe you could argue that, like, he participated in the delivery of something that people really wanted, and that's why he's justified in making as much money as he's got. But I think, like, I think that that's an incomplete representation, and I think that there's some very important caveats that ought be mentioned.
There were a bunch of things I wanted to quibble with, but the last part I completely agree with. And again, I just want to drive that it's an instrumental goal.
Sure. Okay. Right. I mean, I think we got clarity on that.
And where does that leave you rating-wise?
Rating-wise, I'm licking the boot, right? So I'm a 9 out of 10.
Okay.
The 9.
So far, I think Pingro is probably the whitest of the three of us. I think that James, you're probably you're probably the least, and I'm probably in the middle, which is kind of what we expected. We have a few more categories to go before we shut this thing down. Let's do
any of them look particularly spicy? We can just jump to the spicy ones.
Well, let's just do quick. Let's just do them rapid fire, and then if it gets spicy, it gets.
All right.
For future, delayed gratification. Progress is always best. Tomorrow will be better. I'm going 10 for the first time. This is my whitest one.
Oh boy.
Make some plans. And you know what? No, we'll go 9. There's plenty of room. And you know what? The way I live, and I like the way I live. So we'll go down to an 8. I should do more planning, but some people take this way too seriously. The best laid plans of men and mice. Okay, sometimes you got to smell the marijuana bushes. Kyle.
I'll agree. I'll go 8 as well.
Up to 8.
All right, I'm going 7. I heavily lean this way, but I think that it's overemphasized in kind of the ways that you guys were discussing on previous ones. And we lose sight of taking care of people now for potential people tomorrow.
Brad.
Word.
Like it.
You know what? I'll even revise my answer. I'll go 7 as well.
You know what? I will not revise my answer in solidarity with him. He made me more white by being a good white person. Follow rigid time schedules.
I don't do. I don't follow rigid time schedules insofar as I don't, as long as I don't need to, I tend not to. But I do think that there's something to be said for having a relatively rigid time schedule being beneficial. Time viewed as commodity, I certainly do. So I'll go 7.
My only caveat for the first part, follow rigid time schedule, is that it can be on the macro level flexible so long as it's done intentionally. So like maybe you have a gig job or something like that doesn't have very specific hours, but if you're planning those hours out intentionally, if that's what they mean by follow rigid time schedules, then I'm almost completely on board on this one. Like,
yeah.
10 out of 10.
10. I'm going with the 8. I'm with Kyle. Pretty much with both y'all, but
yeah,
with an 8.
Especially on the latter one for me.
Aesthetics based on European culture. Steak and potatoes. Bland is best. This is just anti-white racism. This is just This is anti-English racism specifically as well.
Yeah, I don't want man's attractiveness to be based on economic status, power, or intellect because I possess none of these things.
Yeah,
I would prefer it to be based on hair length, belly size, and capacity for marijuana consumption.
Hell yeah. I'm going with a full. Do we go full 0? Aesthetics based on, yeah,
I don't really.
Full 0.
I don't give a shit what people find attractive about men.
Yeah.
I everything else I would say aesthetics, I mean, I don't know. There's some cool stuff out of Europe. I don't think it should be
should it be
paramount.
The basis? No. Take whatever's good. Bring whatever's good. If Europe's got stuff to contribute, great.
So I'll go
should
5
it be based? I'm going to say no.
5 0 0, don't give a shit. And so therefore I mean, I don't know, we'll just go
0.
I'll give it a 1.
I was giving
just
it a
because
1.
like because like I don't know.
Yeah.
European culture made some cool shit.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. But does that mean it should be based primarily? That's what makes it a full no for me, dog.
Yeah, I think that
again.
God damn it.
Chapingro, what do you got for us?
Based on European culture, it says aesthetic, so I'm thinking like runway fashion and art, maybe.
Yeah, probably a little bit of art.
I don't know how much I buy into that because we're unique over here in America.
Yeah.
Steak and potatoes, like a 1 out of 10 on that, so might as well call it a 0.
I fucking love steak and potatoes, but the bland is best part. I just like it makes me reject the person asking the question rather than
exactly. I agree.
But that also makes it a 0. We are not arguing with the test here, okay? We're not arguing with the test. We are answering it.
The latter two,
your least white quality.
I'm agreeing with
food tastes.
Well, my food tastes are, I don't know, maybe they are bland by other people's accounts.
Maybe they're just a different type of white.
I like to think what I eat is to taste good, so okay. I'm not on board with the bland is best.
Okay.
And then the latter two about male and female attractiveness, I'm only willing to give a few points there because they are there is some truth there, and we kind of spoke about it earlier. You know, the men's attractiveness based on economic status, power, or intellect. These are all key markers of what is traditionally attractive in men, and no one's telling women they have to be attracted to that. They just are. And guys, no one is telling us that we have to be attracted to the Barbie figure. But there's a Barbie out there for every guy, right?
Um,
I don't know if that's true.
I think that there are some ways of informing people's attraction based on media portrayals. I think that for a long time in the 80s and the 90s, fuck, do you remember the 90s and like the 2000s where being like unhealthily skinny was like the
Yeah.
the trend for
Not
girls?
great. Not great. Didn't even look good on the ones that pulled it off.
You remember
So-
the one-piece swimsuits that went super high on the hips, but they'd also
Mhm.
wear for like workout videos and with
Yep.
leggings underneath?
Yep. Or like you're getting their hair all teased out, super like bushy looking. I think that like I don't know, presumably people found those things attractive to some degree back then. And I think a lot of that was because they were reinforced through magazines and music videos and various things. And there are some people that care about status when it comes to their relationship partner. And for those people, it's more attractive to have somebody who is matching those descriptors that they see around them of what is attractive. And then there's other people who don't really give a shit about that and prefer to go with more timeless things. So,
All right. Rating Trapingra? Couple of points?
We'll go a 4.
4.
okay.
All right.
Holidays.
Based on Christian religions, based on white history, male leaders. Based on Christian religions.
mm,
I mean,
no.
it makes
Yeah.
sense for that to be the dominant. Like, there should be a somewhat larger presence than others. So, like, I've got some agreement there. Based on white history and male leaders, like, super zero, dog. It's gonna be a super no. Like, other than, like, the people that we will often study will often be white because they're part of the history that we share, but not because they're white. So that makes me jump to the 0. Got to be a no for me, dog. But to average the two,
Well, they're not uppercase white. They're lowercase white.
oh no, they meant uppercase. We know they meant uppercase there. So I'm gonna average that out to 2. Getting a 2 out of me.
Yeah, I'm gonna go 2 also. Like, I don't know. For me, holidays are mostly just days where I can't go to the store.
Makes sense for it to be Christian dominant.
Sure,
It's
I
a
guess,
Christian
just because
dominant
that's what
culture.
people
Yeah.
worship. But like, I don't know. Like, I don't want that to be culturally enforced, though. Is the thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I don't really care. About
You know what?
that.
I agree with you guys. Weekends are holidays. These all come from religious traditions in the first place. So we should just scrap all of that. We should work
No,
365 days a
no,
year.
because we had religion long before we had weekends. It was labor rights that got that. Wrongo.
But it is based on Christian religions,
Yeah,
correct?
it took them
Sure.
2,000 years to do fucking nothing about it. So great job, dipshits. Labor rights wins again. You brought me down to a fucking 0.
I'm gonna go 2, maybe 3.
You're making
2.
me less white.
Justice.
Based on English common law. Yeah, absolutely. That's where it comes from mostly. Protect property and entitlements. Yeah, keep them around. Intent counts. Yeah.
Yep.
Of course it counts
Yep.
for a lot of things a lot of the time. Now, like, not only like you can't just get away from it. And I understand the critique it's probably trying to suss out there. And so
Can we all go 10 out of 10 on this one?
because of the intent counts, what they're trying to suss out there, it's going to get a 9 out of me. Because it's I know what it's trying to suss out there is, well, I didn't mean to isn't an excuse, and a lot of times it's not. So I will put my critical support 9 out of 10. But you're
I'll
getting the
agree.
10 out of 10.
Well, it also goes into things like, do you get manslaughter or do you get murder
Exactly.
one?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Intent
so
matters because not
distinction
only are we
absolutely
using
does
intent in
matter
a
in many
bad way to
cases.
say if we know you wanted to do a bad thing, we're going to punish you more. We're going to use intent in a good way to say,
Yes.
well, if
Well-
it wasn't your intent to do the bad thing, we won't punish you as harshly.
Well, and then we also have cases like the influenza or the affluenza case where somebody, like, there was a kid who just got off scot-free because he was too rich to know better. Which is like a bastardization of the spirit of intent counting. So
I
that's
agree
why,
with that.
so that's why I take it down 1 point just to make room for, like, we should be able to suss out bullshit when it occurs. But for the most part, I agree.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily in contradiction with the rule. It's just applying the rule correctly.
Sure. All right. Fair. I
Um,
could be moved to a 10 on that.
Yeah. It really the 9 I'm just saying I'm understanding where their critique comes from in saying the intent counts. Otherwise, English common law, protect property and entitlements, absolutely. We're there.
Competition. B number 1. I mean, if you can.
Kyle, did we move you to our 10 or did we stick you at a 9?
I'll go 9 because that's what I said originally.
Competition B number 1, win at all costs. Winner/loser dichotomy. I'm there for some winner-loser dichotomy. It shouldn't be the be-all end-all, and definitely not win at all costs. Win at all costs has got me at a 0. B number 1 has got me at like a 7. Winner-loser dichotomy has got me at like an 8 or like a 10 in the right ways, but I think compared to society, like an 8. Action orientation? What does that fucking mean?
I think it gets clarified with the further ones.
Master
So keep
and
going.
control nature. Must always do something about a situation. Aggressiveness and extroversion. Decision making. Majority rules. When whites have
Capital
power. God,
capital
it gets
W
so bad.
whites.
They finally capitalized it.
Yeah.
See, they are making the distinction.
No, they're not. They're not that aware. That
Oh,
was
they
literally
absolutely are.
That was a Trumpian moment. They capitalized a word because they felt strong about it. They had a Trump tweet moment where they capitalized the word that made them feel hard.
What are you thinking, James? Do you have a number in mind for yourself?
I really love competition. I think holding yourself to a high standard is good. But ideally that standard should be relative to your own capabilities. And yada yada. Like we should celebrate mastery at all levels. One way I've decided to put it. Generally we'll get like a 6 or a 7 out of me.
I'm
actually,
assuming
we're gonna have the one exception to the rule. I'm gonna type 6-7.
All right. Hey, fellow kids.
Hello, younglings.
Are we saying competition to mean just like in general any competitive environment, or are we thinking specifically when it comes to participating?
No, look at the rest of this shit though. Look at the rest of this.
I think this really should have been split into 2.
Yeah.
There should be the competition, which is the first few of them, and then taking initiative, which is the last. Yeah.
Yeah. Given they're all lumped in there together, we're gonna put that at a 6. Given we have to, if we're not arguing with the test, then I'm putting it at a 6.
Yeah, we're just uttering numbers here.
In fact, if we're no, that's not true. We're agreeing with the general vibes. How do you 1 out of 10 do you vibe with this set of statements? And actually, because of the shitty statements at the second half, we're down to like a 5.
What? The second half is the better half. The competition is where I was going to agree with you guys.
Okay. Let me.
Like B number 1 is not necessarily the best metric because if doing your best is number 3, then you should be number 3.
Yeah.
The winner-loser dichotomy, like I'm a little bit more on board with, because when we do the participation award and nothing means anything, it kind of it kills it all.
Everybody should get an award for working hard, but then someone should get an even better award for actually doing a good job.
Sure.
Yeah, everybody that shows up to the competition should be celebrated, but the people that perform should be celebrated more.
Yeah,
So,
the
so
actual
winner-loser dichotomy. Well, okay, there we go. Winner-loser dichotomy. Winner didn't winner dichotomy. I'm for that instead. So I will rate winner-loser dichotomy low.
Based rejection of the law of excluded middle.
I'll put myself at win at all costs. I mean, not if you're breaking the rules.
This
So
is the more interesting section finally. All this other shit was actually, are you a white supremacist to some degree?
Right.
No, the other shit is the good shit. Being action oriented must always do something.
I mean the rest of the paper, all the other categories. This is the good category. There's a
Oh,
lot of
okay.
yeah. I'm with you. Action orientation. Yeah. Now let's turn the thinking cap back on. Because for the rest of this stuff, D number 1 not so great. Win at all costs, absolutely no. So we're like pretty close to 0 right now. But now that we've got action orientation, should you react to things? But then there's the critique of that from these people of like, well, in reality, can you always affect things? Is that even a healthy mindset? Like, is one guy with a gun going to stop a terrorist? Maybe not. They'll probably just make the plane crash by shooting a fucking hole in it. Yada yada. There's I would say with that statement alone, action orientation, absolutely be about making a difference and figuring things out. 8 or 9 out of 10 on action orientation.
I guess
master and control nature, also fucking do it. Now be realistic about what that means, so 8 or 9 again.
Yeah, we're not gonna make a tornado machine.
Yeah, just because we fucking need to master nature, it's my bitch.
Must always
Chapingro, master and control nature. What do you think?
That one's a tough one for me.
That's
like, normally I'm very hard on this, but if we take this to its extremes, we should say something like, in order to mitigate for climate control, we should seed the upper atmospheres with certain particulates that we have a guess at what it will do, but since nobody's ever actually done this experiment.
All right, that's kind of a wild way to explain your position.
But either way,
I see where you're coming from with that, but yeah, that introduces a lot of other variables.
So insofar as we can,
insofar as it's rational, yeah.
You guys do realize that that's a popular topic in the climate change sciences, right?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Sure,
that's a real conversation that need be had.
I'm not doing Kyle Massey chemtrails thing here. I'm saying there are people that are legitimately discussing seeding the upper atmospheres with different kinds of minerals.
Yeah. No, I agree that that's like severe and reckless.
I'm not so crazy here. Like this is in line with the general science.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying it really complicates things. I'm just saying it complicates things. Not that it's a bad example. Absolutely, it's relevant and something that's a real conversation that unfortunately has to be had. I don't think that's where the conversation should be had, because the answer is probably let's not do that and let's not just.
Well, that's my mitigation. If I take this to the extreme, clearly there's places I'm uncomfortable, so I'm not willing to go.
That's where I'm like 7, 8, 9 rather than just a 10. People be fucking around, so yeah, I'll put that part at like a 7, just to make sure we're clear on that line.
Sure, and I mean let's also make the caveat that mastery of nature would mean understanding the results of your actions and understanding that certain actions might have bad consequences and avoiding those.
8 or 9. If we take a pure reading of master and control nature, like while being wise, if we can say while being wise about it, then yeah, that gets me to a 9.
Yeah.
But yeah. Must always do something about a situation.
Well, that's kind of the same thing as action orientation, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but it's kind of it's begging the question a little. It's like, do you think you should take action in situations where it's like fucking dumb?
Where you
always? You can hear the in the question.
I love this one. Because the deconstruction you pointed out earlier, it leads to its own deconstruction, and then we have to deconstruct the deconstruction, and we've been talking about it so fucking long that we didn't do a damn thing in the meantime.
What's wrong? What should we be talking about instead then? What do you?
No, I'm just saying that this idea, however great it is a good guiding star that we should try to do something as a result of the discussion instead of just having the discussion. Instead of standing around and saying, well, what's wrong with where we are? We should say, all right, well, we can spend some time on what's wrong, but then we have to decide to like, what are we going to do about it?
Sure, yeah. You could take that in a lot of directions, but I think there's a fair critique to say a lot of times there are things that just aren't your business. I see where they're coming from that criticism, but if you just take it as just a fair rule that you ought to do something about situations that you can do something about, then sure. But then that's why the question itself is kind of just shitty in this part of it. It's like it's just so loaded. Like you build the question yourself around it.
Yeah.
Us always do something. Well, when you should, you should, and when you shouldn't, you shouldn't. I don't know if you always should. Probably not. Should you always do something about everything? No. Like it's just a bad part of the question, I think.
I think we're reading it completely different. I can see where you're saying, but I like how I like what it's pointing to.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't think it's pointing to the same thing. This was written by a bunch of people that hate white people. This wasn't written by your people. Your people didn't write this. They don't mean it the way you want it to mean it. This is not a rational critique of, like, leftist incompetence. Fuck no. This is leftist incompetence, okay?
No, this is the critique of my people. My people are saying, let's fucking do something about it.
Oh,
and the critique here
you're
is...
right. Yeah, buried within the incompetence is the truth in this case. These darn conservatives always thinking they could be useful. Just give up and critique the critique.
Well, when you think that you're the master of your universe and you're walking around always doing stuff, aren't you likely to step on a small person who maybe didn't want to step up just because you thought you knew what was right?
Yeah.
Like, I get what they're getting at.
I don't know if that's exactly it. I think a lot of this is just vague swing and a miss vibe attacks against, like, white people thinking these liberals.
Right,
I'm
going to go your way on aggressiveness and extroversion. Aggressiveness and extroversion, these are like orthogonal things to each other. Being aggressive is not generally considered a great thing, but being extroverted generally is.
Can be. It's also fucking exhausting to be around extroverted people if you're not extroverted yourself. So
I'm sorry, bud.
I
appreciate you.
You're one of the good ones.
I think that I value introverts. Obviously, I am one, and I like hanging around other introverts. I think that introverts have brought us a lot of really good things throughout time. I'm sure we could point to various artists and creative types, thinkers, probably scientists. People who are in charge of like various civic institutions, city planning, things like that. There's probably a lot of people that like to get inside their own head and have a good hard think. And that think produces some sort of beneficial outcome as long as they are also action oriented on their thinking. I think that for extroversion, I'd go 5. I mean, extroverts are fine. I just, I get tired of them. Aggressiveness, there's a value knowing when to be aggressive and when not to be. Sometimes aggression is exactly what you need. If it's your fallback, if it's your default, that's going to lead to bad outcomes more times than it will lead to good. So for that one, I'll go 6 overall on that one.
Aggressiveness and extroversion. I think we have a society that promotes aggressiveness, and so while I wouldn't say it is a characteristic that we should control for, we live in a society that absolutely does it. So my advice is to be aggressive in life. Be fucking aggressive. Do I want a society where everyone should have to be fucking aggressive? Absolutely not. I want in a society where genius level pussies get to make big dick decisions, but we don't get to live in that society because we just don't. And so be aggressive out there. Get shit, take shit, get shit done, and be extroverted because they're both good qualities. But should that be the case? No. All right. Competition, decision making.
Hang on, I want to give Kyle a name to put in his repertoire. Paul Dirac is one of the greatest physicists. Yeah, he was a quantum physicist. Brilliant guy. and he was known for saying nothing.
How do you say his name? Or how do you spell it? Dirac?
Dirac, yeah. The guy you're seeing the picture of, this guy, yeah. Brilliant, the most introverted dude at every, like, you see those pictures of scientific meetings of scientists that have like Einstein in them and Niels Bohr.
Mhm.
Paul Dirac is also in those pictures, and everybody complained because like he'd submit his work and people would ask questions and you were lucky to get more than a sentence out of him.
Sounds like my kind of people.
Great.
All right. Decision making for
What does that
competition.
even mean?
You should make decisions. Probably, if there's a decision in front of you,
Make
you
it.
should make it.
Oh God, that's how incompetent this paper is. They're just the concept of making decisions has paralyzed them, and they're angry at it. Fuck me, dude. Okay.
Well, that was my point earlier. The deconstruction of the deconstruction of the deconstruction.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. They are just that incompetent that they're like, these people are always trying to think they can do things, and right? Fuck.
And then majority rules. I mean, when whites have power, that caveat. Obviously, that's trash.
It's just so cringe.
I'm gonna put this whole category, like, because they worded some of the things just so badly. I just want to give it a 1 out of protest for even having to ponder.
Can we just skip
like-
this category? Like, do we give it a spirit rating? The spirit of everything it's saying? Because I just want to deny it completely. Fuck this category.
I'm on board.
Yeah, this category not applicable. Too woke. Not even real.
Well, since we like majority rules and we're all white, you guys have the power. I'll have to default.
Oh, well.
He followed the rest. We just all followed the last rule. That just became a 10 from all of us.
I guess well, that's unfortunate.
We were very white.
It's a good thing we're not counting it.
We got
all right, let's get through this communication.
I wrote 10 and then crossed it out.
Good, perfect. Communication. The King's English rules.
10.
It's what I speak, but I don't. I mean, it's convenient for me, but people speaking other languages doesn't bother me.
Language is what language does, motherfucker.
Sure.
0, 3. Numbers are gay too, so 5.
Written tradition 6.
It's good to you should learn to write.
I'm losing it. Written tradition, writing, read and write. Shut the fuck up, leftist. Read and write. The King's English rules. I'm gonna go with like a 5 on King's English.
I mean, it's what we got right now.
So I'll do a 6 on that.
You're gonna be better off if you do it.
Written tradition 10. Avoid conflict and intimacy in communication. 0.
I don't understand this one. Is this avoid conflict and intimacy?
Yes.
Or avoid conflict, intimacy?
I mean, it's definitely written as the latter, but I think they meant to avoid conflict and intimacy. They just didn't want to write the word "and" because the word intimacy would be too close to their column, and that wouldn't look very nice.
The better pamphlet. This vibe.
All right, that one.
It's saying white people avoid conflict and intimacy.
3.
You're saying don't. 3 out of 10 agree that we should avoid conflict and.
Yeah, part of my issue with our society is we're not conflict. We're not conflict-philic enough. We're not okay enough with conflict.
Yeah, you think we're too averse to conflict to actually have conflict and thereby solve the problems from the conflict.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to understand conflict to do it responsibly. So,
yeah, sure. I agree. Yeah.
But at the same time, that's a slippery slope because, kind of like what North was saying earlier, we desperately want to maintain our norms because each step that we take allows for more conflict.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm with you on the 3 out of that.
Yeah.
Written tradition 10, King's English 5, 3 for avoid conflict. Don't show emotion. Like 1 out of 10. Sometimes you shouldn't show your 2 out of 10. There's a lot of times you shouldn't show your emotion.
Especially if you're crying, because that's gay.
Because that makes me feel bad every.
I think they missed something here.
Hide all of your emotions from me. I can express my emotions. You all
they missed.
yours.
They missed a good critique. Instead of saying don't show emotion, this should say control your emotion.
There we go. True.
Mm.
Well, yeah, but that lets you self-insert
Because-
that you're right and they're wrong. Fuck you. Kyle, we lost your camera.
Damn it.
Yeah, written as is, don't show emotion. If you're the boss and in charge of leading other people, you probably shouldn't let your bad day ruin everybody else's. But yeah, you can show emotion responsibly. Sometimes it's good to show emotion. So like five? I don't know.
Okay, yeah. Don't discuss personal life. Don't discuss.
These are all
personal
boss
life.
traits.
Oh,
You're not supposed to mix.
exactly. There's a time when you shouldn't discuss your personal life, so 3 out of 10. But for the most part, yeah, you should live in a society where you're allowed to discuss your personal life. Be polite, 10 out of 10.
10
Be
out of
fucking
10.
polite.
Yeah.
9 out of 10. Sometimes you can cut loose, you know?
Yeah, but if you're cutting loose in an appropriate space, you're not being unpolite.
What's up, Kyle? Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
We'll just stick with the mic for the end of the bit here. We'll wrap it up here.
No, fuck that. I want my face on camera.
Oh, it's loading.
It's not going to. It's just
We've
honey
been
dicking us.
We've been streaming for like 6 fucking hours. We're finishing the bit.
I don't give a shit. That's not an excuse for my phone to just be like, I'm tired. We've been doing this for too long.
Well, it has been, and I've been doing it too fucking long, so I don't care about your camera.
Communication 3 out of 10 as they wrote it.
Yeah, as they wrote it, yeah. 2 out of 10 for me, dog. The only thing that's got me even a little bit horny on this list is written tradition.
I think it should be
And
polite.
be polite. Be
Yeah,
polite.
And
That's
be
a good
polite
one.
brings me back up to a 3.
Yeah, I'll go 2.
2 just because they fucking messed up every other part of it.
All right, gentlemen. Well, that was a lot of fun.
All right,
Thank you.
Wait.
We
We're not
gotta,
gonna do
gotta.
all that and fucking not average it. Jesus, that would be cucked. Yuck. All right, count up how many categories there are, Kyle. Minus the one.
Why are you? Hang on. Why are you presupposing that something like an average really encapsulates?
Whatever.
It's
I'm
very
not listening.
white
I'm just
of
counting
you.
the categories.
True,
1, 2,
true.
3,
This is a
4,
white
5,
methodology
6,
we're using at the
7,
end
8,
of all
9,
of this.
10, 11, 12. We're skipping competition, so we end up with 13 categories.
Bringing up my calculator. Alrighty. First, we're gonna do this in descending whiteness. We're gonna start with Chapingo's white score.
Oh, it's network conditions. That's what's happening. Apparently, my stream is lowered quality as well. I'm gonna try
Plus 10.
ending the stream. Does this help?
Yep, we can get rid of it. Plus. All right, Chapingro. Out of a possible score of 10, you are 6.69 out of 10 white.
Nice.
Nice sex number of whiteness. Congratulations, Chapingro. You are the whitest person we have ever tested on this show. And since you're the first person scorer we've had up, the least white person too. We'll rectify that immediately. I apologize for that.
I'm number 1 in all categories currently. Yes.
Yes, you're unprecedented. You have a massive amount of whiteness and non-whiteness at the same time. All right, Kyle.
Yeah.
Adding up your whiteness plus.
Kyle, you should shuffle your cards as a drum roll.
Okay.
Unless you have just a snare on hand.
Kyle, you are a below total average mean whiteness of 4.53 out of 10 white.
My goodness.
Womp, 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 womp.
Why is that's racist to say to say it's a good or bad thing to score anything on your whiteness test is inherently racist in one way or the other.
I am just going based off of his previous established that he is very Caucasian. He said this, so.
Not that you'd be able to fucking tell because my camera stopped working. Piece of shit.
James is going to be like a 0.3.
No,
actually, I got some big ones up there. It's just, I've got a bunch of zeros. I'm very anti-racist. James Vagabond with a very similar score to Kyle of 4.30 on the whiteness scale.
Fight the man.
Fight the power.
Fight the power.
Fight the power, my friend.
So where do we end up?
Resist the Borg of whiteness.
James is the least white.
Just barely.
Chapingro's the most white, and I'm in the middle, more or less like we expected things to roll out at the beginning.
I guess what we really learned is I'm a lot whiter than I thought.
Oh.
And we also learned that the thing you said was obvious, which was how we reinforce these cultures and which cultures to enforce. You've kicked out a lot of the normative standard.
What do you mean? Kicked out a lot of the normative standard for what?
Yeah, if this is the list of like normal things in society, like the average person or dominant culture, that's the word I'm looking for.
Sure.
If this is the dominant culture, then you're less than 5 out of 10 in terms of the government ought reinforce the dominant culture, right?
Well, if this is an accurate critique of it, I think we all agree it's not, first of all. Yeah, I don't think they should reify a lot of these things, clearly. My total agreement with all of the statements is about 4.5. So like there's a lot there that's okay and good, and there's a lot that I would have serious critiques for. Yeah.
Yep.
I don't think that there's anything unexpected about that. And I wouldn't say that I'm in huge contrast with this version of whatever the dominant culture is, except where there's like obvious you should disagree with a lot of this shit. We're not that much different.
Well, all things considered, I think we've spent the last hour investigating this list, deconstructing it, and reinforced the conclusions that we initially came, aside from James maybe being a little bit whiter than he thought, and me being not quite white enough to be white as average, despite my elevated levels of caucasity.
Yep,
and Chapingro
we did not vote
is
for
the
Biden
whitest
enough,
of all of
Kyle.
us.
We did not
and
take
I'm
enough
half
votes
Hispanic.
for Biden.
My goodness.
You're half Hispanic. Perfect.
Well,
no wonder the Hispanic vote is going Trump, right?
No accounting for taste.
Well, this has been an excellent board meeting. We covered a lot of topics, had some good times. If you're still watching at this time, which let's be honest, you're not, thanks so much for joining us, and we'll look forward to seeing you next time on the Marketplace of Ideas.